kali ngelihat industrinya berkembang. Gue ngerasa industri ini bakal besar dan ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai sebesar ini. Gue masuk ke prosin itu waktu umur 15 ke 16 dan itu masih sekolah.
Jadi itu kalau misalnya game sendiri, gue tuh udah main dari kecil. Gue udah main dari SD, kelas 3 SD gue udah main. Bahkan gue benar-benar tiap hari di warnet. Tapi gue nggak tahu kalau itu menghasilkan. Gue kualifikasi MPL season 1, pertama kali gue duduk di bangku gaming ginian. Gue nggak tahu bangku ginian ada, gue nggak tahu sebuah game bisa jadi turnamen itu. MPL itu merubah hidup gue. Dari orang kasarnya, gue makan warteg aja cuma bisa nasi tempe, sampai alhamdulillah bisa biayain keluarga gue. Ya MPL merubah hidup gue.
Sebelum support, juara plus menghasilkan. Oh, dia lihat kan, anak ini bisa menghasilkan nih, bisa dapat prestasi nih. Tapi di sini bagus gitu, ya bagus lah. Kita sebagai keluarga gitu melihat anak seperti itu ya kita dukung kan pasti kan, kayak ya dukung, asal itu positif aja lah. Nah, sebenarnya kan yang paling dikejar adalah ya itu dulu kan, membuktikan itu supaya kita disupport gitu loh.
Gila, bokap sama nyokap pertama nggak percaya, mikirnya aneh-aneh, mungkin gue diprovokasi atau dicuci otak sama siapa seperti itu. Ya menurut gue itu sesuatu hal yang wajar, kekhawatiran orang tua kepada anak, dan gue pun hargai kekhawatiran mereka itu. Selebihnya sampai sekarang pun akhirnya mereka malah jadinya mendukung, mungkin karena sudah mengetahui hasilnya, meskipun mereka nggak tutup mata terhadap banyak orang yang gagal juga.
Impact positif nyokap gue itu baru terjadi di tahun 2019-20an ketika alhamdulillah caster gue lumayan laku, gue bisa menghidupi keluarga, benerin rumah. Itu nyokap gue baru sadar kalau gue beneran kerja, karena dia anggap selama ini ya gue keluar main hura-hura. Bahkan gue udah jadi caster pun nyokap gue masih nyuruh gue jadi PNS.
Untuk di awal-awal dengan hobiku yang bisa dibayar gitu, itu kan kayak udah ngebantu banget. Justru kita makin interest banget kan pasti ke Mobile Legends gitu kan. Otomatis ya kita pengen ada tahapan selanjutnya gitu loh. Tahapan selanjutnya adalah ya kalau misalnya aku menjadi jago, otomatis aku bisa masuk ke e-sport. Masuklah pada akhirnya masuk ke e-sport. Setelah aku masuk ke e-sport dan jadi pro player, untuk ke tahap selanjutnya aku menjadi juara gitu loh. Nah, jadi setelah menjadi juara nih, apa yang pengen ini? Ya jadi juara dunia gitu loh.
Bersyukur juga Bang, apa yang udah gue dapatkan, dimulai dari liga amatir, terus naik ke yang bisa dibilang amatir tuh liga-liga yang di bawah MPL lah ya, terus naik ke MPL, dan di MPL pun itu udah didapatkan, langsung naik ke Asia itu pun udah didapatkan, bahkan ke achievement pribadi mengenai emoticon, orang pertama yang dapat emoticon itu udah didapatkan. Itu semua rasa syukur yang gak terlewatkan gitu ya. Satu-satunya title yang belum bisa gue dapatkan mungkin kejuaraan dunia.
Banyak banget pengalaman. Yang pasti gue ketemu keluarga gue yang sekarang lo lihat di rumah ini. Itu Five Brothers, itu gue ketemu di sini. Gue ketemu Volva KB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di KB Volva AB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di season 2. Dan yang kenapa gue bilang Five Brothers, ketika kita struggle dulu, sama-sama gak ada yang meninggalin satu sama lain. Ketika nggak punya siapa-siapa dulu, nggak ada yang ninggalin satu sama lain.
Yang mau jadi pro player gitu ya, kayak bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu. Lebih terpilih orang yang berattitude dibandingkan berskill, karena skill itu bisa beradaptasi. Dia masuk ke pro player, otomatis skillnya udah ada sebenarnya kan mas kan. Attitude-nya juga bagus gitu loh. Jadi kan kita masih bisa ngasah bersama. Daripada jago attitude-nya buruk banget, udah merasa paling jago, kita udah susah mencari sesuatu yang baru mas kalau attitude-nya udah buruk gitu loh.
Saran dari gue, memang konsisten tuh sulit guys. Ketika kalian ngadepin kekalahan, ketika kalian ngadepin susah, entah mungkin dari luar atau mungkin dari tim kalian sendiri, itu hal wajar. Solusinya pun sebenarnya mudah, cuman dia yang namanya ego sendiri atau ego temen lu, itu harus dipecahkan. Kalau misalkan itu udah dipecahkan, ya semoga aja semua masalahnya terpecahkan, itu terselesaikan.
Tips and trick untuk yang mau jadi caster, kalau menurut gue pertama adalah kalian percaya diri dulu. Percaya diri, mau belajar, dan lo punya karakter. Maksudnya karakter apa? Identitas diri lo nanti yang mahal.
Dari cara pemikiran dia mungkin, makanya dia pantas buat jadi legenda gitu.
Aura lah, aura kalau gue. Maksudnya kenapa pengorbanan dia, apa yang dia lakuin buat ngejar title juara. Dia harus di GH, dia nggak ketemu keluarga.
Pengen masuk tim apa aja dah, pro player, yang penting musuhnya Udil. Kayak gitu kan. Tapi ngidolain dia, tapi pengen jadi musuh gitu loh, pengen yang lain kayak, wah tingkah dia gitu tuh.
Gameplaynya dia tuh yang percaya legend sih. Kalau menurut gua, Oji adalah salah satu teman yang care banget sama lingkungannya. Jadi tempat curhatan juga buat teman-temannya. Jadi sosok yang memang dewasa lebih dari umurnya.
Kalau hal baiknya sih pasti ada lah. Dia dengan bawelnya itu menunjukkan kalau dia peduli. Soalnya kalau misalkan dia tuh nggak deket sama orang, dia tuh nggak bakal bawel. Dia tuh bakal template aja.
Tidak ada kata rata-rata pada kamus mereka. Mereka ingin lebih. Mereka haus akan tujuan mereka. Berapapun harga yang akan dibayar untuk itu, mereka tidak akan berpaling. Hingga mereka sampai di titik sekarang. Dengan kegigihan tersebut, mereka pun diakui sebagai legenda. Mari saksikan dan jadilah saksi para calon legenda baru di MPL Celebration yang ke-10. We own this.
Tim ini ya udah kayak keluarga. Kita keluarga tapi tetap profesional.
Kalau prinsip aku mungkin gini deh, lebih ke kayak sebelum aku keluar aku pengen ngasih yang terbaik dulu buat ini tim.
Gua kalau dari awal gue suka MOBA sih sebenarnya sih, suka game MOBA.
Iya, seharusnya gue pindah ya. Cuman kayak
Kira gue di kuliah ya teman-teman setongkrongan mainnya Mobile Legends terus, gue iseng main, awalnya iseng main sih. Kok ini ada turnamen ML, ikut yuk iseng-iseng. Nah itu tuh himpunan gue lah tuh yang bikin, gue ikut menang. Habis gue menang, udah kita ikut turnamen terus sama dia, terus-terusan. Sampai akhirnya misah, gue buat tim, diakuisisi sama salah satu tim e-sport, Capcom.
Dulu aku pernah, maksudnya sebulan tuh kayak di rumah tuh cuman ganti baju, terus nginep di rumah abang, pulang ganti baju, nginep lagi di rumah abang, kayak gitu sebulan cuman buat main game doang. Mbak BTR Trik, ya dia yang ngechat aku pertama kali untuk nawarin buat ke Bigetron. Sampai orang tua minta kepastian dari manajemennya langsung. Makanya waktu itu pas Bang Patrick jemput aku ke Ponti, dianya datang ke konti, enggak dia nyuruh aku terbang sendiri gitu.
Doa yang paling sempurna itu doa yang dikirimkan orang-orang yang disayang sama Rasulullah.
Kalau gua rasa ada lah, kayak nanti jadi apanya pasti ada, dia kecemasan dia. Cuman dia ya selama gua bahagia kayak aman sih. Semenjak ini sih kayaknya, dulu kan ada platform live stream kan, alhamdulillah dapetnya gede kan, lumayan kan waktu itu. Jadi kayak, oh ya udah emang ini lu bisa kok, lu bisa tanpa harus pendidikan. Jadi kayak nyokap gue udah ngerasa, ya udah terserah kamu udah gede juga.
Aku nggak pernah, maksudnya nggak pernah cerita ke orang tua sih tentang kayak, oh aku capek gini, nggak ada. Paling kayak, ya aku kasih tahu mama aja kegiatan aku tiap hari gimana, aku kasih tahu Cece kegiatan aku tiap hari gimana, gitu dong. Kalau yang sampai struggle itu nggak ada.
Egi, selamat dan sukses ya untuk playoff-nya. Berikan yang terbaik untuk tim, jangan lupa berdoa.
Dari sininya juga ada dikasih jam tidur, oh jadi kayak waktu kita tuh lebih teratur lah, kayak makan ada jamnya, makan dikasih, terus tempat tidur, tempat tinggal segala macem. Jadinya orang tua nggak terlalu khawatir lah.
Kalau gue realistis aja ya, di umur gue yang sekarang, kalau gue buat pindah tim nggak terlalu kepikiran, soalnya ya lu udah tua juga, mendingan lu fokus, lu cuman harus stay fokus aja, lu jangan ada pikiran kemana-mana. Satu, kalau kedua, gue udah berapa tahun di sini, udah gitu sih, itu aja kayak udah lama. Gue cuma mau bilang gue minta maaf, gue gagal, udah.
Mungkin gue lagi performance gue lagi drop, lagi turun, terus gue nggak ada dikasih kesempatan buat main gitulah. Makanya kayak gue sempat ngerasa, oh apa gue udah nggak cocok di sini, apa udah nggak pantas di sini gitulah. Nggak ada, lebih ke akunya sendiri sih, maksudnya aku pengen, maksudnya kayak oh BTR udah ngasih kepercayaan ke aku, tapi kayak aku nggak mau nyanyiin gitu lah, lebih ke kayak gitu sih prinsip aku.
Anggap aja ini udah final buat kita, tunjukin semua kualitas lo, semangat lo, semuanya preparein semua di sini ya, main semangat mungkin, oke? Ya.
Karena gue rasa tim gue ini baik ke gue, jadi gue harus baik balik lah. Soalnya apa yang gue mau rata-rata diturutin sih. Semenjak ada EVOS Legends, ini tim emang keluarga, tapi semenjak ada dia, kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela bahwa kondisinya salah.
We have nothing to lose. Gak ada yang peduli kita kalah menang, oke?
Beberapa orang yang aku lihat kayak baru masuk e-sport tapi kayak udah males-malesan, apa yang kayak dia pengen udah tercapai gitu. Contohnya misalnya dia pengen masuk e-sport nih, tapi pas dia udah masuk e-sport jatuhnya males-malesan.
Harusnya mereka seperti apa? Ya udah, ini lu udah dikasih token, lu manfaatin sebaik mungkin. Lu harus momentum, lu harus fokus sama momentum yang dikasih. Buat player baru ya, momentum penting sih. Di saat lu udah punya momentum, lu harus manfaatin.
Perjuangan yang mereka lakukan adalah pengorbanan. Pengorbanan adalah totalitas usaha dalam menggapai tujuan mereka. Mereka tidak nyerah akan kegagalan. Mereka tidak puas dengan apa saja yang telah mereka gapai selama ini. Yang mereka lakukan adalah terus berjuang bersama tim yang mereka banggakan, dan bersama berani menghadapi rintangan. Itulah arti loyalitas. Mari saksikan dan dukung usaha mereka pada MPL Celebration Season yang ke-10. We own this.
yang lu mau ya udahlah, tapi lu harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya, lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Ya ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G. Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because
This is awesome.
So creative.
This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail. Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kita beralih ke informasi yang satu ini. Auman sang macan akhirnya menghentikan langkah sang raja.
EVOS Legends sang macan juara dunia. Seperti yang kita tahu, kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends World Championship 2019 atau
Pemirsa
M1
Piala Presiden
sudah
Esports
usai.
2019 mempertemukan dua tim tangguh ONIC melawan Airwolf.
Tidak terbendung di Grand Final Piala Presiden Esports 2019.
Hari ini dimenangkan oleh ONIC.
Kita mau jadi pro player, mau jelas pun itu tergantung balik ke kitanya sih. Bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu.
Terlebih lagi ketika ada kata profesional, lo dituntut kerja, kalau misalkan lo melanggar itu, ya kali lo mau disebut orang yang nggak bertanggung jawab.
Harus ban kalau nggak Nox atau misalnya gue selalu melakukan yang terbaik setiap gue caster, dan gue selalu menganggap hari ini adalah hari caster terakhir gue.
Aku mulai bermain Mobile Legends itu tahun 2016 akhir gitu. Itu di season 2. Ya, langsung tertarik sih dengan gamenya. Karena dia 5 lawan 5 gitu kan. Nah, untuk awal-awal banget gitu, dia mengeluarkan game yang genrenya MOBA masuk ke genreku. Jadi aku tertarik banget dengan game Mobile Legends. Kayak kita bisa dibilang kayak satu komunitas aja gitu loh, daftar gitu ke tim pro itu, tim e-sport itu, yaitu kayak waktu dulu Saints gitu. Nah disitulah mulai menjadi pro player.
Saints Indo berhasil menyamakan kedudukan menjadi satu sama atas elit.
Awal ceritanya karena gue memang suka ngegame, terutama game MOBA tuh gue suka banget karena di situ banyak strategi. Dan untuk ke Mobile Legends sendiri, terakhir kali ngelihat industrinya berkembang, gue ngerasa industri ini bakal besar dan ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai sebesar ini. Gue masuk ke pro scene itu waktu umur 15 ke 16 dan itu masih sekolah.
Jadi itu kalau misalnya game sendiri, gue tuh udah main dari kecil. Gue udah main dari SD, kelas 3 SD gue udah main. Bahkan gue benar-benar tiap hari di warnet. Tapi gue nggak tahu kalau itu menghasilkan. Gue kualifikasi MPL season 1, pertama kali gue duduk di bangku gaming ginian. Gue nggak tahu bangku ginian ada, gue nggak tahu sebuah game bisa jadi turnamen itu. MPL itu merubah hidup gue. Dari orang kasarnya, gue makan warteg aja cuma bisa nasi tempe, sampai alhamdulillah bisa biayain keluarga gue. Ya MPL merubah hidup gue.
Sebelum support, juara plus menghasilkan. Oh, dia lihat kan, anak ini bisa menghasilkan nih, bisa dapat prestasi nih. Tapi di sini bagus gitu. bagus lah, kita sebagai keluarga gitu melihat anak seperti itu ya kita dukung kan pasti, maksudnya kayak ya dukung, asal itu positif aja lah. Nah, sebenarnya kan yang paling dikejar adalah ya itu dulu kan, membuktikan itu supaya kita disupport gitu loh.
Gila, bokap sama nyokap pertama nggak percaya, mikirnya aneh-aneh, mungkin gue diprovokasi atau dicuci otak sama siapa seperti itu. Ya menurut gue itu sesuatu hal yang wajar, kekhawatiran orang tua kepada anak, dan gue pun hargai kekhawatiran mereka itu. Selebihnya sampai sekarang pun akhirnya mereka malah jadinya mendukung, mungkin karena sudah mengetahui hasilnya, meskipun mereka nggak tutup mata terhadap banyak orang yang gagal juga.
Impact positif nyokap gue itu baru terjadi di tahun 2019-20an ketika alhamdulillah caster gue lumayan laku, gue sama hidupi keluarga, benerin rumah. Itu nyokap gue baru sadar kalau gue beneran kerja, karena dia anggap selama ini ya gue keluar main hura-hura. Bahkan gue udah jadi caster pun nyokap gue masih nyuruh gue jadi PNS.
Untuk di awal-awal dengan hobiku yang bisa dibayar gitu, itu kan kayak udah ngebantu banget. Justru kita makin interest banget kan pasti ke Mobile Legends gitu kan. Otomatis ya kita pengen ada tahapan selanjutnya gitu loh. Tahapan selanjutnya adalah ya kalau misalnya aku menjadi jago, otomatis aku bisa masuk ke e-sport. Masuklah pada akhirnya masuk ke e-sport. Setelah aku masuk ke e-sport dan jadi pro player, untuk ke tahap selanjutnya aku menjadi juara gitu loh. Nah, jadi setelah menjadi juara nih, apa yang pengen ini? Ya jadi juara dunia gitu loh.
Bersyukur juga Bang apa yang udah gue dapatkan, dimulai dari liga amatir, terus naik ke yang bisa dibilang amatir tuh liga-liga yang di bawah MPL lah ya, terus naik ke MPL, dan di MPL pun itu udah didapatkan, langsung naik ke Asia itu pun udah didapatkan, bahkan ke achievement pribadi mengenai emoticon, orang pertama yang dapat emoticon itu udah didapatkan. Itu semua rasa syukur yang gak terlewatkan gitu ya. Satu-satunya title yang belum bisa gue dapatkan mungkin kejuaraan dunia.
Banyak banget pengalaman. Yang pasti gue ketemu keluarga gue yang sekarang lo lihat di rumah ini. Itu Five Brothers, itu gue ketemu di sini. Gue ketemu Volva KB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di KB Volva AB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di season 2. Dan yang kenapa gue bilang Five Brothers, ketika kita struggle dulu, sama-sama gak ada yang meninggalin satu sama lain. Ketika nggak punya siapa-siapa dulu, nggak ada yang ninggalin satu sama lain.
Mau jadi pro player gitu ya, kayak bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu. Lebih terpilih orang yang berattitude dibandingkan berskill, karena skill itu bisa beradaptasi. Dia masuk ke pro player, otomatis skillnya udah ada sebenarnya kan mas kan. Attitude-nya juga bagus gitu loh. Jadi kan kita masih bisa ngasah bersama. Daripada jago attitude-nya buruk banget, udah merasa paling jago, kita udah susah mencari sesuatu yang baru mas kalau attitude-nya udah buruk gitu loh.
Saran dari gue, memang konsisten tuh sulit guys. Ketika kalian ngadepin kekalahan, ketika kalian ngadepin susah, entah mungkin dari luar atau mungkin dari tim kalian sendiri, itu hal wajar. Solusinya pun sebenarnya mudah, cuman ya yang namanya ego diri sendiri atau ego temen lu, itu harus dipecahkan. Kalau misalkan itu udah dipecahkan, ya semoga aja semua masalahnya terpecahkan, itu terselesaikan.
Tips and trick untuk yang mau jadi caster, kalau menurut gue pertama adalah kalian percaya diri dulu. Percaya diri, mau belajar, dan lo punya karakter. Maksudnya karakter apa? Identitas diri lo nanti yang mahal.
Dari cara pemikiran dia mungkin, makanya dia pantas buat jadi legenda gitu.
Aura lah, aura kalau gue. Maksudnya kenapa pengorbanan dia, apa yang dia lakuin buat ngejar title juara, dia harus di GH, dia nggak ketemu keluarga.
Pengen masuk tim apa aja dah, pro player, yang penting musuhnya Udil. Kayak gitu kan. Tapi ngidolain dia, tapi pengen jadi musuh gitu loh, pengen yang lain kayak, wah tingkah dia, terus gitu.
Gameplaynya dia tuh yang menurut saya legend sih. Kalau menurut gua, Oji adalah salah satu teman yang care banget sama lingkungannya. Jadi tempat curhatan juga buat teman-temannya. Jadi sosok yang memang dewasa lebih dari umurnya.
Kalau hal baiknya sih pasti ada lah. Dia dengan bawelnya itu menunjukkan kalau dia peduli. Soalnya kalau misalkan dia tuh nggak deket sama orang, dia tuh nggak bakal bawel. Dia tuh bakal template aja.
Tidak ada kata rata-rata pada kamus mereka. Mereka ingin lebih. Mereka haus akan tujuan mereka. Berapapun harga yang akan dibayar untuk itu, mereka tidak akan berpaling. Hingga mereka sampai di titik sekarang. Dengan kegigihan tersebut, mereka pun diakui sebagai legenda. Mari saksikan dan jadilah saksi para calon legenda baru di MPL Celebration yang ke-10. We own this.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head & Shoulders, and super app partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, will GEEK FAM prevail and will they continue their miracle run? because right now they are up against #1 in the standings, ONIC Esports. Welcome to week 8, day number 2, the final week of MPL ID Season 10, here on the English desk with Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi.
At this stage, everything is on the line. So, you know, nothing to lose at this point because everyone wants to make it to the playoffs, and I swear it's never been this close.
It has never been this close, and it has never been this awesome. You guys can join in the awesomeness with this phone right here, the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G. We're gonna hand it over to the tech guy himself, the book boy, Arashi.
Oh, me?
Take it away, man.
Well, I thought you didn't need me to break it down, but 8 gigabytes of RAM, 256 gigabytes of memory, 120 refresh rate display, and of course an octa-core processor, 5G ready. Whatever you need for gaming, this phone has it covered, man. I don't know. What more do you need to hear?
The budget, right? IDR 5.779 million. That's all you need to get this stellar phone. You can get a cashback worth up to 900,000 IDR. And I think you can get Mobile Legends skins as well.
Yeah, up to 689,000 IDR as well. So just a huge deal. You guys should pick it up because we all have done it already.
Well, right on that point, right? Let's take a look at the standings that's also presented to you by the awesome phone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Again, number 8 up against number 1. They're up against a very strong team, a titan in MPL ID.
But remember, GEEK FAM, they're sitting at a win streak at the moment, so momentum is definitely on their side. They've taken down a lot of big teams on the standings as well, so definitely not out of the question for them as everyone on the standings right now. They're so close, Arashi.
They're so close, and GEEK FAM, if they are able to beat the overwhelming odds, I think the stats will favor them over EVOS Legends, I think. Of course, a far cry for making it into the playoff stage for the first time in so long. But man, what a time in history we are in right now, seeing EVOS Legends in 7th place in that red zone. Who would have thought this would ever happen?
But remember here, Arashi as well as Mirko, if GEEK FAM don't win this, they are not going to have a chance into the playoffs. So this is GEEK FAM's match to lose. Whereas ONIC, they're definitely going to the upper bracket. 100% already, nobody can take their title. So a huge amount of weight on the shoulders of GEEK FAM right now. But if they can do this, they will have the chance to take down EVOS and Rebellion in those standings.
Here it is, the chance to playoffs for both EVOS Legends, well, all 4 actually, because right now we still don't know who's going to make it to the playoffs, which is insane. You're right, Arashi. It's going to be crazy, but again, we're going to focus a little bit more onto GEEK FAM first because they're the ones who are going to be competing in the first match. GEEK FAM, how do they make it to playoffs?
They need to win multiple games, man. Again, as Eterna mentioned, if they drop even a single game, I think that will be it for them. Only a 16.7% chance. It's crazy to see that in the grand scheme of things, it's really not that far off from Aura Fire and EVOS Legends, who were on the top of the standings halfway through the season.
Yeah, and what's crazy is right now, GEEK FAM, they need to win both of their matches, right?
Yes.
Today against ONIC, tomorrow against Rebellion Zion. They need to win. This is the minimum amount of games they need to win, all right? 2-1 and 2-0. Optimally, you want to get a sweep for both of your matches, but if you get 2-1 and 2-0, you can still make it to the playoffs, but you need to hope that Aura Fire and EVOS Legends keep losing.
But remember, EVOS is going against RRQ today in the last match, so the odds aren't with them as well. So once again, everything is just still up in the air as we're going to take a look at the chance to upper brackets. And like we mentioned, ONIC Esports already at 100% chance to secure that #1 position in the regular season. But here we see RRQ Hoshi and Alter Ego Esports tied at 50%. And both of these teams still have games, right? So they both need to be able to win that in order to get that upper bracket slot. And every team wants that upper bracket slot because you technically have 2 lives in that position.
Absolutely, but now we're taking a look at the starting lineup for the first match. Arashi, Eterna, it's both of the main lineups here, but ONIC have opted to go for Drian and Samo, that combo that we haven't seen. I think that's the rarest one we've seen.
I think so. It's a lot more slow-paced, and perhaps against GEEK FAM, a team that wants to play super aggressive, they would try to go with the slower combination to try and stifle that aggression. Because if GEEK FAM doesn't get an advantage in the early game, we do know that in that late game, there are holes in their game that other teams can take advantage of. As we take a look at Beloyski with a peace sign coming through the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders, we're going to take a look though at one single player that will be highlighted from the current roster of GEEK FAM.
This player is going to be key in how they can prolong and continue the miracle run. Janna QT, Lord Hades, king of the underworld, will have to pull off crazy plays just like he did up against Aura Fire here on the Ling. So efficient. It's a very different style of Ling that we've seen in MPL ID. It's not mechanically crazy. It's more of that macro. The way he atomizes, the way he maneuvers around the map and rotates. His targeting as well, just absolutely phenomenal. Distracting and also dealing the damage at the same time. That is also his remarkable hero. He's picked it up 3 times, sitting at a 66% win rate. With a pretty high GPM, he's an efficient farmer. He gets the job done with an average kill as well as on 3. He is kind of a mix this season. He's gone on the Assassins, on the utility as well. How are you doing, ONIC? Simple yet deadly. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the geeks who are trying to continue the miracle run. GEEK FAM!
Will they be able to pull it off? That's going to be the question. And I gotta say, this is the closest season for them to be able to make it to the playoffs. As now we're gonna take a look at the match history as well. You can see the development, right? The run that they had, lose streaks. They won against Rebellion and another lose streak, but the previous 2 matches, they were able to win a 2-1 against Aura Fire and EVOS Legends. So momentum definitely on their side. Will luck be as well?
We'll have to see, man. 2-1. Very close matches for GEEK FAM in 2 of their last fights. So we'll have to see against ONIC, a team that's just so far beyond reach from all the other teams. Can they replicate the same kind of success? I think it's going to come down to how much they can surprise ONIC Esports, because if they go with the usual, what they've shown before, I think ONIC Esports, as intelligent as they are, will have found a solution, a potential counter to what GEEK FAM can provide. But now we take a look at ONIC themselves. As we mentioned, just confident, just chill. They know they're in a secure spot. What will they bring out for us today?
That's the question, right? Not really much pressure on their shoulders here in this upcoming match. But they are going to be the ones to decide GEEK FAM's fate today, as all of the members from the side of ONIC Esports are going to be walking through the tunnel cam here by Head and Shoulders. And man, ONIC Esports, such a difficult team to talk about because macro, they've got it, micro, they've got it. But which player stands out the most?
Obviously, has to be the jungle as well. Kyrie, assassin of the Oriental Seas, right here. He's so efficient. You know, we call him an assassin, but honestly, he's been the most lethal on the hero you see right here on screen, the Bowman. On such, you know, Kyrie has such a high ceiling when it comes to mechanical prowess, but this season, he's just been popping off on a whole lot of crazy utility heroes. It just goes to show that if you put him on easy heroes, he can even do more. Coming in again with his remarkable hero, that Bowman, 7 times picked up. 100% win rate. If Janna was efficient at farming, I don't know what to call Kyrie. 699, higher average kills as well, even though he's been placed on those utility junglers more often. We'll see. I really hope that they're gonna make it to the playoffs. Good luck, GEEK FAM. Kyrie over to his ex-teammate Beloy, but welcome the #1, the only team who've made it to the upper brackets, ONIC Esports.
Time and time again, 4 seasons in a row, they've been able to secure that upper bracket slot in the regular season. As we're going to take a look at the match history from day #1, and they've only lost 3 matches. This is insane, Arashi.
It is insane, but as the adage goes, if you can make God bleed, people will start believing in them. Bigatron was able to take him down once. Maybe GEEK FAM can attempt to do the exact same thing. Maybe there's a hole in ONIC Esports game that some teams just haven't found just yet. Right now, it's going to be on Coach Ruben to just decipher how complicated ONIC Esports will be in this next match.
And that's where it gets really scary for ONIC Esports. They have such a solid coaching staff as well, right? You think about the players when you think of ONIC Esports. The all-star lineup, but the coaches to back them up. Yeb and Aldo. they have been so consistent.
And speaking of Aldo, we'll take a look at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders here. ONIC Esports leading in every single stat except for the death, which GEEK FAM actually has quite the advantage in. Not a good look, but of course, stats don't mean everything. The previous match history also shows that ONIC Esports have been able to get the better of GEEK very dominantly every single time. But of course, in Season 10, this is what's so scary, right? The fact that ONIC Esports are the heavy favorites just makes it a lot scarier because usually we're always surprised. We're always caught off guard with what is gonna happen.
Yeah, that's the trend, isn't it? So yeah, you're right. There's a lot of things on the table right now, but if we take a look at the players, it does seem like they are calm. It does seem like they're in good spirits. They're excited perhaps. So that's going to be very important against ONIC Esports. But we have the playoff scenario. Like we mentioned before, if GEEK FAM is able to win, they are going to be able to increase their chance to the playoffs. But if they lose, 0% chance to the playoffs.
Oh man, you know, GEEK FAM, a lot of pressure on them right now. One loss and it's over. And for ONIC, it's chill, man. There's no pressure for them. 100% already. Even if they lose all the matches left, they're still gonna make it to the upper bracket.
Will that mean that GEEK FAM has a chance though? Because if ONIC Esports, they're gonna try and use this opportunity to try and test out new things, right? Like experiment quite a bit. GEEK FAM has a chance to get that victory, and you know, it might not be a big deal for ONIC, but for GEEK FAM, this is a golden opportunity they do not want to miss out on. And just like that, we're in the banning phase for the first game. ONIC Esports against GEEK FAM.
It starts here in the draft. ONIC Esports versus GEEK FAM. GEEK FAM ready though, going for that respect ban on that Fanny towards Kyrie. For ONIC, they're going for a little bit more of a prio ban route.
Okay, we'll see what happens here. And I do agree with you, Arashi, on your previous point. I do believe that ONIC Esports, when the pressure is not really in their hands, they do usually start to experiment when it comes down to the draft. So very interesting. I think weird things might pop up here for ONIC Esports in particular, as we do see a Grok being banned away. So a respect ban towards GEEK FAM, realizing that they do love to go for that double roamer strat with the Grok as well as the Selena. And in response, GEEK FAM has opted to take out the 1-1 as well.
Ooh, Bakito is left open here. ONIC can very easily claim it for themselves. There we go. A very good flex pick. Very dominant in lane and in the jungle, especially in the right hands. So we'll just have to see for GEEK FAM. They banned out that 1-1 already, so what will they try and offer right here? Gold laners are important, but it hasn't been as prio after that patch.
What has been prio after the patch, right? Everything that we know is prio has technically been banned out and picked up by ONIC already with the Paquito. Farsa has been left open as well. Mathilda becomes the prio for GEEK FAM with the Lilia. This combination that literally helped them win up against EVOS Legends, reverse sweeping EVOS. But ONIC Esports, oh, no hesitation whatsoever. The Cho picked up this hero. We've seen it mostly on Keyboy when we see it on ONIC. But Samo, when he was in the MDL, he was performing out of his mind on this hero. One of his signatures, actually.
Definitely a reliable tool that they can use with the CC options that it has, as now ONIC Esports has also opted to pick up that Claude, Arashi.
They've got Claude, and looking at their keys of victory by Axe, limit GEEK's duo PH comfort heroes, and anticipate GEEK FAM's pick-off strats. They already have the Lilia and the Matilda, so they have a lot more maneuverability, and they have a lot more wave clear in the mid side, and with that Fredrin, gonna be quite scary in the side lanes. They have to explore Drian and CW's white hero pool and also pressure and shut down Kadira's movement, right? That gold lane matchup is just so important right now. So if they can get someone strong in the mid lane, it's gonna be so beneficial for that side lane pressure, especially for ONIC, because they have that Cho that can be used for that dual roam strategy. For the side of GEEK FAM though, as you can see, do their own pick-off strats and ensure that they can get that aggression going on, right? Because we've seen that ONIC Esports, they're always calculated, but when things get wild, when it gets instinctive, GEEK FAM has a bit of an edge.
All right. We got a little book here from Caius, Season 10, Week 1, Week 2. All right.
Aww.
Yeah. First it was just Kabuki alone, then it was Kabuki with one of the ONIC girls.
Oh.
Okay. Ooh. GEEK FAM though, looking for the bans here. Kadira and Karina both banned out. Let's take a look at both of the XP laners though. Luke and Boots. Both of these players have been, you know, very crucial.
Right. I think there's a lot more emphasis on the EXP lane right now because with the macro game so important, that EXP lane, the island, where they're independent, they're just trying their best to go win 1v1 in the duel, is just so important because you set up the pressure around the map as well. It's almost as important as the gold laner, not in direct participation, but in that map control department. So I think Boots and Luke will have a lot on their hands, and if Boots gets that Paquito, he has a bit of an advantage there because it's a lot more proactive than the Fredrin.
Okay, but here we see GEEK FAM already opting with the Farsa ban, so starting to limit the heroes for Drian to use. That is one of Drian's comfort heroes, and we've seen the prowess that Farsa has, especially after her buff from that patch that we saw. So already taking that away, he does still have a few options on the table, but we'll see what goes down. Ling is going to be the choice of ban for ONIC, respecting Janna QT, as now GEEK FAM in the second phase have the first pick.
Amon or Julian, I think right now, they go for the Irithel, so they're letting both the Julian and the Amon go for now, which is very interesting, right? Chidera on the Irithel. We've seen him before. He is an absolute nuisance on this Irithel. Here, though, we have a comment from Coleus. GEEK FAM has a tendency to play like the Filipino teams, and it's starting to show here. I do agree. I feel like they found their identity, but it might be a bit too late, right? They found their identity right, I think, in week 6.
In week 6, the performance is just a lot better. But of course, as you mentioned, it's so late in the season, which is why they're in such a tough spot right now. Will their Filipino playstyle actually come up against ONIC Esports? We'll have to see, because ONIC Esports, I think one of their main strengths is how they're able to adjust and adapt against different kinds of playstyles. They have the Cho, they have the Selena. This is going to be that heavy roam strategy with very solid side laners and jungle control with that Balmond. GEEK FAM, their final solution will be that Julian. This is going to be a tough way to victory though for GEEK FAM.
Oh man, looking at the drafts right now, ONIC Esports is going to be Drian on the Cho, Samo on the Selena. I personally haven't seen a whole lot of Samo on the Selena, even in the MDL, but now it's time to take a look at the audience prediction by TikTok. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, number 8 in the standings up against number 1. Look who's in the crowd as well. Coach Brandini and Marky watching this game live from the MPL Arena.
What an uncanny audience prediction. It's so close, 55 to 45. Like you mentioned, number 1 and number 8 on the standings. We're going to see how this pans out because, man, GEEK FAM, they really, really need this win.
Exactly. Desperate times for GEEK FAM, but of course, ONIC Esports, they have a dominant strategy in hand right now. Will it be good enough to destroy GEEK FAM all the way since the early game? Let's check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1.
Game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, GEEK FAM versus ONIC Esports for the playoffs. Let's jump into the land of Dawn and let's get game number 1 into our hands here with ONIC already placing themselves in a position to get that mid control.
Man, honestly, I'm already really nervous about this matchup. We're going to see how this pans out because in terms of that early game, it's quite split, right? Samo does have that kill pressure, but so does Beloyski. Elzura also has really huge wave clear, but so does the Cho, so does Drian. It's very interesting to see this matchup here as Drian goes in, tries to pressure Elzura here, but it's not going to happen.
For the Demon Slayer, Kyrie will be able to secure the Litho as well. So I think it's just a difference in speed, right? GEEK FAM has a lot more speed to roam around with, but for ONIC Esports, they have a lot more kill pressure, a lot more crowd control, and we see a sandwich here for both desks. Only the center person being voting for GEEK FAM.
Hey man, it's me and Papulo against the world, I guess, right now. Down prediction brought to you by Axe here. But early on, I will have to say, it has to be ONIC Esports who have the better draft, right? However, if GEEK FAM are able to weather a storm, or maybe even go for pickoffs like this, they will be able to actually get their power spikes going and maybe creating a snowball for themselves.
But it's going to be very difficult for GEEK FAM to actually try and contest these neutral objectives. So when it comes down to that mid game, GEEK FAM, they're going to have to look for perhaps a pickoff onto a member of ONIC Esports in order for them to have the dub in that particular regard. But as you can see here, 14 seconds left for that neutral objective to spawn, and we'll see who is going to have the better setup.
Consider GEEK FAM is stuck reacting to the plays from ONIC Esports, they do have the Matilda that will be able to actually save a lot of the members getting stunned and locked down here. But you can see, I think ONIC Esports are still the ones that's proactive. If they can actually avoid a massive Abyssal Arrow, I think they have a chance here. They have to try and deal with Kyrie though to ensure that he does not get the easy secure on the mutual objective.
Look at Boots though with a knockout strike onto two members. Dreon going in with Way the Dragon as well, locking Jana QT down. And that's going to be the turtle taken away by Kyrie. Luke though with a flicker, Appraisal, Wrath coming in to pick up the kill. He's looking for more. A 1-for-1 trade, objective for kill. Who takes the dub there?
Ooh, I think the turtle is a bit more valuable in this early game right here. They do lose Samo, but he's essentially a roamer as well, even though he's on a kill duty. But Surfing Eagle gets popped up by Beloyski. Is it too aggressive though?
Ooh.
Worth it!
Oh my god, and there you go. A trade once again happening here, but this time it is going to favor GEEK FAM as they were able to take down CW. But Kadira!
I don't know about this though. Kadira! All the way, getting stunned up, able to outplay Dreon. That's a massive, massive play from GEEK FAM. Again, CW is going to be quite behind from that play, and you guys can join in the fun right now with the new battle emote, the MPL 2022 edition. For ONIC, it's the Aura, and for GEEK FAM, it's Sante, bro. So it's the opposite, right?
Hey, chill, bro, and a bit of a contrast in the battle
Look
emote.
at that face. Look at the ONIC face.
Exactly, it's kind of meme, man. But it shows how they want to play. Are aggressive in the early game. You can see Boots with the Paquito as well as Samo HT and Dreon making the plays happen here. But GEEK FAM, they're catching up and they have the damage possible to actually match ONIC Esports in the early game.
Wow. Wow, it's insane. The GEEK FAM, they're really stepping this up. They're really putting ONIC Esports right now to respond to the tempo that they've set for themselves. GEEK FAM already putting so much pressure on the board. They're going to have a good time in that top side. And my oh my, when we're talking about that gold line, Kadira has improved immensely.
Yeah, and here as well, you can see that there has been a trade, but down below, Chidera able to run away for now, going in for the outplay under the turret. He's going to be able to dish down the damage.
He's alive.
Still alive, Chidera! Samo goes in for one last hit, will be able to connect it, but it's traded back. The time and the resources that Chidera has been able to buy out from ONIC have been just insane as GEEK FAM look for the turtle.
They don't have the gold laner though, so we're going to see what happens. Kyrie, remember, with the lethal counter is going to have more pressure on this turtle.
Let's see, Dreon jumping in, Luke doing the same thing onto Kyrie, zoning him away from the turtle, knocking him up. Jana with enhanced sword as well, retreat battle, and it's Kyrie who wins it right here. Samo jumping in, Luke able to run away with the Appraiser's Wrath, comes in as well. Dreon gonna get taken down, Kyrie low, Jana looking for that kill. He might actually just go for the orange buff, a bit too risky. He moves over to the mid lane, and they want to trade it for some turret gold.
Wow, aggressive pace coming from GEEK FAM. They're not getting the mutual objectives, but they do have a lot more damage as Luke goes aggressively. They go for the kill.
Oh my god, Samo just got taken down. CW has the mana to get out with the BMI, but Beloy, he's walking him down in the bush, doing the damage. One more hit, CW gets out, and Dreon comes in. Oh no, the way the dragon was placed onto Jana. I don't think he went to do that. He wanted to kick Beloy into the turret, I believe. But GEEK FAM are able to get out. They are actually able to get 2 turrets as well. So it's a massive win for GEEK FAM.
Huge value. ONIC Esports was leading with 1,000 before the events unfolded, but now GEEK FAM has taken back the control in the economy. And we can see ONIC Esports looking for some compensation on the board, looking to rotate. But so far, they haven't been able to utilize Samo on the Selena's pickoff strategy to its utmost potential. And rather, GEEK FAM, with the additional mobility from Beloyski on the Matilda, has been winning out the trades.
They've taken the turret in the middle of the lane as well as in the bot lane as well. So GEEK FAM have a lot more control to play around with. And we see that I think the big difference here is how aggressively, how proactive Luke is playing. It's always been to the fights where Boots has been stuck in his own lane for now. So maybe this is a new strat, but on the top side, Boots now in a tough situation.
Oh, knockout strike 2 times, and look at Dreon coming in, locking Jana down, who has the enhanced sword, is able to get out for now. Appraiser's Wrath comes in, Boots goes up for damage. Luke is going to be taken down. Kyrie looking for Jana right now, who's still able to maneuver himself out there, but the lethal counter seals his fate. Down below, GEEK FAM looking for the trade. Chidera in in 1v1 against CW. It's gonna be the circling eagle coming in onto Samo. Chadera with the sprint, popped in already, trying to deal the damage as Samo tries to run. CW dishing out the damage onto Chadera. Gets out with the BMI, but look at the guiding win. Bringing him back to deal the damage for Chadera to take the kill. ONIC traded for a turret up top. Drian doesn't want to stop here. He wants to go for it. Turtle being contested. Kyrie on it. Drian jumps in with the way to Dragon, bringing Chadera back for the lethal counter. Retri as well. Kyrie is massive. Elzura pops the black shoes. Both of the teams disengage.
Wow.
And there you have it.
Wow, what happened here? ONIC Esports instantly taking back the lead. We can see that GEEK FAM was trying to look for an invade in that bottom side, but meanwhile, ONIC Esports, they weren't standing idly by. They were able to get a tower in that top side. The mid side was pressing, though, against their favor, but ONIC Esports, with the clutch retribution coming in from Kyrie, the outplays from Kyrie, they're able to get the steal onto the buff as well.
And he doesn't even get caught. Yeah, you bring Chadera, but Kyrie's just gonna recall in your face.
Wow. GEEK FAM here, they're losing a bit of control. ONIC Esports, I think they were just underestimating, GEEK FAM was underestimating ONIC Esports quite a bit. You see Chadera just walk in front of Drian, and you can't let that happen, man. The Cho is just waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the chance to just kick you into his team. So they have to play a bit more carefully. They can still win out in terms of wave control, wave pressure, and burst damage. But of course, it has to go out at the right time and at the right people.
I'm thinking, right? Because after the laning phase has elapsed, which it has already, they're going to start grouping up, right? Because they want to be able to contest things like the Lord, like those turrets, and perhaps even pickoffs. But ONIC Esports, they have a lot more to play with the amount of CC that they have. So now Luke gets taken down just like that with a lethal counter, Mikko.
Oh, and even CW with the Blazing Duet just melts Elzura down, taking him out. Drian with Way of the Dragon, bringing Beloyski out. Actually, Kyrie trapped right there, but the Circling Eagle gets him back. Beloy forced a flicker boots with the knockout strike flicker combo, is able to knock up Jana, who's still able to get out, but Chadera, oh my god, he's 1 HP again! He's still able to survive for now, but 2 members get taken down for 1. It's still worth it for ONIC, especially now that Kyrie can take the purple buff away from Jana.
Wow, that's an insane back and forth right here, but ONIC clearly has the advantage. The fact that the little counter just executes Luke, it makes that Fredrin pick just a little bit squishier than it usually is. And for GEEK FAM, the fact that there's 4 kills in the hands of Beloyski really isn't ideal. They are still going to be pressuring for the Lord though. Are they trying to get a fight using it, or are they actually trying to rush it before Kyrie makes an appearance?
A desperate play from GEEK FAM. Drian gonna be the target. Circling Eagle popped in. Kyrie knocked up. They're gonna go onto him, but Boots is in the midst. Goes in for the knockout strike on the 2 members, and look at CW melting that back line, disintegrating everyone in his sights. Luke taken down as well. It's a 2-for-1. Only Drian falling there for Luke and Beloy.
But look at how the lanes are crashing for the side of ONIC Esports in that top side as well as the bottom side. So even if they lost 2 people, even if GEEK FAM wanted to risk it, wanted to go for the contest, they are now forced to deal with those lanes first. But here we go once again, GEEK FAM with 2 members down.
I don't know about this. Look at Elzura. Black Shoes popped in. Kyrie knocked up. Chadera doing the damage again, but look at Kyrie. He pops in the lethal counter onto Jana, taken down. No retreat possible for GEEK FAM already, and Kyrie picks up the kill onto the Lord. Chadera still surviving. Circling Eagle onto Boots. They need to get some kills here. Chadera, 1 more hit onto Boots, but he's still surviving here. Chadera finally gets that shutdown. Good amount of gold into his pockets, but ONIC Esports with a 4,000 gold lead in theirs.
Wow. I mean, Beloyski, he's trying his best to try and make the plays happen for his team, but when you're on a Mathilda, it's going to be very, very difficult. And Chadera is just zoned away by so many threats. Drian can spell his doom. CW for now can still burst him down. And of course, we saw how aggressive Boots was whenever he saw that Chadera has no protection. So I think the key in the late game is how much they can peel for Chadera. Someone needs to actually be on guard duty to make sure that he does not get bursted down, because the irrital damage later on will be a huge problem that ONIC Esports can't really hope to deal with. A Bristol arrow that lands onto Elzura.
Oh my god, Elzura is still able to pop the black shoes now. They are going to be able to defend the bottom side. Appraiser's Wrath popped in by Luke. GEEK FAM defend for now. Very minimal damages for GEEK FAM as they are able to disengage. The main winning condition, Arashi, I think for GEEK FAM has to be Chadera and Elzura at this point.
Yep. Elzura has a Purify as well, so he's actually in a pretty good spot. He has tools to outplay, and it's his signature hero as well. He is a very good Lilia player, and in that late game, AoE DPS burst essentially. the best of both worlds. And against the burst damage from ONIC Esports, those black shoes, if he can use it in the right moment, it can really bait in the members of ONIC Esports. As we take a look at a bit of the items here, Athena Shield and Dominance Ice completed for Boots on top of that Bloodlust Axe. So he is going to be very durable in the front line. But I think Janna, building the full damage Julian, if he gets a good play going on, there's a potential for him to be that main damage dealer as well.
It all comes back down to setup here, right? Who is going to be able to make the better move first? Because if ONIC Esports are able to use the amount of CC that they have from the Wave Dragon from Drian, as well as the Trap and the Abyssal Arrow from Samo, and take down, let's say, the prime members from GEEK FAM, Elzura or even Kadera, then I feel like that's going to be just GG, because they're relying heavily on the damage from them. We can see as well how they're optimizing for those items, and we'll see. Kadera, once he reaches that power spike, it is going to be very difficult, but because of how much things ONIC Esports can play with in terms of that, they might be able to outplay GEEK FAM.
That's the roam squad coming in from GEEK FAM so aggressively. Drian will be chased away, and GEEK FAM just trying to find something here. As I mentioned earlier, they have a lot more DPS later on, so ONIC Esports with 3 fighters, it makes sense that they'll be ahead for now, but Drian, he's getting a good flank here. They discover it.
He's knocked up right now, has a flicker to get out, baiting out the circling eagle. Boots comes in as well. Flicker burnt from Drian will mean that again in this team fight, GEEK FAM might actually be able to look for a solid opening. They don't need to think about that Drian Flicker combo with the Cho anymore.
But they don't have 2 of their ultimates here, Miracle, so it depends, right? If the utility and the source of value from their ultimates can be utilized properly in this upcoming fight, they might have a chance. But as you can see here, GEEK FAM already responding with maybe trying to just bait the members of ONIC Esports, as that bottom side is going to be pushing a really good setup for ONIC Esports.
Boots is doing so well controlling that lane, and you can see that Luke is just confused on where to go, but there we go.
Black Shoes popped in, that's another ultimate burnt away. GEEK FAM looking for an opening. Drian jumps in with the Jikundo onto Luke. Abyssal Arrow as well connecting. Both teams just playing around, dancing around the Lord. Another Abyssal Arrow. Not connecting. GEEK FAM, Chadera needs to go to the mid lane, clearing out the minion waves right now, as GEEK FAM are able to actually force the reset onto the Lord. Samo flickering out, circling Eagle onto Drian, bringing it back. 40 handshake to connect. Knockup coming in. Chadera picks up the kill. That was Janna. But still, it's a 1-4-0. Chidera will have to go down below to the bottom side with Boots slow pushing the wave. Luke jumps in onto Kyrie, forcing a fight. But they gotta be careful. Elzura, oh, so close for that Abyssal Arrow to connect. Boots looking for the flank. Both teams disengaging for now. But GEEK FAM, they need to take care of the waves coming in from that bottom side. And Hans Chain gonna be caught very soon right now as Boots gets knocked out. Goes over the knockout strike on the 2 members. CW still waiting with that blazing duet. Kyrie in the midst of it all right now, goes to the lethal counter. Luke's still able to survive. CW jumping out with the BMI, but look who's here! It's Chadera, all the way from the bottom lane. CW taking low, Kyrie as well. CW's blazing duet coming in with the wind of nature from Chadera, and an amazing enhanced chain from Janna seals the deal. GEEK FAM able to win the team fight 2-0.
Samo and CW get taken down, traded for nothing, and that is going to be worth it for GEEK FAM. Now they are going to be able to have the man advantage if they want to go for the contest on the Lord. Only Drian, only Boots, and only Kyrie will be there, but I hope that it's going to be enough. Are they going to commit onto this, or are they going to look for another pickoff?
GEEK FAM, they can use this Lord to just send ONIC Esports into a meat grinding mode. They're waiting for the chance to actually get more kills, but here we go. Lord contest by ONIC Esports.
They get on to Kyrie, but Chadera is going to get taken down. It's looking grim for GEEK FAM. Kyrie knocked up all the way. The red dream from Janna and the chain. Janna keeps the dream alive. Getting the victory here, but Boots says no. He wants to take them down in a 2v3. Boots jumps in once again onto Luke. Elzura still surviving. Beloy coming in. Boots with one more hit. The taunt comes in. Luke trying to bait, trying to body block, but Boots flickers forward. Beloy, the only one left to defend. 14 seconds on Chadera. ONIC Esports with the team fight 1. They're looking for the base turret on the mid lane. They're waiting for it. What are they waiting for right now? I think they're waiting to just go in. Oh my god, that was brilliant. They didn't want the other waves to help in. And now Beloy able to buy some time with the circling eagle. Samo getting stunned up. Chadera goes over the mini waves and look at the end. Everyone's going for the base. Chadera still able to survive. Chadera with the defense.
3v1 situation, and you can see Kadera making the outplay, keeping GEEK FAM in the game as it was their game to lose. Already we can see 3 members pushing in that mid side, but they are still able to defend. And now ONIC Esports, they need to clear that top side. The Lord is on the way, as now we're also going to take a look at the instant replay presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
The knockup comes in at such the right time. Jana Cutie gets the steal on the Lord, gets the knockup on 2 members, and does the damage, but unfortunately, they're unable to actually get more afterwards. But right now, GEEK FAM, they're making it work. Drian is no longer on the table.
But ONIC Esports were able to take care of that enhanced Lord. GEEK FAM won't be able to crack the base. They will only be able to get the outer turrets.
1,600 gold lead, but you can see GEEK FAM still pushing in that mid side. Beloyski definitely looking for an opening here to allow Kadera to deal out the damage that she already has.
Luke zoning that back line. Kyrie jumps in with the lethal counter. GEEK FAM looking towards that top side. You can hear the chants from the crowd supporting GEEK FAM right now as they're tearing through the base of ONIC. CW gets caught in the enhanced chain again by Jana. GEEK FAM can look for an end right here. Mini waves coming in again in the mid lane and that top side. GEEK FAM gonna go for discipline route onto the bottom side with a slow pushing. GEEK FAM with 1 mini wave right now. They want to make it work. Abyssal arrow connecting onto Luke, but look at that in the back line. Boots able to jump in, but Chadera still kiting really well. Kyrie as well, very tanky. Goes in for lethal counter onto Chadera, who still is able to kite away. GEEK FAM are winning the team fight. Samo jumps in for the desperate play. Samo with a winner's truncheon. Drian with the defense. Appraiser's Wrath, securing a double kill for Luke. And Hatch Chain coming in again. Drian left to defend. GEEK FAM against all odds. Comeback victory, keeping the miracle run alive.
Wow, first game taken by GEEK FAM in a crazy fashion. They were able to just wait for their power spikes, give ONIC Esports that early game, give them all the objectives because they say they don't need it. All they need is 1 moment to turn it around. And this is 1-0 for GEEK FAM, the 8th place against the first in the standings.
Woo. What a game, man. ONIC Esports with a solid early game, but GEEK FAM with the patience, the perseverance to try and make sure that they get something going on. Kadera saving the game from the brink, and just like that, GEEK FAM, a step in the right direction, 1 more to go to keep the dream alive.
I cannot believe it. In your wildest dreams, this could happen. It is happening right now. ONIC are a game down. GEEK FAM have the ultimate chance to prevail, to keep the dream, the miracle run alive.
Their development this season has just been so impeccable, right? We've seen it implemented in the game. It's not just their singularity micro. You can see the way that they synergize with each other, and this has got to be one of the strongest lineups coming in from GEEK FAM, coming so far. And even individually, we saw Chidera being able to make so many outplays against ONIC Esports, these veterans in the game. And it was just so beautiful to watch as now on screen, we're going to see a couple of moments from both teams. You can see how calm GEEK FAM was, and I think that's their winning point. That's how they win. When they're calm, when they're chill, when they're relaxed, when they don't feel the pressure, they're able to perform to their utmost capacity.
I think I can agree with that, man. GEEK FAM, there's so many moments where they can crumble under the pressure, they can lose to the early game pressure, the crowd control, the burst damage from ONIC Esports. But even on an individual level, they're able to survive just long enough, save the towers just long enough to make that late game work for them. That's not an easy feat against a team as calculated, as neat as ONIC Esports. And now we take a look at the item builds for both these teams. Off the bat, Elzura with a defensive option here, going for the brute force breast, but knowing that there is physical, well, a lot of physical damage coming in from the side of ONIC Esports. He went for the Divine Glyph early on, which I find interesting. But after that, that glowing one is what's so valuable against all these beefy fighters on the side of ONIC Esports. Luke as well, he didn't finish, he only has a Molten Core right now, and everything else is full on defense, man. He knows that if he can buy enough time, he can be enough of a nuisance and catch someone off guard on the side of ONIC Esports. His team has all the damage available. And of course for Kadera, the Wind of Nature being the only defensive item, it's essentially the only one he needs. The only person that can jump in that backline that decisively is Boots as well as CW, and if either of them make that attempt, Kadera is absolutely ready for it. And I think it's a bold move coming in from Kadera and Janna, banking on going full damage, essentially, knowing that if they play the fight properly, if they take advantage of Mathilda and the kit, the save, the shields, they can actually out-damage the roster of ONIC Esports, especially when the fights are just slow and methodical and back and forth like that. ONIC Esports really require a big amount of burst, a big combo, if you can say, for their composition to come out on top. I think GEEK FAM was just so good at trying to find a fight that really favors them in that late game.
I think this might be a solution to the Claude, right? Fredrin, whenever you try to jump in with that Blazing Duet, the Fredrin has so many tools to cancel it out with his knock-up, with his taunt as well. Coming in here in this game, there's just a whole lot of CC from GEEK FAM. CW, however, still the rich guy by living by Mandiri. It's mixed here. CW, Chadera, Kyrie, Baloy.
Wow. I mean, it's funny as well because Baloyski in the early game was the one securing a lot of those kills, so for a while it looks very worrying because if the bulk of your kills are on the roamer, not exactly ideal, right? You want it on your gold laner or on the mid lane or on the jungler, someone that can output that damage, make use of those kills to try and snowball. But GEEK FAM, they persevered and they abused the fact that Baloyski was that tanky. As if you saw in the mid game, Baloyski was just being very, very risky, and it's going to be very hard to punish him just because of the kind of gold income he's able to get in that early game. I think you can also give credit to Kadera though. He's just so good at distance management, man. There's so many dashes from Bauman, from CW with the BMI, from Boots, and of course for Drian. All tools required to get close to you. But Kadera, he says, nah, I can't let you get close. Keeps them at arm's length.
Eterna and Arashi, fun fact, Kyrie's Balman is no longer 100%.
Oh, no!
It's gone.
Ooh.
Well,
you're right, but on screen you can see the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series for that first game between ONIC and GEEK FAM. It's going to go to none other than Chadera, and I don't think this was, without a shadow of a doubt, he deserved that MVP. He was able to make crazy outplays, 3v1 situations, still able to get out alive, or even buy just a little bit more time for the other members of GEEK FAM to rotate and look for a trade.
I think positioning and distance management is just like two of the main things that make Kadera...
The spacing, man. It's
exactly.
So good.
The distance management is just so brilliant from Kadera. He's just barely in range to do damage, but at the same time, he knows how to make it difficult for the opposing team to try and touch him. You can see here, he even calculates, just barely the amount of damage that Boots can do to him, and he just stays in the fight. Even though he is low HP, if there's a chance, he will come back here and keep fighting. But if he thinks there's no chance, he will back away. So it's just very intelligent. And in the late game, man, when you're on an Aerithel, that's a lot of damage. And when there's other members that ONIC is trying to chase down, you have free range to just move around, do that damage. Man, ONIC cannot let this guy loose. They need to try and get some crowd control and ensure that this guy won't be outputting damage again and again. Of course, this was that insane fight. You can say there's a bit of luck involved, but at this high level, luck is a skill, man. Right here, Baloy buys just enough time. Kadera clears the waves, and just like that, he just runs down the members of ONIC Esports. And that shift in momentum allows them to just push all the way, get turrets, open up the base, make ONIC Esports attempt crazy plays, and once that's over, they take that victory, man. What a performance. One more to go. Let's go, dude. Let's do it.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that moment that Chadera was able to defend that base, because
saved the game.
Chadera didn't do that, that would have been ONIC's game to win.
His targeting as well, right? He went straight for CW there. Even though Boots was taken low, he went for the man who was hitting on to the base. So the targeting, the spacing, is brilliant from Chadera. I still can't believe the man's a rookie.
Exactly.
And he's not just a rookie. It's crazy. It's next level rookie. Usually the rookies who are able to perform out of their minds here have experience in the MDL, right? Elzura being a good example. So Tsujin. Chadera has no MDL experience, no stage, no competitive experience. What the heck, man?
Yeah, he just came out of nowhere and said, all right, I'm here to steal the show. I'm not here to take part, I'm here to take over.
And he's arguably one of our best goal laners right
exactly.
now. Because
what?
He's able to perform on several different heroes and still able to make those outplays and still able to carry his team. And that's what we need from a gold laner, right? You can't just rely on one or two heroes because, you know, at this stage, if it gets nerfed, if there's a new patch, if it gets banned away from you, there's no flexibility there. And that's going to be very important. And man, Chidera, so fresh.
So fresh. Almost as fresh as the new Axe effect. If he uses it, he's going to be double fresh with the dual action body spray. 48 hours of pure just goodness for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Arashi, I can smell it right here, uses the Axe, and he doesn't even need to shower, right?
Exactly. Showering's for noobs, man. When you want to grind all the way, you want to focus on your Mobile Legends rank grind, you ain't got time for showers, man.
No.
The Axe effect got you.
That's how you get
Especially
mythic.
with the new season.
Especially with the new season. It's
Yeah.
so try hard right now. You need
Yeah.
to smell fresh. Because the better you smell,
the better you play. And you can actually smell that intenseness coming in from the players on screen. As now we're also going to take a look at the game recap. Maybe some of you missed that game between ONIC and GEEK FAM. What happened? How did ONIC lose that game, Arashi?
ONIC, man, they had all the momentum in that early game, but unfortunately, in that late game, right, when the composition is just, you know, so precise, ONIC Esports has to get that early game advantage, and they cannot let GEEK FAM get shutdowns, get any comeback moments, because in the late game, with Lilia and Iritel, they have a lot more advantage in the DPS, which counters the beefiness of the fighters. The impact player was Kyrie and Kadera, and both performed really, really well. It just came down to a few key moments where GEEK FAM were just able to barely get that advantage and barely stay in it. So right now, with a 1-0 score, the pressure is on ONIC Esports here. What will we see? What kind of adjustments will we see made? Are they going to go for the early game composition yet again? Or are they going to reform and go for something more balanced?
This is interesting, right? Because usually when they play a particular set, in that second game, they do usually change out their rosters. But in this match against GEEK FAM, they've actually opted for the same, still with Drian and still with Samo. So they've really opted to commit with this. So maybe perhaps it goes back down to the drafting, right? For GEEK FAM, they just need to be able to be as patient and as disciplined as they were in that game against ONIC Esports, because even the fact that they were behind in that early game, they realized when their power spike started to show. But they didn't wait idly as well. They were able to get a lot of good trades against ONIC Esports, at least get a few picks, was able to get some turrets in that early to mid stage, and they were able to come back because the goal difference wasn't too large here, Mirko.
here though, you know, we got the hand of the king.
Ooh.
#1 highest average assists, 7.75 average assists per game. That's a pretty insane feat, right? Samo has been playing a whole lot of games this season, swapping out with Keyboy, and keeping his assists this high throughout the season has just been phenomenal. As a rookie, technically again, right? In MPL, he came in from the MDL, but honestly, I have a different opinion. Actually.
Let's hear it.
From Arashi's. Arashi said that ONIC Esports are the one who are pressured now that they're a game down, but I would actually say that it's still all GEEK FAM. The pressure's all on GEEK FAM.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, yes.
Yeah, because ONIC Esports, they got it done, man. There's no pressure here. If they lose this, it's fine. It's all good. Obviously, they don't want to lose it. There's a little bit of pressure there, but it's still more pressure towards GEEK FAM. Here, though, to both of the coaches, Coach Aldo and Coach Ruben, are on their JBL Quantums, feeding in information the best they can with the best headset in the world.
Crisp, clear communication, only the best for everyone here participating in MPL, whether it be the players, the casters, or even the coaches. So we're going to see how this goes down for the second game, as the draft pick is going to start in about 20 seconds. But before we go into it, Arashi, do you have any final words for GEEK FAM? Or even ONIC, actually?
Well, for ONIC, right, you gotta stick to the game plan, and you can't underestimate GEEK FAM, man. They are, with their backs against the walls, they have nothing to lose here. They're gonna go all in to try and keep the dream alive, so you need to try and take them seriously as well. Don't pull any punches just because they're that far away from you in the standings, because in Season 10, even the bottom of the standings is still a massive threat.
We're back again, ladies and gentlemen, into the draft of game number 2. Again, the scenario for GEEK FAM to make it to playoffs is they need to win both of their last matches, preferably getting a sweep on both to get the best aggregate point possible. Then they have to wish Aura loses in the second match and EVOS loses in the final match of the day. Let's take a look at the bands here. GEEK FAM still on the red side.
We'll see what happens here. GEEK FAM now have actually opted to take away the Hilda this time around. Are they hinting for a link pick, perhaps?
An assassin.
Or a Jana Cutie, or even another assassin, you're right. As on... Wait, what?
What?
Come on. A
Hang
Nana
on.
ban?
What is going on?
I think there might be an issue with the draft here. Yeah, I think they're going to remake here, as you can see. I think there is an issue with the bans coming in, or with the draft in general, because we are seeing a Layla, a Chang'e. Yeah, okay. Now it's basically confirmed. There is something wrong with the draft. We are going to have to remake this, ladies and gentlemen. It was a good heart attack, technically.
Yeah,
I was like,
me too.
Whoa, what's going on here? But yeah, for sure, it is going to be a remake. I think there was a connection issue when they were picking a hero or banning it. For a second, I was like, my heart was like, wait, that's not right. All right.
I was like, is there something that we're not aware of? Like, is Nana meta?
No. Well, it can be in ranked.
It was meta for a bit in ranked, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was so annoying in ranked. But yes, coming back into the game, we are going to take a little moment to wait around for the drafts for the second game. And like we mentioned before, it is still pressure onto the shoulders of GEEK FAM, because if they lose this match, they are not going to be able to make it into the playoffs whatsoever. As we do have an audience comment by you guys from TikTok by Ashifanur56. GEEK FAM revamped for playoff. Go GEEK FAM, go.
No, that's not it.
How?
Once a geek?
Oh, it's a BAM!
There you go.
That's
That's how you do it. Go something? It's go ONIC. It's ONIC, right? Here, though, again, this is where the support of all of you guys, the audience, the fans, will definitely help boost their morale for both ONIC Esports and for GEEK FAM. So go ahead and spam it in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Once a geek, always a fam, and go ONIC.
Go ONIC.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
But
Let's
we
see,
do
though.
have another audience comments from you guys again from TikTok. Chacha.intan. #1 till the end. Hashtag go ONIC.
At this point, you're almost guaranteed to be #1 till the end, right? I mean, you have 2 more matches.
I mean,
technically,
not the playoffs, right?
#1 in the regular season,
Yeah.
obviously. But #1 in the playoffs, that's going to be a different story, especially considering just how much improvement all the other teams have been going through right now. GEEK FAM, though, right now, the target man, #1 highest total death, 114 deaths. Goes to show that Beloy does not care, right? He's going to go. He's going to die. It's fine. As long as he enables the team. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter whether he's in the Philippines or in ID. In both MPLs, he is known to have the stat of highest total deaths. So I guess that's just his playstyle. He doesn't really care about if he gets taken down, as long as he gets his job done, as long as he's able to mediate his teammates, he's all right. And here we see the ONIC fans saying it's cold on the top. And it's true. I mean, they are still #1 on the standings.
GEEK FAM's win was kind of cold too, though.
Oh.
Right, Gani?
Gani. Gani.
Here, though, let's take a look once again. Coming into the drafts that will be remade, what do you expect GEEK FAM and ONIC Esports to do? I think for GEEK FAM, they can just go for the same route, right? They don't need to really change anything that much. For ONIC Esports, it's so hard, right? What do you want to do up against Chadera? He's such a dynamic gold laner. It's almost like CW. It is actually CW and Chadera, I think, have the largest hero pool in the gold lane this season.
I don't think you can compare Chadera and CW though.
No, CW definitely has more heroes. He's also
Yeah.
been way more consistent, has had higher peaks, but Chadera's a rookie, you gotta remember. And right now, the 2 most unique hero picks in the gold lane that has been working has been these 2 players.
That's true. That's true. That's why GEEK FAM, it's very difficult still to try and target ban them, at this point, for both teams, we can say that, right? ONIC Esports, they have so many layers to their composition, them as a team, them as 5, because they can always swap it out at any moment, and each of the members from ONIC Esports have such a large hero pool that at this point, all you can do against them is to pick your poison.
Exactly. They put you in a tough spot, and you never really get a huge advantage any way you go. So you have to have like a multi-layered approach against ONIC Esports. You have to try and get a bit of an advantage in the draft, you have to get a bit of an advantage in the execution, and you have to get a bit of advantage when it comes to that mechanical, small detail outplays as well. And even after you've done all that, you still don't get a guaranteed victory. That's why it's so dangerous. It's so difficult to go up against a team that is just so solid on so many different fronts. GEEK FAM has been improving by a lot, but of course, it's not fair to compare them to ONIC Esports right now, because ONIC Esports, they've been very consistent all the way since the beginning, considering the difference in patches, right? The changes in the patches, in the meta, in the players they're going up against. It doesn't even matter. They stay on top, and they are just calm, cool, collected.
Very, right? They've always been just the calmest team in MPL. Every time you hear the communication and the highlights by TikTok, it's always just calms. You don't really hear them shout a lot at all, actually. I think Season 9 was the loudest they got, with Boots yelling constantly. But now they're back to that cold ONIC that we all know from Season 7. And their consistency has been absolutely phenomenal, right? Top 2 finishes in the regular season, 4 seasons in a row. That's absolutely insane. Season 7 all the way to Season 10.
Exactly. I think you can call them the silent professionals, man. They just get the job done. They don't make a big fuss about it. It's, you know, it's just business, right? They just understand the assignment, they get it done, they walk away. That's how scary it is. You don't even know if it was difficult for them, whether it's easy, whether it was close, doesn't matter. Calm, cool, collected.
For GEEK FAM though, it's a bit different this season, a bit of a contrast, right, when you compare these two teams. ONIC, very calm in their communication. GEEK FAM, very loud, always screaming, yelling, but not yelling at their opponents. They're yelling because they're just hyped. A lot of rookies here, man. 2 veterans. You have Jana and Beloy, and all the others, they're rookies.
And I just love how all these teams with Filipino players have really adapted to one another in terms of that language, right?
Yeah.
We can hear like both of them trying to speak each other's language. Like you can see like Elzura trying to speak English, and you can see like Beloy's also trying. And I just like love that, because at the end of the day, I know we all are from different regions, let's say, but we all are still the MLBB community, and we need to, you know, work together to create a really good system, an environment.
Agreed. And it's really cool to see as well how different teams deal with the problem, right? Sometimes they make the other players speak English, sometimes they make the Filipino players learn a bit of Indonesian, and sometimes it's just a chaotic mix of both. So it's a lot of different approaches, and it's great to see the different degrees of success they can achieve with different approaches.
Yeah, there are a lot of approaches to how to adapt a Filipino into your team. Sometimes with comms, sometimes sending down below to MDL, but Eterna, it's time for us to jump into the draft, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. ONIC Esports on the red side, GEEK FAM on the blue. Faramis. Ooh, Faramis banned first here coming in. Instant response. Yo, this is a very fast banning phase. Yo, okay. Akai as well, instantly.
I mean, they had time early on to actually think of the drafts already. Unless something really unexpected comes up here, I think it's going to be relatively fast. Right there for GEEK FAM, they ban out that Akai as well, so denying a bit of the team fight prowess from the side of ONIC Esports. ONIC though going with the Grok. Will they go for the 1-1 yet again? Because that 1-1 is equally deadly in both the hands of CW and Kadera, I think.
Team is banning.
Okay, and here we see Matilda banned away by ONIC Esports. So they've really started to limit what GEEK FAM can do, right? Because if they don't have the Selena, they don't have the Grok, and they don't have the Matilda, now GEEK FAM, they're forced into a position where they have to kind of look for a different strategy, because these 3 heroes have always been their go-to, right? Their mid presence always revolved around these 3 heroes. GEEK FAM have responded with the Balman, taking it away from Kyrie, as ONIC as well with another respect ban, taking away the Fredrin.
Oh man, but they left open the Fanny. One of Jana's signature picks here. They instantly go for it. No hesitation, no doubt whatsoever. GEEK FAM picking it up. ONIC Esports though, we know that up against a Fanny. Remember Kabuki? ONIC likes to do this, likes to give over to Fanny. They go for two heroes, the 1-1 and the Paquito.
Wow, 1-1 in the hands of CW. Quite the issue.
Top
Will
global.
GEEK FAM have a solution against the top global 1-1? Is it going to be the Phobius? Because we've seen it work to varying degrees depending on how the game goes. If the Phobius gets ahead, the 1-1 will be in trouble. But if the 1-1 is ahead, the Phobius gets kited all the way back. So I think GEEK FAM will have to try and find an alternate solution. I don't think the Phobius will be adequate.
Yeah, we saw that fail yesterday, so we're going to see what happens here. Are they going to be picking up the Irithel once again, as it is a counter towards the 1-1 in lane because of the mobility that she has? That really is a good option. Kadera has found a lot of success on the Irithel in the past, and the answer is going to be the Ruby and the Valentina picked up, actually.
Interesting.
Very interesting, right? I mean, they're putting some emphasis on CC and on Esports. No, exactly. Again, if you want to counter a Fanny, it's coming down to lockdown, right? Thing is though, your Bloody Hunt is going to be very easy to cancel, very vulnerable for both the Valentina and the Ruby.
Exactly. Any kind of channeling ability against spammable sources of crowd control that GEEK FAM has right now. We'll have to see what exactly is the idea here. The rest of the heroes selected by ONIC Esports will really explain how they want to use this Franco. But so far, they ban out that Irithel as well, trying to make sure that CW gets a strong laning phase. If he doesn't get shut down, the other lane most likely will be the Paquito, and so ONIC Esports can mount aggression from all three lanes if everything goes well.
Now GEEK FAM, they're gonna continue the banning phase with the Farsa, so they have opted once again to take away the Farsa from Adrian. It is a really good pick for him, power pick, signature hero. And ONIC Esports, are they going to continue down the road of that gold laner? And the answer is going to be yes. The Claude also taken away for Kadera, but again, Kadera still has a lot of heroes he can use, right? He can still use Bruno, perhaps the Beatrix. He's even used the Melissa before. But
Brody?
going against the composition, I think the Brody would be great.
Brody is an option available as well, unless they want to go with something completely out of the box. I'm not sure what exactly they're going to go for. They ban away the Lunox as well from ONIC Esports, so that hints at the need for a solid front line that can withstand some damage. Take a look at the head-to-head here between Janna and Kyrie, though. Does seem like they're somewhat balanced, but I think Kyrie, since ONIC overall has had the better performances, the more consistent showing, I think the stats really don't tell the full story.
This is insane by ONIC Esports, man. Honestly, all 5 bans are respect bans, to be honest, right? 2 for Irithel, 2 for Chadera, Fredrin for Luke, obviously, and 2 for Beloy. ONIC Esports are just trying to narrow down the composition from GEEK FAM, and they also pick up a Julian for themselves. Should be the jungle, I believe. It can also be flexed into the mid lane, so ONIC still playing around with that flexible potential. GEEK FAM though, now, what do they go for, right? Irithel has been banned out. Number 1 counter, in my opinion, right now, up against a 1-1.
Oh. I feel like someone tanky is going to be picked up, no? Why did they ban the
XP
Lunox?
lane? Yeah, I think...
Uranus, maybe? Esme?
Uranus, yeah. For the XP lane, I think Uranus is almost kind of a done deal.
Melissa.
Go for Melissa, okay. I personally don't like the Melissa matchup up against a 1-1. CW was on a Melissa when he was up against Clover's 1-1, and he got solo 2 times. Solo killed 2 times in that gold lane. GEEK FAM, they don't go for the Uranus. They go for the Lolita here. So
EXP Ruby?
EXP Ruby, something that we haven't seen in a very, very long time.
We have a comment here though by Elzura. Onyx mid laner has their own characteristics. Drian is more defensive and Sans is more offensive. And I'm quite surprised with that. I think previously Drian was a very aggressive mid laner. He opted to use those burst type of heroes like the Kagura in that mid lane. But perhaps that's the analysis that Elzura has actually picked up onto Drian this season.
We do see that has been the pattern here. Sans with more YOLO picks like the Lilia, for example. They can just move forward aggressively with backup, right? Provided the need is available. And Drian, more composed, more front to back. But ONIC now has that Ling in the hands of Kyrie. What a curveball, man.
Samsung Ling, guys! We're seeing it again, ladies and gentlemen. For Kyrie. on his signature. He's pretty mad after game one. He doesn't want to lose again. But ladies and gentlemen, the draft have been set for both of the teams right here. You guys can tell us in the comment section which draft you like better. Is it ONIC? Is it GEEK FAM? Tell us right here. Boys and girls, we're jumping into the Land of Dawn very soon.
The battle of assassins between Janna, QT, and Kyrie, as one on the Fanny and the other on the Ling. But my last remark before we get into the game is Melissa has the go away, so it is going to be difficult for Kyrie if her timing on that go away is perfect. But I think we should just jump into the Land of Dawn.
It's time, ladies and gentlemen. Will GEEK FAM be able to prolong their miracle run? Perhaps even doing it in the end, or will ONIC try to stop that from happening? We're jumping into the Land of Dawn, and just like Beloyski's saying right now with the emote, Santai aja bro, just chill, just chill. It's game 2.
It is only game 2 technically, so it's a showdown between the Ling and the Fanny. But in the same facet, it's also the showdown between the Franco as well as that Lolita. I think if Samo is able to actually use this Franco to maximum potential, it's going to be very difficult for GEEK FAM to try and get any kind of bearing, any kind of foothold in this game right now. But of course, Samo isn't usually the player that's given these very aggressive heroes.
Here, though, we are already going to see a little bit of an invade from Janna QT. Kyrie jumping in, though. Janna is the one who picks it up in the end, and Kyrie will just go to the orange buff. Both teams, again, not really wanting to commit into an invade this early on.
Interesting, right? ONIC Esports, they do have the capacity to go for pickoffs, but we can say the same about GEEK FAM. Beloyski on the Lolita is going to be receiving a little bit of damage, as you can see that he is trying to rotate to pressure the Ling, but so far, Kyrie has been able to maneuver around the map rather easily, not being hindered by the members of GEEK FAM.
ONIC trying to be aggressive here, but Beloyski is just a big problem. And you can see in the bottom side, though, Drian trying to find something extra. Whoa. But take a look at the talent prediction by Axe.
Hey!
What a weird combination here. For both desks, it's just the analyst with a different opinion.
Right.
I think it's time to swap. Arashi, go to the Indo desk. Onwawa to the English desk, right? Because right now, we're not in sync, man. This is not the synergy I expected, man. Why did we go for ONIC Esports, though? Hey, Turner, why did you go for... Hey, you're still at 100% loss, actually.
Come on, it's only
yesterday.
been one game today. And on my stream, I promised to get 100%. I haven't been able to pull through, but we'll see for game number 2, okay? And in this particular game, I really didn't like the matchup for that gold lane, and I think Kadera has been one of the main pillars to GEEK FAM's success. So if CW is going to be able to utilize this pick on the 1-1 against Kadera, who is on the Melissa, I think it's going to be a little bit more hard for GEEK FAM here in this second game, but you can see already very quick setup for GEEK in that top side.
Yeah, they're trading it already right now. They know that ONIC Esports are going to go for the dive down below. Look at that go away, popped in, and oh my goodness gracious! Crossbow attack as well. Beloy picks up first blood up on Kyrie. Drian jumps up with an hash chain, but look at Jadera still surviving. Not for long though. CW finally getting the kill, but look who's come to play. Janna coming in. The top is there. He picks up one. He goes into the cables. Janna picking up a double. Going for the triple. Drian with the enhanced sword. He gets out. Lil Zura with a dive onto Drian. One more HP. Look at Janna. Oh, a few more cables is all you need, Janna. Discipline route. Doesn't want to go for it. 3-1, a 1,000 gold lead. Not looking good for our predictions right now, it turned out. But Arashi, it's time to dive deep on to the emblems because Janna is on the high and dry.
Janna is on the high and dry, and Kyrie is on a killing spree. So already a different priority, right? GEEK FAM, they want to make sure that Janna can go toe-to-toe, go very aggressively. Already with the Heptaseas at 3 minutes and 30 seconds here. If Kyrie wants to go toe-to-toe 1v1, I think he will have an advantage. And overall, the reason why I went for GEEK FAM here is I think that on a surface level, logically speaking, they have solutions for most of the problems that ONIC Esports can pose to them. And just like that, that aggression in the mid lane, Lolita, the Fanny as well as the Valentina, right? It allows them to be so oppressive, and they can translate that to the side lanes as well.
So much kill pressure for GEEK FAM right now, as now they are still sitting at a 1,000 gold lead. Drian looking for any sort of compensation, trying to drive Beloyski away, allowing Kyrie to farm. But as it stands, ONIC Esports seem to be falling back in terms of that tempo. Janna is one level ahead of Kyrie at the moment.
You gotta remember that Samo is also, like we said, not usually the main aggressive roamer we've come to expect from the side of ONIC Esports. So when he's on the back foot, it's gonna be very difficult, but Malloy jumped on.
Yeah, that's gonna be everything popped and used, but Samo is gonna fall as well. Jana onto the back lines right now. CW looks for more weakness points. Roamers traded on the board for both GEEK FAM and ONIC. The GEEK FAM have got more control in the mid lane. They will be able to translate it over to that bottom side. Chidera is actually going to be in a 1v1 against Kyrie, dishing out the damage onto Kyrie. But all Kyrie wants to do right now is giving waves, right? Clear it out so that the turret won't be threatened there. The GEEK FAM, knowing that Kyrie's down below, will just go for an easy take onto the turtle.
Oof. Very good for them so far, man. Knowing that they have a little advantage, Fanny has a lot more early game potential compared to the Ling in the hands of Kyrie. They're trying to push that as much as possible. Just like with Jana, all over the map with these cables, man. He's pretty good.
Oh, pretty good is an understatement. The man's really good. He can wipe your team out just like Head & Shoulders can wipe your dandruff away from your hair. So go ahead and take it. Ladies and gentlemen, check out the limited edition Head & Shoulders right now in the mini markets and in the e-commerce websites.
Oh man, this isn't really looking too good for ONIC Esports right now. CW below 1 level against Kadera. So even losing that matchup because of the kill pressure that GEEK FAM had, because of the mobility from Jana QT in particular, they're still going to be able to win that lane and even take that tower. GEEK FAM looking for another pickup on the board.
God. What a read by Malloy! My goodness! CW looking for the weakness points, not able to get it. Chidera in the midst of it all, Boo jumps in. Chidera taken down and look at the crossbow tang. Onto 1, onto 2, Jana running away. A double kill picked up for CW. It ends up with a 2 for 2. Gold lane, mid lane taken down for Kyrie and Drian. Who walks out? I guess GEEK FAM walk out with a better trade.
Well, he can walk out with a better trade, but at the same time, they were the aggressors there, and ONIC was reacting, so it's not the best result considering how the fight began. But of course, what a read, man. What was that? I guess they caught glimpses of the members of ONIC Esports shuffling into that bush, but that is a bold play from GEEK FAM, and this is what you want to see, right? Confident playmaking from the side of GEEK FAM.
Oh, and now we're going to see what happens here. 1,800 gold lead. For the moment, 8 seconds left on the clock.
What? No way. Kyrie, though, still surviving somehow. Both of them just chasing each other down. Oh! With a flicker. Tells Kyrie to sit down, and now he's caught. He's not going to be able to run away right now. He just takes it, right? But GEEK FAM are able actually to convert. ONIC Esports tunnel vision into that top side. And Chidera now has the go away. Doesn't pop it just yet. He doesn't have it, actually. It's CW picking it up. 4-1 on this 1-1, a very dangerous 1-1 in this game, and ONIC Esports will be able to somewhat equalize right now. 1,000 gold lead only being held by GEEK FAM.
Slight misplay by GEEK FAM, because if they just committed straight onto the turtle, I feel like they could have gotten it. They could have taken it away from ONIC Esports, but now it is going to be ONIC Esports finally getting one turtle in the game, but look at how the waves are crashing in that top side.
Ooh. I think later on in the mid game, it's going to be very difficult for ONIC Esports to deal with Jana's Fanny, right? He's so strong right now, 4-0. And the solution on the side of ONIC Esports, the other member with gold is actually CW, and he's going to try and get a kill here. That's Kyrie getting a kill.
Yeah, and it's the crossbow tank translated over to El Zuro, who's now very low. Jana's here too. A very nice try on the hooks, and standing has Jane coming in. Kyrie jumps in, but oh my goodness, that damage is absolutely unreal from Jana. He might be able to look for some more, but Kyrie just jumps out with the Finch poise. ONIC Esports are able to equalize.
They can equalize right now, but the fights are so sporadic here. Luke goes for an unoffended, but there will be no pickoff here as the Iron Hook is launched here. For ONIC Esports, man, if they don't engage a fight using the Iron Hook, they're already at a direct disadvantage. So I think they need to try and get a bit more control, maybe prepare some traps for GEEK FAM, because GEEK FAM really isn't letting up.
Oh my God.
They keep going for aggressive plays.
I don't know. Did you mention this, Arashi? I did not expect this, because usually 1-1, you just go for Inspire almost every time. He went for Flicker. So that's I just realized it now. That's pretty crazy. I just auto-piloted, right? When you pick 1-1, you go for Inspire. Why did he go for Flicker?
I think especially with Baloyski on the Lolita, being able to reposition a bit a bit better against a team that knows how to play against a 1-1 as well will be very beneficial. But Luke here, jumped on by 4 people, flickers out.
Wow.
And he's out.
Yeah, he doesn't get taken down. You can see that ONIC Esports kind of wasted rotations there, as GEEK FAM has been trying to push that top and that middle side turret. And you can see that the mid turret is going to fall. And once that falls, GEEK FAM, they're going to have a bit more pressure when it comes down to those rotations, especially when they want to go for those neutral objectives like the Lord that has already spawned. ONIC Esports already pushing that bottom side, so they are going to have a little bit more time to set up. And we'll see what happens.
ONIC Esports consolidating on that bush, going for that hook. But GEEK FAM, they understand the assignment. They don't stand in those common locations. They will be able to avoid the first iron hook, but it's only one. There's going to be a lot more to come as Samo is taking control, and Janna does a lot of damage. Kyrie's on the hunt for him, though.
Oh man, yeah, Janna is the one forced to actually split push here because he's the only one who can technically match the maneuverability of this Paquito in that side lane. Beloy though goes for a stun onto Drian right now. Chidera is there as well. Enhanced sword popped into Beloy. Whoa! Wow. He commits onto that engage, which is going to be 2 massive resources spent for nothing. They aren't able to get anything here, and this is ONIC's little time gap to play around. You know, they can actually go for something on the map here without the Numenon Blast and hand for Beloy.
But so far, it doesn't seem like they want to set up for the Lord just yet. We can see that Boots already pushing that top side, looking for the split push, but he has to be careful in a 1v1 situation against Janna.
Oh my god!
Oh, but no, actually.
Soloed 1v1, Boots shuts down Janna QT. 4-1 versus 0-0. Holy moly! That just shows again how lethal Boots is on the Paquito, and ONIC Esports, they know what to do. Instantly going onto the Lord with a 1-man advantage. No jungler for the side of GEEK FAM. I don't think they can go for the contest right now as Boots goes crazy again, finding another kill. Now it's CW who is able to pop the crossbow with Tang, but unfortunately, without the Inspire, isn't really going to be able to burst anyone down. They take the Lord for free. Samo gets a hook, flickers back to the team for Drian and Kyrie to pick up the kill. It's a disaster for GEEK FAM.
2 members from the side of GEEK FAM are going to be taken down, and ONIC Esports, they're going to solidify that economy by 5,000. And with this economy, what do we see with the items, Arashi?
Well, we can see that Janna goes for heavy burst damage. He went for the Have to Seize and the Hunter Strike, and then straight for the Malefic Roar. So a lot of burst damage. We see that 1 or 2 cables with the Cutthroat is able to almost one-shot Kyrie, but his DPS output, if he doesn't get the one-shot, is going to be a lot lower. And I think that's exactly what allows Boots to get the upper hand in that fight. Now they're both up though, and Janna wants to tempt fate again.
No way, man. No way he wants to go for that again. ONIC Esports, without the Lord, they're able to take every single tier 2.
6,600 gold lead. And when I think about it, right? Elzura has found a lot of success on the Lilia, but when he's given someone like the Valentina, sometimes he doesn't perform as well, especially with ONIC Esports using and being able to just draft around it, right? Which ultimate can he take that's going to be fruitful for GEEK FAMs in particular?
He's only been taking the Bloody Hunt, right? I think the entire game he's only taken the Bloody Hunt. I haven't really seen him on another ultimate because technically there's no other good ultimate to take that can really change the game. GEEK FAM, though, are looking for a play up top. They're going to go for the Conceal. Oh, and they get spotted, though. It's just unfortunate there. Conceal wasn't really timed properly, I guess, with the maneuvers, the movement up into that bush.
Oh, but they're still going for it, though.
They're committing. What are they doing, Arashi?
I think they're trying to catch who is going to try and stop the push here. Because if one guy gets sent up here, they have a chance to just give him right here. But I think ONIC Esports, they're a bit too wise for that. They go for the pushing the other lanes. They don't have to respond to the aggression from the side of GEEK FAM. And right now, it seems like they will be able to get a turret with that play. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
So risky, though.
It's very risky, but it's what GEEK FAM can take. And right now,
they're still there.
They're actually going to use it right now. Elzura going to jump with the Bloody Hunt. Oh my goodness! They've done it! They found a pick it again! It's going to be Numenon Blast by Beloy, forcing the flicker out. ONIC Esports trying to go for that trade. GEEK FAM, will they commit again onto that top side? Drian spots them out. Look at the flanks. Kyrie is maneuvering already with the Finch boys, looking for that flank. Drian pops in. That sprint. Elzura is giving target. Shadera pops in to go away, but look at the time of the plays. Popped in again. Winter Truncheon gonna be popped by Elzura, but look at Boots. Comes in, able to dish out the damage. Picking up a killing spree. Jana goes wild onto Drian. Goes wild onto Samo. No mana, no energy, but it does not matter. Geek Fam, what a read, what a play. Coming back in the game, turning the tides, and guess what's up right on time? The Lord enhanced 14 minutes in the game.
Beautiful, beautiful conversion by Geek Fam.
Wow.
Very high risk, high reward. They managed to pull it off. 4 members were taken down and only Kyrie was left standing. Geek Fam, they're going to be able to secure this Lord, but look at Kyrie. He might want to go for the steal.
Oh, Jana doesn't want to go for a 50-50. This is risky. We all know how lethal Kyrie is right now. Thunder Blaze comes in, and look, it's Jana again. He goes in for the Lumina Blast. Kyrie taken out. Shadera dealing damage on the CW, who has the Wind of Nature. Flickers out. Samo comes in as well. Drian able to pop the enhanced chain. Samo taken low. Geek Fam have taken the team fight. They get a 1-for-1, both junglers, and they get the enhanced Lord.
Wow. Kyrie tried his best right there. I think he had a level advantage. I wasn't, so many things was going on. I didn't quite catch the level difference, but it was so close. At one point, the Lord was just one hit away, and Jana comes out on top right here. And with that enhanced Lord, Geek Fam, they can force for a fight. If they go for a front to back, they have an advantage. They have the lead to counter the DPS coming in from CW. So if they can make sure that Kadera doesn't get one shot, this is already a winning fight, a winning situation for the side of Geek Fam.
Is this going to be a 2-0 for Geek Fam?
Oh my god.
That's going to be the question. Geek Fam, they're looking for another play.
Another one. Drian getting out. Lumina Blast! Forcing the Winter Truncheon right now as Drian is able to evade for now. CW can't really kite away that well because Beloyski has the shield up. Now Samo is giving the target. He is going to be there. Kyrie jumps in, clearing out the Lord right there. Poke coming in onto Luke as Elzura looks for the bloody hump, but CW is going to massive. Winter Truncheon popped in. That's going to be Boots jumping with a knockout strike. Shadera with Wind of Nature will not be able to evade for the damage coming in from the Julian. Beloyski has no more immortality. He's going to be taken down. Jana all alone. ONIC once again get the grasp onto the game.
Still staying relevant for ONIC Esports, but now Jana Cutie goes in onto 5 members.
Boots
that might be a
mistake. Stop it. One straight push. It's a wipeout by Head and Shoulders by ONIC Esports. 15 seconds, 10 seconds on Luke. CW gonna go for the clear, and it is over. ONIC Esports will be able to equalize in game number 2. Geek Fam with one mistake in the end. 1-1, ONIC Geek.
Back to a best of 1 for ONIC Esports as well as Geek Fam. As my oh my, that was actually Geek Fam's game to win. Why did they overcommit into that team fight? They gave ONIC the right opportunity to capitalize, to take advantage of, and it only took them one straight push after that wiped out.
They're able to get a huge advantage with that mind game play, doing what no other team, I think, dares to even attempt. Outsmart ONIC Esports in that chess match. But unfortunately, maybe that pressure is what got to them, wanting to make the game end faster, wanting to get out of this tense situation. They go for that fight, and in theory, if they're able to do it, but ONIC Esports, they come out on top, and even Jana Cutie trying his best to try and stall the game even longer. Boots was able to find the knock-up and seal his fate. ONIC Esports with the save, essentially, making it back to a 1-1, and now it's a best of 1 between both these teams, man.
It was a beautiful game by Geek Fam though, right? All throughout the game, they were able to really set the tempo, and you can even see ONIC starting to sweat. And that's not something that we see too often, especially during a Season 10. But Geek Fam, they managed to accomplish that. Unfortunately, at the very end, it only took one mistake. And honestly, guys, was that a mistake by Jana? Should he have gone into 5 members?
I think the main mistake started with them overcommitting top side.
Right.
Jana, at that point, that's the call you need to make, right? I mean, either you wait in the base as a Fanny, you can't really clear the waves anyway. So going for the clear when ONIC Esports aren't expecting it might have been the good call. In the end, it didn't look like a good call, but think about his other decisions. What could he have done in that situation? Not much.
Exactly. He was gonna wait. I guess he can just wait for a better opportunity, you can say. but it's just difficult. At that point, he has to stop for 10 seconds as the members of ONIC Esports are just pushing straight toward the base. That fight in the top side, man, it was just so unfortunate. As I mentioned, I went for the prediction on GEEK FAM because I thought in the fight, right, they have all the solutions necessary to try and shut down ONIC Esports and how they want to fight it instead. But they just didn't get it. I think the main point was Kadera getting taken out in that fight as well. He is the main damage source, and without him in the picture, it's going to be very difficult for GEEK FAM to come out on top at such a long team fight in the late game.
Oh, what a game right here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump straight into the 17-minute game 2. It was just turning back and forth the whole game.
The whole game, man. I mean, you can look at the items coming in from Kadera. He was, for the most part, very concerned about the 1-1, the Paquito, the Ling. But he has no defense against magic damage. And in the last fight, who took him out? It was Drian on that Julian. Going with the enhanced sight, it just stays there, kept spinning around, and Kadera gets taken out because Melissa is just so immobile as a hero. In that late fight, you just can't help but think how much advantage GEEK FAM has. They have the AoE, sustain, and crowd control coming in from Luke. They have Beloyski to block a lot of damage coming in, potential crowd control as well, and they have Elzura to output a lot of that damage coming in because Valentina, the damage is very low-key, and Kadera, they can damage everyone at the same time. But of course, once one of them gets picked off, it just crumbles apart, man. ONIC Esports, they find the fight at the last moment, I really feel like. And just like that, when the game is just this far out, 17 minutes, the death timers are way too long for you to gamble on a 50-50 team fight. If it doesn't go well, even if you're ahead, even if you have everything in the game going up against you, it can get turned around just like that.
Yeah, it only takes one moment, and you can see, man, it was so hard, right? Because throughout the entire game, it was so 50-50. It could have gone either side. GEEK FAM, that's how much they progressed throughout the season. And what do you think? Is it draft-wise? Is it execution? Is it discipline from GEEK FAM that kind of lacked in this game?
For me, I've always been, going for the predictions based on the draft. And looking at GEEK FAM, I feel like, honestly, that Ruby pick was kind of forced into the XP lane, right? I think they initially wanted to put Ruby into the roam position for Beloy. It's also a hero that we've seen Beloy on, but they used it as a flex in the end, forcing Luke onto a hero that I've never seen him on, right? Elzura on the Valentina as well. He made one good play there, amazing, almost just sealed the deal, but like you mentioned as well, in-game Eterna, not his comfort pick.
Exactly, I mean, it's not his comfort pick, but I felt like it was doing pretty okay considering he's up against Boots, right? You can see how damaging, how dangerous Boots is. Even when Janna was 4-0, Boots was able to actually 1v1 him and take him out. So in the lane, Luke not getting completely demolished on an on a late game hero like the Ruby is already a great achievement in my opinion. So I really think it just was that one team fight. They have to be able to back away and be disciplined, right? It's always the question of discipline when you're talking about GEEK FAM. And in the first game, you can see that even when the fight gets, it's on the brink of just, happening, erupting, they were able to actually wait for the right moment, for all the right tools to come up before they take that fight. And I think in game number 2, I don't know if it's the pressure, it's the momentum, they didn't do that in the last fight.
There's a lot of questions here, though, about whether or not GEEK FAM have been knocked out of playoff contention. No, not yet. If they win the third game, they can still pull off the miracle run, but it gets even lower, their chance to make it to the playoffs. They're going to have to hope that Aurafire loses 2-0 to Rebellion. So you're going to have to rely on another match result for you to make it to playoffs. And on top of that, you need to win against ONIC here in the final game.
But now GEEK FAM in tomorrow's match against Rebellion have to win 2-0.
That's the only way.
Those are the conditions.
That's tough, man. It's just a difficult spot when you have to rely on, someone else, right? Factors out of your control to actually secure that miracle run. It's got to be very nerve-wracking. But I think soon we're going to take a look at some highlights from the previous game.
Yeah, the MVP highlights.
The MVP.
It's time to check it out. We're going to see the MVP as well in the MVP highlights right here. Arashi, take it away on the bottom right. It should be the MVP. Boots, yeah.
I mean,
give it to him.
It's a fair assessment, man. In this fight, though, GEEK FAM executed the fight first, and you can see that Janna has a lot of room to play around because there are 2 walls right across. But he gets taken out by Boots. That is insane. I don't know what else to say about that. That's a really unexpected moment. Look at the damage. there are a lot of questions about Jana Cutie and how adept he is on those assassins. Very, very good, man. That's so dangerous. At any point, Kyrie or CW can get absolutely one shot. And this was that very, very close Lord fight where GEEK FAM were able to get an advantage, and they used it. They were so eager to end the game, but look at that. Kadera here trying his best to be that main source of damage. He gets completely demolished by Drian. No magic defense at all. And when you itemize so one-sidedly, you gotta play it perfectly, man. And Drian just found the right moment. Jana Cutie come in here, trying to abuse that mobility, but Boots knocks him up, stops him right on his tracks, which is why that, I think, earned him that MVP. He is so lethal on the Paquito, man. It's ridiculous.
I usually just tap the abilities, right? The man aims it, and he gets a fanny.
The timing for the knockout strike to hit a flying fanny mid-cables.
Usually you would just expect, all right, Franco, do your thing. Tap your ultimate. No, you don't need it. When you have Boots on the Paquito, that's why he has the best KDA. He's a menace in lane on the Paquito. We also saw him 1v1. He won against Jana, shutting him down. And at that point, Ethernet was a 4-0 Jana up against a 0-0-2 Boots. My God.
How does that happen? It's Boots. Don't let the Paquito go, maybe.
I mean, logically, right? Assassins don't really come up on top against fighters, but in that situation, again, with how ahead Jana is, really didn't you thought he was gonna wipe the floor with Boots, but no, Boots was the one wiping him out instead.
Ahead and shoulders, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and check it out if you want to stay ahead in the game as well. No, not this time. I'm giving it over to Arashi this time. Go ahead and check it out. Guys, remember to wash your hair with Head and Shoulders, obviously. No. The reverse sweep.
Wait,
boom, bang, bada bing, ladies and gentlemen. Arashi.
We have a break soon, right?
We do have a break soon.
Please tell me we have a break soon.
That's why, right there, you gotta get the ice cool menthol feel, and guess what?
Oh, this smells good.
It does. I'm telling you, man. And
the nostalgic smell.
After this, you can get a shower, maybe a little, wash your hair a bit, right? Because you have Axe, but
you're throwing shade, my friend.
No, I'm not throwing shade. I'm throwing Head and Shoulders at you right now, and oh, he's just playing with it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll see you after this break as we head on over to the decider if GEEK FAM can stay and prevail with their miracle run.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita kan takkan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. We all this.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the decider here for the first match. GEEK FAM, are they going to be still alive with their miracle run to make it to the playoffs?
That's the question. And another question that I have is, how was your shower, Arashi?
Man, I'm feeling fresh. Like the mental, it's a perfect time for such a heated match for the final decider, right? GEEK FAM against ONIC Esports. So I think it's great, man. Gets me a chance to cool my head a little bit before we can get into this crazy match in a few more minutes here. But 2 more minutes to decide what's gonna happen, man. Because GEEK FAM was able to actually, I think, really outmaneuver, outplay ONIC all the way till that last team fight.
Yeah,
Let's see.
it comes back down to the discipline from both teams. Will GEEK FAM be able to persevere against ONIC Esports, forcing 2-1, winning against the #1 in the standings to keep their dream alive?
Keeping the dream alive. We've said it again and again. What a storyline that would be for GEEK FAM to somehow have that miracle result and make it to the playoffs. And who knows where they'll get, because at this point, they're able to actually show so much better of a performance against the #1 team in the season right now. Considering how crazy and competitive the season has been, being able to have such a good showing against ONIC Esports of all teams, it's insane.
You know, I know we have the game recap here up on screen, but I think it's a bit more interesting to talk about how GEEK FAM can still stay alive in the playoff, how they can still make it to the playoffs. Firstly, obviously, they need to win this game, the third game up against ONIC Esports. Then they're going to have to win 2-0. That's the only way they can still make it to the playoffs tomorrow against Rebellion Zion. They also need to wish today that either Rebellion 2-0's Aura or Aura 2-0's Rebellion and EVOS Legends loses 2-0 as well. So there's a lot of ifs here, all right? There's a lot of crazy calculations that will be going on, and it's all going to come down to not just their performance in the third game, but also a little bit of luck.
Exactly. They require the perfect storm of all these factors to guarantee their success to making it into that playoff stage. So that on top of their match right now, I think there's just so much pressure that GEEK FAM is facing, and they are coping with it pretty good right now.
I mean, whichever the outcome it's gonna come out for GEEK FAM, I do believe that next season they are gonna pop off, because we can see the development, we can see the synergy already happening. Like you mentioned before, Miracle, it might be a little too late this season, but Man, it's been a huge and amazing run for GEEK FAM as we are 26 seconds away from the draft pick for the third game between ONIC as well as GEEK FAM. And to be honest, no pressure once again for ONIC Esports. You can see that the players on the stage, they're just having a little bit of fun. There's smiles all around. No pressure. As now, I think this is time. It's time for the decider. Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive into the draft of game number 3. GEEK FAM going to the same route they went with in game number 1, Arashi, on the red side, but this time, ONIC, they're not going to give over. The Mathilda, the Fredrin, instantly banned out.
So my question is, if you are against ONIC, Virgo, and you know they have a very solid Fanny player and a very solid 1-1 player, which of the two evils do you go for?
Honestly, I let the Fanny. I don't know. It's so hard, right?
It's so difficult, right?
It's so difficult. The 1-1 is counterable, right? You can go with a Diggy technically. You can go just for the bully heroes, and I think they should have picked Irithel earlier. In game number 2, I think it was a mistake leaving it open for the second half. So ONIC were just able to ban it out straight. Now though, if they leave the 1-1 open, they can pick up the Irithel, right? So I think leaving the 1-1 open is a bit better than leaving the Fanny open.
Right. And do you want to have to deal with that Paquito? We saw that it was a very critical factor in deciding ONIC's victory in the previous game. GEEK FAM here have a chance to ban it out, but no, they go for the Akai instead. Maybe they want to challenge Kyrie on his assassin picks instead.
So still the same bans coming through for ONIC as well as GEEK FAM, as ONIC once again will have the chance to pick up the Paquito. It was the MVP in that previous game, but you're right, the 1-1 is still available. But on that note, ONIC, they've actually prioritized the 1-1. GEEK FAM do have the opportunity to pick up a counter towards this 1-1. The Irithel would be great, as well as perhaps putting a Diggy, but I don't know, on to Beloyski. It might be a shame.
Yeah, just go for the Paquito. I think going for...
And the persecuted.
I don't know, right now, Paquito and maybe the Lilia, right? Take it away right here for Elzura. Or a Farsa. Honestly, just pick a hero up for Elzura early on so that you know that he's on his comfort pick. And that's not what they go for. They still opt for the Ruby, this time even earlier in the first pick.
But this kind of like defeats the purpose of getting a quote-unquote flex pick Paquito. So is this the pick that they want to prioritize the most here? I'm not sure if they are predicting Kyrie to be an assassin, so they want an answer that Luke is comfortable in. If they think that it's also a problem for the 1-1, but wow. It's essentially a first pick Ruby. That is surprising.
I mean, in terms of flex, the Paquito can still be placed in that jungle position, all depending on how things pan out. But ONIC Esports are going to respond with a Valentina and an Esmeralda that closes that first phase. GEEK FAM now, they do have the opportunity once again to pick up the Irithel. Are they going to make the same mistake as they did in game number 2, as to let it go, to let it get banned away by ONIC in that second phase of the bans?
I think it's way too expensive to leave it open here. I think it is the best counter right now against the 1-1. And we know how good Chidera is on it, right? Yep. And we know that Chidera, his main hero is the 1-1. So he knows how to counter it. He knows what is annoying to deal with on the 1-1. Honestly, I think if GEEK FAM don't go for the Irithel, it's a massive mistake. And they realize it as well. They pick it up here in the final pick of this first phase.
And it's also a double benefit because we saw that in the last fight in the previous game, one of the issues there that allowed Drian to just pick off Kadira is the immobility of the Melissa. When Kadira is on that Irithel though, his maneuverability, we talk about the distance management, is going to be a lot easier for him to like play around because of how Irithel is able to attack while moving. Now we're into the second phase here. Dairoth banned away to ensure that the Esmeralda will not run into any problems. The Balman banned away from Kyrie.
Yeah, really good ban for Balman. I think it is going to allow the possibility of the Paquito in that jungle if they do want to flex it into that position. And now, GEEK FAM, they're actually caught in a position where Elzura's heroes might be taken away. I think ONIC will be valued if they take away the Lilia, as GEEK FAM now have the opportunity to limit Drian's heroes. But no, actually the Matilda has already been picked up. No, the Valentina, sorry, has already been picked up. So what are they going to prioritize? Are they going to be taking away the Amon? here for Kyrie.
Look at the head-to-head here between Drian and Elzura. It does seem that Elzura is the more aggressive of the two. He is usually, on that Lilia, the second DPS dealer on his team, and that dynamic between Kadera and him, physical and magical, is usually what a lot of teams find difficult to deal with. But of course, when it comes to experience, when it comes to big brain plays, Drian has him beat.
Now, let's take a look. ONIC, there you go. They go for the counter, the 1-1 counter that is still open to pick up for GEEK FAM. They go for the ban towards Diggy. GEEK FAM, honestly, at this point, don't force the Ruby into that XP lane. Paquito is a solid XP laner. We've seen Luke play. We've seen Luke perform extraordinarily well on that Paquito as well. Picking up a Julian might be a good way to look at things, but no, they go for the Lilia first, which is, again, a solid pick. I thought they were going to go for this earlier, right? But sure, if it's open now, you want to go for it. You want to secure a comfort pick for Elzura. And on the Lilia, Elzura is scary, man.
Exactly. It's one of his signature heroes. I actually shot him a message last week saying, yo, good job on that Lilia.
What did he say?
We said thanks, of course. Okay. Being a humble man that he is, he's like, thanks. I hope I can replicate the same kind of success. So a lot to look forward to here for Elzura. And right now, if you look at the composition from GEEK FAM, it does seem that the Valentina doesn't really have a lot of crazy ultimates to pick up, but that Cho and that Atlas, what is this crowd control coming in from the side of ONIC?
Oh man, that's why they banned
Jungle Cho? Jungle Cho.
Yeah, I mean at this point, or Esme, but I don't think it's gonna be the Esme. I was right though, the GEEK FAM go for that Julian. Oh, okay.
Comment from ONIC Esports CW here. Kadera's performance in leg 2 is very good. His 1-1 is stronger than mine essentially. That's
top global 1-1.
What?
Number 1, by the way. Wow, all right. CW.
Massive statement.
That's why they prioritize the 1-1. They know how lethal Chadera is, and it just goes to show. This man came out of nowhere, Eterna. Even in the 1, he's not even in the top global, but he's better than CW.
That's the thing. Very unexpected Season 10 all across the board. Even in terms of players, Chadera has been popping off this season, and it's just beautiful to see. But ladies and gentlemen, both compositions for ONIC Esports and GEEK FAM have been set in stone. This is going to come down to GEEK FAM's destiny here in MPL ID Season 10. Miracle.
Ladies and gentlemen, to keep the miracle run alive, GEEK FAM need to win this game. ONIC Esports have the chance to wipe that dream away from GEEK FAM, from the fans, but it's all up to the teams now. Show your support in the comments section. Hashtag go ONIC or hashtag once a geek, always a fam, as we jump in Kyrie on the Cho jungle.
Wow, jungle Cho right here. Healthy, clear, a lot of gank potential. How successful will Kyrie be here? Because it all depends on what kind of build he wants to go for as well. Because for more damage, he can go for a one-shot, but he also has that Demon Slayer emblem. So I think it will be a bit more of a utility pick from the side of ONIC Esports.
Yeah, honestly, right now, with GEEK FAM's composition, do they have more control when it comes to the early neutral objectives? I think they might actually... It's a 50-50. Honestly, I think that even in the early game, neutral objective-wise, it's 50-50.
I agree with you, because Voloisky is going to be reliant on that level 4, but so is Samo. And in terms of that wave clear, it's going to be quite equal as Kadera gets chunked really low by CW, despite being the winning lane.
I think I was trying to bait something out from CW, but whoa, Elzura equalizing that damage dealt. CW and Kadera both very low right now, and both without their battle spells. So I think wave clear-wise, GEEK FAM has an advantage. Lilia is just so strong in the early game, and Brian here almost gets jumped on, very smartly backs away.
And honestly, right, just now, this is why the Atlas pick, I think this is why ONIC actually went for the Atlas pick. They want to force the Erythna on a Purify, and that's exactly what you saw just now. Samo jumped in with the perfect match, baiting that Purify out, and without that maneuverability, oh, what the heck?
Whoa, what?
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, talent prediction by Axe, for cutting me off. I didn't expect this.
Full GEEK FAM favorites here for the talent prediction by Axe, and we're going to see if the draft, they can actually implement it to the way that we see the potential in, but here we go.
Let's see, Samo already going to get caught by the Offended. It's still going to be the Retribution coming in, but look at the team fight here. All messy. Kyrie with Way of the Dragon. Luke picking up first blood, though. It's a 1-for-1. Beloy caught in the midst of it all. Going to be taken down. Kyrie picks up a double. It's a 2-for-1. Luke, though, looking for one more. Doesn't have the flicker to finish him off. Luke getting out just barely. ONIC definitely with a better value in that trade.
They get more members and they get the turtle as well. So ONIC Esports with a bit of advantage here. Kyrie does have the Demon Slayer. So it does seem like Jana wants to play more aggressively, but he will require some items before he can be an actual threat for Cho in the early game.
1,000 gold lead at the moment for the side of ONIC Esports, as we're seeing quite a similar story here. I guess it depends, right? If ONIC Esports can get a huge moment with the Atlas, it's going to be very difficult for GEEK FAM because the follow-up potential from ONIC is definitely there, especially with Drian in that mid lane.
But again, they're staying true with their identity, right? GEEK FAM. In game 1, how do they win? Sure, in the early game, they lost actually to ONIC Esports, neutral objective takes, but they let Chadera and Elzura scale, buying time for them, giving the space over to them to farm.
Exactly. Distance management is the name of the game here. Chadera with the Purify, Elzura with the Sprint as well. They will be able to actually avoid a lot of the engage potential, the pick-off attempts coming in from ONIC Esports. But of course, unlike usual teams, they do have a lot of options on how they want to try and attempt that. Falling Star Moon, Fatal Links, and as well as the Way of the Dragon. GEEK FAM will have to be able to perfectly maneuver around every single one of those skills in order to get success in the late game.
And because of that, you can even see that Chadera has opted with the Purify spell. So really respecting the CC potential coming in from ONIC Esports, but that's going to limit her capacity for that mobility just a little bit because she couldn't pick up that sprint. So now 5 seconds on the clock for the next turtle to spawn. And this might be just what ONIC Esports needs, right? Because of the wombo combo capacity that they have, so much flex, so much ability to utilize GEEK FAM. They need to be very careful.
Luke already aggressively just zoning away ONIC Esports, but we haven't seen Luke completely pop off, do crazy plays just yet, so he has a lot to prove right here, especially in a match with such high stakes. And GEEK FAM with the control, they have the option to just back away, but Kyrie goes for that steal.
Perfect match for Samo. Beloy comes in. I'm offended. Also, Kyrie able to secure the turtle, as that is a massive engage with the Fatal Links. 2 kills again over to ONIC Esports with the turtle to Kyrie. Not looking good at all for GEEK FAM. But just as I say that, it's looking good at the gold lane with Chadera winning in that lane.
Now this was similar to game number 1, right? When GEEK FAM won. It did seem like ONIC Esports were able to get the favorable trades on the board, but because they let Chadera just scale into that late game and GEEK FAM were able to stave it off, GEEK FAM actually had a chance to win it back against ONIC Esports. But for the moment, 2,500 gold lead Arashi.
Right, you gotta be a bit concerned about the how the one-dimensional ONIC Esports damages. If they are able, GEEK FAM can just zone away. Oh, as I say that though, I'm a fan of the UCW gets jumped on.
1 HP there, but look at the Fatal Links. Oh my god, comboed perfectly coming in. And look at Drian, he's coming in as well. This is not good for Chadera and Beloy. Chadera caught in the midst of it all, gonna be stunned up there, knocked up. He's still able to kite away for a bit with the Purify, but in the end, it is gonna be ONIC Esports getting another 2-for-0 trade. GEEK FAM, this is starting to look grim.
Wow, they just weren't ready for that. They tried to go for that play, but unfortunately, the collapse from ONIC Esports comes in a bit too early. And I was saying earlier, if they can just isolate CW, zone him away, the only real threats coming into them is just going to be Magical from Drian, from Boots. So, itemization-wise, they can try and get an advantage there, but if ONIC Esports is able to leverage their lead, their crowd control, and get ahead really far in the early game, GEEK FAM will struggle, man.
So what do they do, right? Because if they go for 5v5, it's a little bit more difficult because of how much CC ONIC Esports has at their disposal. But if they want to go for pickoffs, how do they accomplish that as well? Who in particular do they target, realizing that CW is never alone in that lane?
That's just way too difficult. They're trying to leverage their winning lane, the gold lane, try and make something happen. But if they want to burst down Samo HT on the Atlas, he's way too tanky. So Fatal Links be used again right there, and Baloyski will be the target.
All the weakness points popped in, and that's a crossbow tank to isolate Baloyski, and that's the 3rd turtle going over to the hands of ONIC Esports, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. ONIC Esports, again, just using this gold lead so well, even going into the enemy jungle, stealing the orange buff away from Janna. Deja vu to game number 1, but it's even more dominant here for ONIC in that early stage. 4,000 gold lead. Kyrie, again, he stole the little creep there as Janna just telling him to chill out. Chidera, meanwhile, got chunk low, and ONIC are doing whatever they want in this game already towards GEEK FAM.
5,000 gold lead, and GEEK FAM, until this moment, they haven't had a particular moment. They haven't been able to make any decisions on the board because they're playing into ONIC Esports tempo. Every time ONIC Esports go for a pick-off, go for an engage, they instantly are able to convert it onto an objective. The tower in the mid side, the tower in the bottom side, and so far, GEEK FAM has only been able to get 1 tower here in the 8th minute.
Honestly, I think the window is kind of closed for GEEK FAM. The way they could have, approached that early game was if they just traded the neutral objectives for the bottom side constantly, right? Go for trades. But the thing is, they kept on playing with their weak side. Esme for Kiro lane. Definitely Esme who has a little bit more of an edge there. So, again, GEEK FAM, I think, chose the wrong lane to play with. They had the winning lane bottom side, but they didn't utilize it up until the 3rd turtle. And at that point, I think it's a bit too late to go for that snowball onto Dara. And now they have 3 losing lanes.
Well, GEEK FAM, we have seen them face this kind of adversity before, being able to just survive amidst the pressure that ONIC Esports is exerting on them. Now with 5k gold difference though, ONIC Esports, they're just biding their time here. If they have a chance of just going for dives and whatnot with the tanky members they have on their team, we'll just have to see if GEEK FAM can try and outmaneuver around that, as Baloy and Kadira, they're in a very scary spot here, no turret.
Yeah, this might be scary. Oh, no!
Oh my god, CW is gonna get taken down. Chidera still able to survive for now. He's hiding away. My goodness gracious. Bidding out the black shoes. Bidding out Triana Flicker in, but the Failing seals the deal in the end. It was almost an outplay, but now Kyrie jumps onto Janna. Enhanced chain knocking Samo up, but the perfect match will find him. Stunning him up with the Jikundo comboed in. Kyrie is unstoppable. He's looking for Baloy. He's jumping in again. He's looking for another kill, but even in the mid lane, Luke cannot withstand Boots' pressure. He can't even deal damage to him. ONIC Esports get another good trade. They combo, they convert it onto the Lord.
Uncontested, mind you, as well. So 5,000 gold lead to their name. And this is difficult. GEEK FAM, they need to be able to look for compensation on the board, right? Because if they leave it like this for too long, ONIC Esports are just going to snowball to the point where GEEK FAM won't be able to utilize their moment. And as you can see here, Kyrie once again taking away the buff from Janna Cutie.
It's crazy, man. ONIC is not letting GEEK FAM get any beneficial trades at all. And now they're extending their control to the turret game as well. 7k gold difference and all the damage in the world. GEEK FAM just had to survive and try and attempt to scale, but they seem to be intent on making those aggressive plays happen. They are able to just get pickoffs, but at what cost? They keep losing 2 or 3 members every time they get a single pickoff, and I don't think that can be worth it in any way.
We don't have the El Momento hero here. No Atlas, no Kufra, no one who can actually just change the game with one team fight. It's looking very, very bad for GEEK FAM right now. Comeback potential, sure, there is that hope left, but look at Chidera, he's 3 levels below CW. Elzura as well, 3 levels below Drion. It's not looking, it doesn't feel like the comeback can happen.
It's very difficult because GEEK FAM, they don't have a lot of ways to just engage a fight. Maybe when I'm offended, but even then, it's really not as easy or as simple as any other hero. So they are stuck maybe trying to counter-engage using the Ruby, using the enhanced chain from Janna QT as well. There's potential there. But ONIC Esports, they are very comfortable in that situation. They can play that objective game and just try and end the game without even going for that big fight. So it's on GEEK FAM to try and find the right time, right? When ONIC Esports maybe are tunneling on ending the game for them to actually get an advantage in a team fight instead.
But even if that happens, right? Like, even if GEEK FAM get a really good engage with I'm Offended, the counterplay can be there, but CW gets caught.
Oh my god, he is the top global for a reason! He's able to take Luke down, outplaying that situation, baiting out so many abilities. CW, he gets the kill too. It's a 1 for 2 for ONIC Esports. A valiant effort for GEEK FAM there to look for a trade. In the end, it wasn't even a shutdown.
Exactly. CW has been the one that's been targeted, but he is not the one in possession of the kills, of the kill streaks. Kyrie and Rion are the ones doing a lot of damage, even though you wouldn't really expect it coming in from the Valentina. Very, very low-key damage output, but with the Holy Crystal completed, this man needs to be focused down. And with the black shoes, though, that won't be an easy task.
But that's the thing that I just mentioned, right? Like right as I was saying it, even if GEEK FAM get a really good play with the I'm Offended, if the Atlas is still around and available with the Fatal Links, the counter engage is going to be hitting a little too hard. That can also be comboed in with Kyrie as well as Boots. So very difficult. I think the only thing that they can go for is look for some split pushes on the board, utilize the mobility that they have. It's not going to be easy, way easier said than done. And the other thing that they can do is look for pickoffs. But with the way that ONIC Esports is grouping up, once again, still very, very difficult for GEEK FAM.
Ooh, they're setting up a trap here for Boots, though. It might work out.
Let's see. Nope, they're not going to be able to burst him down. He's way too tanky on the sprint as well. It's a desperate play from GEEK FAM, looking for the play once again. But Beloy, every single weakness point popped in. CW with the crossbow attack with the Inspire as well. And Samo with the Fatal Links. The longer the game goes, the harder it is for GEEK FAM. Jana caught. It's going to be everyone falling here. There, all the bodies hit the floor. Elzura falls as well. GEEK FAM's playoff run, the miracle run we all expected to come true. It's looking very, very gone here.
Beautiful, beautiful setup from Samo. You could see even before they all started grouping around, he was already waiting for the flanks, and Kadera is gonna go down, Nico.
Wipe out by ONIC Esports up against GEEK FAM. They shut the dream down. They take GEEK FAM out of playoff contention. Nice try, GEEK FAM. What a comeback story from this team. 0 wins last season to almost making it to the playoffs this season. But ONIC Esports still way too strong for GEEK FAM to beat.
Very, very valiant effort for GEEK FAM this season, right? I mean, we didn't expect them to be able to take down RRQ Hoshi in the beginning of this season. We didn't expect them to take down all these other teams with really big names, with really big expectations for Season 10, but they were able to do that all with a completely new roster. And they're looking like really strong contenders to win it out next season. Very, very impressive. I hope that this doesn't put them down.
I mean, they have nothing to be ashamed of, man. The progress coming in, now the respect coming from ONIC as well. They understand that this GEEK FAM is no longer the same GEEK FAM, and they have to be very careful because next season, this will be a huge problem for all the other teams in the league right now. GEEK FAM is done for now, but they will be back.
Man, sportsmanship as well being displayed by ONIC Esports, giving them a very, very good signing off back to the player room. You can see the tears from Chadera.
Aww.
In his rookie season already, so many compliments, so many achievements here by this man. He's an absolute threat, and he will continue to be if he continues to play in this level.
Oh, I'm kind of tearing up for Chadera now.
For Beloy, for the whole team here. They expected so much. They could have done it. 1-0 up, but the reverse sweep from ONIC Esports.
I mean, to be fair, the odds were against them, right? Like, how many % did they have to make it to the playoffs? 17?
Like 13,
even under?
16%.
It's like 16%. So, expected outcome, I do believe that I understand that there was hope as well. And to see their progress throughout this season and understanding the history from seasons past as well, it must be difficult. It must have hit them that hard. And it makes me kind of sad to see this part of tournaments, right? Like, you're always happy about the teams that win. You can always see like the smiles happening, the excitement, the passion, especially now that ONIC Esports 100% still in that upper bracket. And looking at GEEK FAM though, the ones that had the most to lose at this stage, it's just so hard to see. It hurts me.
Man,
wow.
Oh, Kadera, no, stop!
It's so sad. I mean, I believed, man. I wanted to see it happen. But unfortunately, that's the sad truth, the bitter pill for a competitive scene. There will be a loser. It only makes the winner, I don't know, man, just two sides of the same coin. This is what makes a competitive scene, and unfortunately, not everyone can stand as winners at the end of the day.
A round of applause from the entire crowd here, the audience, from the ONIC audience, the fans, and obviously from the chat as well, live chat. It's time for us to give them the support. Once a geek, always a fan. Here you can you can also see the ONIC players in tears as well. Kyrie had to send his ex-teammate out of the playoffs. You can see it from Aldo, Samo.
Man, that to me is even sadder, honestly.
One's teammates.
Exactly. Wow.
It's a sad moment for GEEK FAM. A happy, bittersweet moment for ONIC Esports. But in the end, it's the thrill and agony of this game we all love. The competition. ONIC's solid team fight makes GEEK FAM fail to go to the playoffs. It is officially over. 0% chance for GEEK FAM today.
I don't even... man, this is so difficult. I don't really even know what to say at this point. They had their moments, their glimpses of success, right? Like, they were so close.
If you recall, even the first game they played against RRQ, they just shocked everyone and just do it again and again. But now we take a look at the interview coming from Vidio Monster.
Dan itulah dia match yang begitu penuh dengan emosional karena match tadi menentukan nasib dari tim GEEK FAM. Di sini Budak Lara Mongstar bakal langsung ngobrol-ngobrol bersama dengan tim pemenang yaitu ONIC Esports yang masih berada di pucuk nambah poin. Tapi Samo Hate, match kalian menentukan nasib dari tim GEEK FAM yang mana bertanding ketika situasi seperti itu.
Jujur, berat sih kayak maksudnya tadi pas kelar match sih jujur Bude kayak rasa sedihnya tuh kerasa juga. Jadi pas main ya kita tapi nggak mau ngecewain Sonic juga kan, jadi kita ngasih yang terbaik aja sih.
Ya, tetap harus memberikan yang terbaik walaupun secara tidak langsung menutup jalan. Tapi itulah permainan, ada menang dan kalah dan harus memberikan yang terbaik. Fair play juga. Dan tapi tadi GEEK FAM juga memberikan permainan yang sangat luar biasa bukan sama Ate? Apalagi di game pertama, apa yang terjadi di game yang pertama?
Hampir ya, tapi almost is never enough lah ya.
Almost. Tadi kalian tuh game 1, udah mau end dan hasilnya malah kalian yang di comebackin.
Percuma.
Iya, itu gimana keadaan saat game 1?
Kita coba buat reset, ya buktinya di game kedua aman lah ya.
Oke. Dan sepertinya juga ini adalah masa yang sangat berat untuk Coach Chepin juga Kyrie bersama semua tim ONIC tadi sampai ikutan sedih. Tapi ya itulah dia, untuk menuju ke babak playoff kalian akan berada di pucuk juga. Upper bracket menjadi tempat kalian. Masih ada satu slot lagi sebenarnya sama HT. Kira-kira apakah kamu udah punya bayangan siapa yang bakal nemenin kamu di babak playoff di upper?
Kayaknya RRQ.
RRQ? Berapa persen tuh? 70? 80%, menarik banget. Tapi kalian juga masih akan ada match lagi untuk setelah ini. Tapi sebelum itu boleh dong kasih mungkin kata-kata untuk tim GEEK FAM, semangat untuk tim GEEK FAM.
Semangat GEEK FAM, masih ada season depan. Semoga kedepannya makin bagus lagi, makin solid lagi, bisa lolos playoff season depan. Mungkin bisa upper bracket season depan, amin.
Untuk Romer Baloy?
Baloyski salah satu idol aku sebetulnya.
Wow.
Gameplaynya keren soalnya. Ya.
Keren dan keep it up karena GEEK FAM masih ada akan next-nya juga. Kita mendoakan yang terbaik dan ternyata di arah sini masih simpang siur banyak banget yang diperebutkan. Ada upper dan juga slot untuk babak playoff. Akan seperti apa? Tentunya kita akan nge-breakdown dulu game pertama kita bakal langsung lemparin kepada caster, silahkan.
Thank you so much for the interview, Bude Clara Mongstar and Samo. It's time to dive into the items of game number 3. A one-sided affair. From the early stage all the way to the late game, GEEK FAM weren't able to do what they did in game 1.
It's just a bit too difficult, man. Elzura, only 4 items. We talked about in the late game, they need to scale. they need to be able to melt through the very, very solid front line of ONIC Esports. But with only 4 items, 3 items, or Kadera with like 4.5 items, it's nowhere near close enough. And Janna QD. When your team has very little escapes, usually we see that Matilda becomes the answer here for like heroes like the Julian, like the Paquito that want to go all in, but still want to have a way out. But without the Matilda available, you can see that Janna QT, he was constantly getting caught out. He wasn't on a Fanny that can go in and out. He has to commit once he makes that play. And he has 4 items, but that is not enough. And every time he makes that play happens, he gets absolutely punished. And I think it comes down back to the fact that they were able to just focus down CW. He is one of the only members who isn't done with 6 items. I think the rest of the solo laners and carries have 6 items almost. But overall, if you take a look at it, he is still standing on a very healthy amount of gold. Second highest in his team even, despite the fact that GEEK FAM has putting so much time and effort to shutting him down. So I think that one-dimensional approach that they didn't change all the way till the late game costed them the game. The rich guy, though, by living by Mandiri, will be Boots. I think that's due to the pressure that GEEK FAM was able to exert on CW. The carry, though, is Drian. Unseen, slowly but surely outputting an insane amount on that Valentina. People just don't respect that Valentina damage. If you take a look at the damage to the towers, the Turtle Lord and turret rate as well, as Mirko mentioned, it's a one-sided affair coming in.
And we can see Samo as the forgotten one, and he was able to make a lot of things happen for ONIC Esports just on the back of his chain Fatal Links, right? And that was the one thing that was very difficult for GEEK FAM. Like, they knew that they couldn't go and engage for these 5v5 team fights, yet I saw at times they still tried to force it, realizing the outcome couldn't have been different, and it was very unfortunate to see. You can even see Samo's KP of 94%, which is really high, with 17 kills. And he's got to be one of the main reasons they won this game.
Exactly. I mean, there's no real counter to it. They have Purifies, but only on the side of Kadera for the most part. Even if they want to try and use the old strategy of engaging on the engage tool, they don't have enough damage to burst Samo down. So he has full reign on whatever he wants to do in this game. And of course, the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series will be Drian on that Valentina.
Oh man, you know, Drian, we all know how creative he is. He used to have the most unique heroes picked. So you can see how good he is at knowing all these ultimates of every single member and when to use, when to take it away.
Experience and creativity for sure is a factor. Look at that, all the way in the early game, GEEK FAM, with the win condition of scaling into that late game, they went for all these fights and even this very, very aggressive tower dive. And I don't think in the long run it was beneficial for them at all. Although to the late game, they were able to get pickoffs onto CW, but that's only him. What exactly are you trading in for that potential pickoff? It's usually 3 members or even 4 members, and repeat that enough times and you have a very one-sided game coming in from ONIC Esports. Unfortunately, the result isn't what GEEK FAM expected. The game plan they wanted to try and attempt didn't work out the way they wanted it to, so it's very tough. There's so much to say, man, and it's so sad to see. But also shows again how smart, how intelligent, how adaptable ONIC Esports is. You can take one game, but they can always have the chance to reverse sweep you in the second and third game.
It's very unfortunate for GEEK FAM, for ONIC Esports. Confirmed, I think 100% first place in the regular season now. If they lost that game and they lose again tomorrow, RRQ can actually take #1, but now it's sealed. No way for any other team to take #1 in the regular season.
Hey, Balmon?
Here,
Balmon? Wait. I can go, guys. No, Balmon. No, solo. Stay solo, guys. Stay solo. Balmon, guys. Balmon. Balmon. Flat. Cancel. Nice! Right, tap. We can push top. Hey, flat. Nice! Balmon. Balmon, item! Selena, no flicker. Hey, we have minions di bottom. Chow. Santai. Oh, Woo! Rip! Gua baca daerah. Gua bisa bentar sedikit. Kita kali. Nice way. Pani boleh mati? Nice way. Mau enggak? Ayo. Mau apa ya? Mati dia. Nice. Gua dapat rupiah, pecahin, we. Gua pecah. Lolina ulti.
Bentar. Gua daun.
Mati Kadera.
Nice. Bisa end.
Ada Pania.
Tom, lu masih ada ulti, Tom?
Enggak ada, 20.
Oke.
Ini Pani. Dapat. Jalan
Gua langsung end.
Nice.
Nice boy.
Nice. Tadi Selena tower dong. Bentar. Gua dapat 2.
Nice.
Dekat.
Nice banget.
Jualan guys, gua lagi 3 tuh. 2 kecilnya gua kabur ya. Nice. Boleh guys.
Pakito flicker ya?
Ya, 4 2 3 Pakito. Ada
Nice,
Pak.
Tom.
Angkat Julian tuh. Dapat 2 gua. Julian. Julian, bye. Nice. Gua recall dulu. Gas kalau mau orang. Kadera di gua. Gua kick guys, Julian. Gua kita Juliannya.
Mati.
Gua kejar dia.
Nice.
Lihat di gua. Sama matiin.
Nice.
NN guys. Nice guys.
Nice.
Once again, what a performance by ONIC Esports, ending it 2-1, reverse sweeping GEEK FAM. But the show must go on. Again, today, right here, it might be decided. With GEEK FAM losing, 0% playoffs. Now, it's up to Rebellion and EVOS and Aura. And even RRQ right now for that upper bracket for RRQ, and for the rest, playoffs.
So our next match is going to be
Rebellion versus Aura
Fire. So, okay, so the two teams that are going to signify who makes it into the playoffs is going to be playing. But can you imagine GEEK FAM? They still have a game tomorrow.
What?
GEEK FAM still has a match again tomorrow against Rebellion. So no pressure for GEEK FAM, but that's going to be a decider for Rebellion as well.
Right, so even after GEEK FAM is out of the picture, it's still that complex. The standings right now, guys, it just doesn't make any sense. There's so much math involved now.
There is. And right now, right, technically, for GEEK FAM, it's done. 0% chance. For Rebellion Zion, they need to win the match against Aura Fire here. If they win and EVOS Legends lose against RRQ later, Rebellion Zion, done. They make it to the playoffs with Aura, I believe. Yeah, with Aura.
So now, it's only between Aura and EVOS to decide who makes it to the bottom.
Yeah, basically. But now it's time to take a look at the keys to success. Arashi boots 007. He's James Bond.
He is James Bond. And ONIC getting control in the early game for against GEEK FAM, right? It just seems like when they have GEEK FAM solved out and they throw a wrench in their plans, GEEK FAM just lose control and it all spirals out of control, right? So for GEEK FAM, if they have a solid performance, a solid idea of what to do in the early game, then they can play patient and find opportunities all the way to the late game. But if you're able to just throw them into chaos, throw them into disarray, they just fall apart, man. And maybe that's due to the lack of experience, but that's why we're saying next season, GEEK FAM, they're going to be back with a vengeance, and we are very excited to see it, man. So nice try. What a great, credits to your run.
GEEK FAM.
Job's not done yet. You still have to play again tomorrow. But again, credit to GEEK FAM.
If Rebellion lose against Aura today, then it's going to come down to tomorrow. So GEEK FAM can do the same thing that ONIC did to them, technically.
The power's in their hands.
Man, but on your guys' side, we're about to take a break very soon. You guys have the chance to grab some snacks, grab some food with the promo code grb.to/MPL to get 90% off of your order.
Or scan this.
Oh yeah, there you go. Arashi, below Arashi, you can scan the QR code, but Eternal likes to just take
Do it hard.
The hard way.
We like the hard way better.
Absolutely. GEEK FAM today, they took the difficult game, right? It was #1 against #8.
It's crazy.
And they went all the way 2-1. Even the audience prediction, even the town prediction in the end
split.
was GEEK FAM. No, in the final game, it was not split. Everyone went for GEEK FAM.
Is it the Castle Curse?
It might be the Castle Curse. Did we curse GEEK FAM?
We should have picked ONIC.
Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, but it is time for us to go and take a break. Hopefully you guys are going to stay tuned for the next match. Obviously, go ahead and grab your snacks. Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi will be back.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kita beralih ke informasi yang satu ini. Auman sang macan akhirnya menghentikan langkah sang raja.
Tim EVOS Legends, sang macan juara dunia. Seperti yang kita tahu, kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends World Championship 2019 atau
Pemirsa
M1
Piala Presiden
sudah
Esports
usai.
2019 mempertemukan dua tim tangguh ONIC melawan
Esports tidak terbendung di Grand Final Piala Presiden Esports 2019.
Hari ini dimenangkan oleh ONIC.
Kita mau jadi pro player, mau jelas pun itu tergantung balik ke kitanya sih. Bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu.
Terlebih lagi ketika ada kata profesional, lo dituntut kerja, kalau misalkan lo melanggar itu, ya kali lo mau disebut orang yang nggak bertanggung jawab.
Harus ban kalau nggak Nox atau misalnya
Gue selalu melakukan yang terbaik setiap gue caster, dan gue selalu menganggap hari ini adalah hari caster terakhir gue.
Aku mulai bermain Mobile Legends itu tahun 2016 akhir gitu. Itu di season 2. Ya, langsung tertarik sih dengan gamenya. Karena dia 5 lawan 5 gitu kan. Nah, untuk awal-awal banget gitu, dia mengeluarkan game yang genrenya MOBA masuk ke genreku. Jadi aku tertarik banget dengan game Mobile Legends. Kayak kita bisa dibilang kayak satu komunitas aja gitu loh, daftar gitu ke tim pro itu, tim e-sport itu, yaitu kayak waktu dulu Saints gitu. Nah disitulah mulai menjadi pro player.
Saints Indo berhasil menyamakan kedudukan menjadi satu sama atas elit.
Awal ceritanya karena gue memang suka ngegame, terutama game MOBA tuh gue suka banget karena di situ banyak strategi. Dan untuk ke Mobile Legends sendiri, terakhir kali ngelihat industrinya berkembang, gue ngerasa industri ini bakal besar dan ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai sebesar ini. Gue masuk ke pro scene itu waktu umur 15 ke 16 dan itu masih sekolah.
Jadi itu kalau misalnya game sendiri, gue tuh udah main dari kecil. Gue udah main dari SD, kelas 3 SD gue udah main. Bahkan gue benar-benar tiap hari di warnet. Tapi gue nggak tahu kalau itu menghasilkan. Gue kualifikasi MPL season 1, pertama kali gue duduk di bangku gaming ginian. Gue nggak tahu bangku ginian ada, gue nggak tahu sebuah game bisa jadi turnamen itu. MPL itu merubah hidup gue. Dari orang kasarnya, gue makan warteg aja cuma bisa nasi tempe, sampai alhamdulillah bisa biayain keluarga gue. Ya MPL merubah hidup gue.
Sebelum support, juara plus menghasilkan. Oh, dia lihat kan, anak ini bisa menghasilkan nih, bisa dapat prestasi nih. Tapi di sini bagus gitu, ya bagus lah kita kita sebagai keluarga gitu melihat anak seperti itu ya kita dukung kan pasti kan, maksudnya kayak ya dukung, asal itu positif aja lah. Nah, sebenarnya kan yang paling dikejar adalah ya itu dulu kan, membuktikan itu supaya kita disupport gitu loh.
Gila, bokap sama nyokap pertama nggak percaya, mikirnya aneh-aneh, mungkin gue diprovokasi atau dicuci otak sama siapa seperti itu. Ya menurut gue itu sesuatu hal yang wajar, kekhawatiran orang tua kepada anak, dan gue pun hargai kekhawatiran mereka itu. Selebihnya sampai sekarang pun akhirnya mereka malah jadinya mendukung, mungkin karena sudah mengetahui hasilnya, meskipun mereka nggak tutup mata terhadap banyak orang yang gagal juga.
Impact positif nyokap gue itu baru terjadi di tahun 2019-20an ketika alhamdulillah caster gue lumayan laku, gue sama hidupi keluarga, benerin rumah. Itu nyokap gue baru sadar kalau gue beneran kerja, karena dia anggap selama ini ya gue keluar main hura-hura. Bahkan gue udah jadi caster pun nyokap gue masih nyuruh gue jadi PNS.
Untuk di awal-awal dengan hobiku yang bisa dibayar gitu, itu kan kayak udah ngebantu banget. Justru kita makin interest banget kan pasti ke Mobile Legends gitu kan. Otomatis ya kita pengen ada tahapan selanjutnya gitu loh. Tahapan selanjutnya adalah ya kalau misalnya aku menjadi jago, otomatis aku bisa masuk ke e-sport. Masuklah pada akhirnya masuk ke e-sport. Setelah aku masuk ke e-sport dan jadi pro player, untuk ke tahap selanjutnya aku menjadi juara gitu loh. Nah, jadi setelah menjadi juara nih, apa yang pengen ini? Ya jadi juara dunia gitu loh.
Bersyukur juga Bang apa yang udah gue dapatkan, dimulai dari liga amatir, terus naik ke yang bisa dibilang amatir tuh liga-liga yang di bawah MPL lah ya, terus naik ke MPL, dan di MPL pun itu udah didapatkan, langsung naik ke Asia itu pun udah didapatkan, bahkan ke achievement pribadi mengenai emoticon, orang pertama yang dapat emoticon itu udah didapatkan. Itu semua rasa syukur yang gak terlewatkan gitu ya. Satu-satunya title yang belum bisa gue dapatkan mungkin kejuaraan dunia.
Banyak banget pengalaman. Yang pasti gue ketemu keluarga gue yang sekarang lo lihat di rumah ini. Itu Five Brothers, itu gue ketemu di sini. Gue ketemu Volva KB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di KB Volva AB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di season 2. Dan yang kenapa gue bilang Five Brothers, ketika kita struggle dulu, sama-sama gak ada yang meninggalin satu sama lain. Ketika nggak punya siapa-siapa dulu, gak ada yang ninggalin satu sama lain.
Mau jadi pro player gitu ya, kayak bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu. Lebih terpilih orang yang berattitude dibandingkan berskill, karena skill itu bisa beradaptasi. Dia masuk ke pro player, otomatis skillnya udah ada sebenarnya kan mas kan. Attitude-nya juga bagus gitu loh. Jadi kan kita masih bisa ngasah bersama. Daripada jago attitude-nya buruk banget, udah merasa paling jago, kita udah susah mencari sesuatu yang baru mas kalau attitude-nya udah buruk gitu loh.
Saran dari gue, memang konsisten tuh sulit guys. Ketika kalian ngadepin kekalahan, ketika kalian ngadepin susah, entah mungkin dari luar atau mungkin dari tim kalian sendiri, itu hal wajar. Solusinya pun sebenarnya mudah, cuman ya yang namanya ego diri sendiri atau ego temen lu, itu harus dipecahkan. Kalau misalkan itu udah dipecahkan, ya semoga aja semua masalahnya terpecahkan, itu terselesaikan.
Tips and trick untuk yang mau jadi caster, kalau menurut gue pertama adalah kalian percaya diri dulu. Percaya diri, mau belajar, dan lo punya karakter. Maksudnya karakter apa? Identitas diri lo nanti yang mahal.
Dari cara pemikiran dia mungkin, makanya dia pantas buat jadi legenda gitu.
Aura lah, aura kalau gue. Maksudnya kenapa pengorbanan dia, apa yang dia lakuin buat ngejar title juara, dia harus di GH, dia nggak ketemu keluarga.
Pengen masuk tim apa aja dah, pro player, yang penting musuhnya Udil. Kayak gitu kan. Tapi ngidolain dia, tapi pengen jadi musuh gitu loh, pengen yang lain kayak, wah tingkah dia juga tuh.
Gameplaynya dia tuh yang menurut saya legend sih. Kalau menurut gua, Oji adalah salah satu teman yang care banget sama lingkungannya. Jadi tempat curhatan juga buat teman-temannya. Jadi sosok yang memang dewasa lebih dari umurnya.
Kalau hal baiknya sih pasti ada lah. Dia dengan bawelnya itu menunjukkan kalau dia peduli. Soalnya kalau misalkan dia tuh nggak deket sama orang, dia itu nggak bakal bawel. Dia tuh bakal template aja.
Tidak ada kata rata-rata pada kamus mereka. Mereka ingin lebih. Mereka haus akan tujuan mereka. Berapapun harga yang akan dibayar untuk itu, mereka tidak akan berpaling. Hingga mereka sampai di titik sekarang. Dengan kegigihan tersebut, mereka pun diakui sebagai legenda. Mari saksikan dan jadilah saksi para calon legenda baru di MPL Celebration yang ke-10. We own this.
Tim ini ya udah kayak keluarga. Kita keluarga tapi tetap profesional.
Kalau prinsip aku mungkin gini deh, lebih ke kayak sebelum aku keluar aku pengen ngasih yang terbaik dulu buat ini tim.
Gua kalau dari awal gue suka MOBA sih sebenarnya sih, suka game MOBA.
Iya, langsung gue pindah ya. Cuman kayak
Kira gue di kuliah ya teman-teman setongkrongan mainnya Mobile Legends terus, gue iseng main, awalnya iseng main sih. Kok ini ada turnamen ML, ikut yuk iseng-iseng. Nah itu tuh himpunan gue lah tuh yang bikin, gue ikut menang. Habis gue menang, udah kita ikut turnamen terus sama dia, terus-terusan. Sampai akhirnya misah, gue buat tim, diakuisisi sama salah satu tim e-sport, Capcom.
Dulu aku pernah, maksudnya sebulan tuh kayak di rumah tuh cuman ganti baju, terus nginep di rumah abang, pulang ganti baju, nginep lagi di rumah abang, kayak gitu sebulan cuman buat main game doang. BTR Trick, ya dia yang ngechat aku pertama kali untuk nawarin buat ke Bigetron. Sampai orang tua minta kepastian dari manajemennya langsung. Makanya waktu itu pas Bang Patrick jemput aku ke Ponti, dianya datang ke Ponti, enggak, dia nyuruh aku terbang sendiri gitu.
Doa yang paling sempurna itu doa yang dikirimkan orang-orang yang disayang sama Rasulullah.
Kalau gue rasa ada lah, kayak nanti jadi apanya pasti ada, dia kecemasan dia. Cuman dia ya selama gue bahagia kayak aman sih. Semenjak ini sih kayaknya, dulu kan ada platform live stream kan, alhamdulillah dapetnya gede kan, lumayan kan waktu itu. Jadi kayak, oh ya udah emang ini lu bisa kok, lu bisa tanpa harus pendidikan. Jadi kayak nyokap gue udah ngerasa, ya udah terserah kamu udah gede juga.
Aku nggak pernah, maksudnya nggak pernah cerita ke orang tua sih tentang kayak, oh aku capek gini, nggak ada. Paling kayak, ya aku kasih tahu mama aja kegiatan aku tiap hari gimana, aku kasih tahu Cece kegiatan aku tiap hari gimana, gitu dong. Kalau yang sampai struggle itu nggak ada.
Hai, selamat dan sukses ya untuk playoff-nya. Berikan yang terbaik untuk tim, jangan lupa berdoa.
Dari sininya juga ada dikasih jam tidur, oh jadi kayak waktu kita tuh lebih teratur lah. Kayak makan ada jamnya, makan dikasih, terus tempat tidur, tempat tinggal segala macem. Jadinya orang tua nggak terlalu khawatir lah.
Kalau gue realistis aja ya, di umur gue yang sekarang, kalau gue buat pindah tim nggak terlalu kepikiran, soalnya ya lu udah tua juga, mendingan lu fokus, lu cuman harus stay fokus aja, lu jangan ada pikiran kemana-mana. Satu, kalau kedua, gue udah berapa tahun di sini, udah itu sih, itu aja kayak udah lama. Gue cuma mau bilang gue minta maaf, gue gagal, udah.
Mungkin gue lagi performance gue lagi drop, lagi turun, terus gue nggak ada dikasih kesempatan buat main gitulah. Makanya kayak gue sempat ngerasa, oh apa gue udah nggak cocok di sini, apa udah nggak pantas di sini gitulah. Nggak ada, lebih ke akunya sendiri sih. Maksudnya aku pengen, maksudnya kayak oh BTR udah ngasih kepercayaan ke aku, tapi kayak aku nggak mau nyanyiin gitu lah. Lebih ke kayak gitu sih prinsip aku.
Anggap aja ini udah final buat kita. Tunjukin semua kualitas lo, semangat lo, semuanya puparin semua di sini ya. Main semangat mungkin, oke? Ya.
Karena gue rasa tim gue ini baik ke gue, jadi gue harus baik balik lah. Soalnya apa yang gue mau rata-rata diturutin sih. Semenjak ada Vesager, ini tim emang keluarga, tapi semenjak ada dia, kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela bahwa kondisinya salah.
We have nothing to lose. Gak ada yang peduli kita kalah menang, oke?
Beberapa orang yang aku lihat kayak baru masuk e-sport tapi kayak udah males-malesan, apa yang kayak dia pengen udah tercapai gitu. Contohnya misalnya dia pengen masuk e-sport nih, tapi pas dia udah masuk e-sport jatuhnya males-malesan.
Harusnya mereka seperti apa? Ya udah, ini lu udah dikasih koken, lu manfaatin sebaik mungkin. Lu harus momentum, lu harus fokus sama momentum yang dikasih. Buat player baru ya, momentum penting sih. Di saat lu udah punya momentum, lu harus manfaatin.
Perjuangan yang mereka lakukan adalah pengorbanan. Pengorbanan adalah totalitas usaha dalam menggapai tujuan mereka. Mereka tidak jerah akan kegagalan. Mereka tidak puas dengan apa saja yang telah mereka gapai selama ini. Yang mereka lakukan adalah terus berjuang bersama tim yang mereka banggakan. Dan bersama berani menghadapi rintangan. Itulah arti loyalitas. Mari saksikan dan dukung usaha mereka pada MPL Celebration Season yang ke-10. We own this.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana, gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, Mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Because Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Why? Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Awesome details.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih? Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
wiped out.
Beli pasti ori.
Pasti ori. Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pasti bos, pasti beli.
I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kita beralih informasi yang satu ini. Auman sang macan akhirnya menghentikan langkah sang raja.
Tim EVOS Legends sang macan juara dunia. Seperti yang kita tahu, kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends World Championship 2019 atau
MPL Presiden
sudah
Esports
usai.
2019 mempertemukan dua tim tangguh ONIC melawan
ONIC
RRQ.
Esports tidak terbendung di Grand Final Piala Presiden Esports 2019.
Hari ini dimenangkan oleh ONIC.
Kita mau jadi pro player, mau jelas pun itu tergantung balik ke kitanya sih. Bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu.
Terlebih lagi ketika ada kata profesional, lo dituntut kerja, kalau misalkan lo melanggar itu, ya kali lo mau disebut orang yang nggak bertanggung jawab.
Harus ban kalau nggak off atau misalnya gue selalu melakukan yang terbaik setiap gue caster, dan gue selalu menganggap hari ini adalah hari caster terakhir gue.
Aku mulai bermain Mobile Legends itu tahun 2016 akhir gitu. Itu di season 2. Ya, langsung tertarik sih dengan gamenya. Karena dia 5 lawan 5 gitu kan. Nah, untuk awal-awal banget gitu, dia mengeluarkan game yang genrenya MOBA masuk ke genreku. Jadi aku tertarik banget dengan game Mobile Legends. Kayak kita bisa dibilang kayak satu komunitas aja gitu loh, daftar gitu ke tim pro itu, tim e-sport itu, yaitu kayak waktu dulu Saints gitu. Nah disitulah mulai menjadi pro player.
Saints Indo berhasil menyamakan kedudukan menjadi satu sama atas Elit.
Awal ceritanya karena gue memang suka ngegame, terutama game MOBA tuh gue suka banget karena di situ banyak strategi. Dan untuk ke Mobile Legends sendiri, terakhir kali ngelihat industrinya berkembang, gue ngerasa industri ini bakal besar, dan ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai sebesar ini. Gue masuk ke pro scene itu waktu umur 15 ke 16 dan itu masih sekolah.
Jadi tuh kalau misalnya game sendiri, gue tuh udah main dari kecil. Gue udah main dari SD, kelas 3 SD gue udah main. Bahkan gue benar-benar tiap hari di warnet. Tapi gue nggak tahu kalau itu menghasilkan. Gue kualifikasi MPL season 1, pertama kali gue duduk di bangku gaming ginian. Gue nggak tahu bangku ginian ada, gue nggak tahu sebuah game bisa jadi turnamen itu. MPL itu merubah hidup gue. Dari orang kasarnya, gue makan warteg aja cuma bisa nasi tempe, sampai alhamdulillah bisa biayain keluarga gue. Ya MPL merubah hidup gue.
Sebelum support, juara plus menghasilkan. Oh, dia lihat kan, anak ini bisa menghasilkan nih, bisa dapat prestasi nih. Tapi di sini bagus gitu, ya bagus lah, kita kita sebagai keluarga gitu melihat anak seperti itu ya kita dukung kan pasti kan, maksudnya kayak ya dukung, asal itu positif aja lah. Nah, sebenarnya kan yang paling dikejar adalah ya itu dulu kan, membuktikan itu supaya kita disupport gitu loh.
Gila, bokap sama nyokap pertama nggak percaya, mikirnya aneh-aneh, mungkin gue diprovokasi atau dicuci otak sama siapa seperti itu. Ya menurut gue itu sesuatu hal yang wajar, kekhawatiran orang tua kepada anak, dan gue pun hargai kekhawatiran mereka itu. Selebihnya sampai sekarang pun akhirnya mereka malah jadinya mendukung, mungkin karena sudah mengetahui hasilnya, meskipun mereka nggak tutup mata terhadap banyak orang yang gagal juga.
Impact positif nyokap gue itu baru terjadi di tahun 2019-20an ketika alhamdulillah caster gue lumayan laku, gue sama hidupi keluarga, benerin rumah. Itu nyokap gue baru sadar kalau gue beneran kerja, karena dia anggap selama ini ya gue keluar main hura-hura. Bahkan gue udah jadi caster pun nyokap gue masih nyuruh gue jadi PNS.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head & Shoulders, and super app partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
The battle for playoffs continue, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter match number 2, again, of the final week of MPL ID Season 10, day number 2, with Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi on the English desk.
Wow, this next match is going to be insane, right? I don't know what to expect so far because both of these teams, they seem to have like an equal amount of chance to win it.
Right, actually. Despite the fact that Rebellion was all the way down in the standings and Aura being all the way on top. Man, how to turn tables. This is why this season is just so crazy. Who would have thought they would be this close to each other? And now, today's match has so much significance in what's going to happen.
There's going to be a lot of crazy moments. We already saw a crazy moment earlier. And obviously right here is your chance to upload your excitement or just your reaction in general of watching MPL ID Season 10 with GEEK FAM out of the playoffs just now when he got beaten up. You guys can show your reactions, upload, and get yourself a lot of these crazy prizes using the hashtag
MPL Celebrations.
Yes, there you
One
go.
Aeons.
With the
1-0
1-0
and S.
instead of an IO. But here as well, Eterna, where can I buy goodies for my MLBB account?
It's super easy. It's going to be none other than Blee. So don't
Blee
forget
Blee.
to check that out too, guys.
Game-MPL 10 or Arashi, where do they need to scan? Right down there. There's MPL ID merch. You can buy tickets for the playoffs later on. You can buy tickets for the playoffs. Hey, this one's sold out. We're done for this one, right? This is the final week.
You
So,
missed out.
ladies and gentlemen, if you missed out on the tickets, you can't miss out on the diamonds. But right now,
no
kabuki.
Whoa, hang on.
All right,
What?
that. Okay, yeah, you were right. We don't know what to expect, but I guess for Rebellion we do, right? Still, with their main 5 lineup, with Region Arco instead of Val, and for Rebellion Zion, they will still be playing from home because of close contacts.
Now this is interesting, right? Because if I'm not mistaken, the last time they met up against Rebellion Zion, it was Chayat as well in that gold lane where they actually lost. But when we're talking about Rebellion Zion, we gotta highlight highs.
The bullseye highs absolutely on point here as a marksman. One of the standouts as well. As a rookie, he's just so lethal. The thing is though, right now, he has a solid performance on the Claws. Solid performance back then on the Beatrix. But that's about it when I see his playstyle. He's very reliant on his comfort heroes. even though on his comfort heroes, you can just rely on him to carry games, to be that backbone of your team. Signature hero, Claude, 8 times picked up, 50% win rate, getting a whole lot of success in the second half of the season. 671 GPM, a very solid, efficient farmer in that gold lane, and he's not afraid to deal out damage. 45,000 average damage here in the MPL. 4 highs. Ooh, he wants to beat high here. Let's see what the Blue Bulls can do. Rebellion Zion welcomed them onto, not the stage, technically, the game.
Welcome to the game. And this is going to be very interesting. I mean, in that comment, he's like, you know what, Hi? Show us what the best team jungle in MPL ID Season 9 can do. And we're going to see exactly that. How are they going to go against one another? I mean, so far, Aura Fire hasn't been able to utilize their pool hero, whereas Rebellion Zion, even with limited picks, they're able to just go on top every time they go into the Land of Dawn.
It seems like Aura Fire, they're trying to make sure that people can't predict what they're going to do. But for Rebellion, you can predict it, but they will have solutions. They have ways to try and make it work afterwards. So I think that's just a more effective approach as Fluffy here tries to avoid any close contact himself, apparently.
With a paper bag.
Plastic bag, I think.
Oh, my bad. Plastic bag, yeah, to cover his hand there. Why do you think he's doing that?
Just straight clean. They can have a clean performance in the Land of Dawn with it. So we'll have to see if Fluffy will be the key that they need to try and break down and tame the Blue Bulls as we take a look at the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders for Aura Fire as they just swag walk into the stage. But who is the highlighted player?
Tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders, and now to the highlighted player, the man leading the pack, Facehugger, the mastermind of Aura Fire. This man is so brilliant macro-wise. In terms of hero pool, he used to have the smallest in Aura Fire, but now it really feels like he is the most dynamic player in this squad. Going with a whole lot of new heroes, learning the Valentina, being so creative and lethal on it. The Faramis as well, he's always so lethal. Even here, we're seeing him on something that we usually don't see him on, right? It's so interesting to see. The Valentina plays coming out from the macro mastermind himself. But still, he likes to stick with his remarkable hero. 13 times picked up, and the total assists, #1 still in MPL ID with 204. Very active on the map. He enables his team when it matters, 74%. And here you have it. Let's give him a good game. Facehugger telling the crowd and telling Rebellion Zion, welcome the Indonesian Dragons, Aura Fire.
Let's see if they can keep their reputation here in week number 8. As in leg 1, they actually were able to get that top position for a while, but for some reason, coming into the second leg, their performance has been shaky. There have been a lot of considerations regarding the drafting phase as well, but we're going to see what exactly they can do. Remember, both of these teams need to win this if they want to secure that playoff position.
Exactly. I mean, I called them the Indonesian Hydras due to how multifunctional they are as a team, but have they lost one too many heads? Can they still have a multifaceted approach against Rebellion Zion? That is what will be tested today, because if they go with a familiar strategy, Rebellion has shown that they are so good at finding answers to difficult problems. So Aura will have to come in with quality or with quantity, right? If they want to try different strategies, they have to try a lot more than usual, or if they want to go with something unique, they have to find something very unique. As we take a look at the team head-to-head by Head and Shoulders, Aura still having the advantage when it comes to the kill, death, and assist. But for Rebellion Zion, the first Lord, the first Turtle, and as you can see, they already started having a victory against Aura the last time they met. So can they maintain the same trend? Can they establish themselves as now a real contender that can take down a team as highly rated as Aura Fire?
And fun fact, right? The first time Rebellion were able to beat Aura in the first leg was also against Giant in that gold lane. Here though, unfortunately, I used to think Kabuki was the better gold laner because of the previous patch, the Beatrix. We all know how powerful it is on the hands of Kabuki. This patch though, I actually think Tide is the better fit for that gold lane.
It feels like Kabuki himself has been nerfed because of the patch. Very difficult to see him being able to perform as well as he did on the Beatrix, whereas Chayat he's still able to use the 1-1, the Claude, to its utmost potential. And when you said that Rebellion Zion were able to get a win against Aura Fire, I mean, they are known as the Giant Slayer.
Ooh, that's a very scary nickname to go up against, especially when you're doing, or when you were doing so well on that standings. But as you mentioned, the difference might be important, but let's take a look at the keys to victory by Axe. Shut down Vidio and Suela's rotation from the early game. That is one of their main weapons for Rebellion Zion. Get power pick heroes for the mid lane, for the roam position. You can get Kadita maybe. That can be a very solid win condition if Rebellion are not careful. Pressure Rebellion's gold lane, and of course, beware of Dairon's playmaking potential. We talked about how Dairon is just reckless, and he can just be so aggressive. If Aura can take advantage of that and perhaps bait him into weird situations, they can try and get an advantage, getting Fluffy ahead as well. Because Fluffy, we've seen him do crazy things. We saw the Akai with the arrival as well the other day. That is something that they can still try to use against Rebellion Zion today.
Right here, though, we are also going to take a look at the keys to victory by Axe for Rebellion Zion.
Dairon winning the laning phase in the XP lane, optimize the flex and surprise pick in the drafting phase. Chico has been so good at coming up with unexpected picks for unexpected problems coming in from the side of their opponents. So we'll have to see. Secure heroes with burst to objective like the Turtle and the Lord will help with their neutral objective gameplay, and contest Facehugger and Kabuki's comfort hero. Kabuki and Facehugger seems to be the main weapon that Aura used to try and set up their success in the side lanes. So if they can shut them down from the source, Rebellion Zion has a chance to just shut down completely the offensive coming in from the side of Aura Fire.
I mean, I guess that's one success for Rebellion, because Kabuki is not going to be playing today, but here are the playoff scenario for this particular matchup. If Rebellion Zion is able to win this game, they are going to be able to increase their chance to the playoffs, and if they lose, it also decreases their chance. The scenario is, if RBL loses 2-0, Rebellion Zion will go back to the 7th place.
Ooh.
If they lose 2-1, they're going to have an equal amount of points against EVOS Legends. If they win 2-0 or win 2-1, they are going to replace Aura Fire in that 6th place position. So
wow.
definitely high stakes for both of the teams today.
Very high stakes, right? And just a scenario for Rebellion Zion if they want to make it to the playoffs today. They need to win 2-0, 2-1 as well, just win the match in general. And they need to hope that EVOS Legends loses their match up against RRQ later tonight.
Not the, not the most conventional of win conditions for their success. But here we take a look at Aura Fire. This is their playoff scenario as well. If they win, they will secure a slot to the playoffs. But if they lose, they're getting closer and closer to that red zone. And despite being a red team, I don't think they want to be anywhere near that zone, man.
Definitely not, man. Especially you, or Eterna. Aura haven't really been doing
orange,
well.
Not red.
They're
Arashi,
orange.
Thank you.
My mistake.
You're right.
Very much.
They are orange, and their kind of record has been more red than losing a lot is what I'm trying to say in the second leg.
True.
I think it's because of their shallow hero pools. They're very unique, sure, very flexible, but sometimes they're a bit too creative.
I agree. The Uranus jungle didn't work out for them yesterday. So we'll see exactly what they have in store for us against Rebellion Zion as we enter the drafts.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, game number 1. Aura Fire on the blue side, Rebellion on the red side. Brock has just been such a prio ban here in the MPL after the patch.
Exactly, and I completely expect the Kadita ban from the set of Rebellion Zion. Yeah. It's a bit too expensive, especially when one of the highlighted matchups here will be between Vidio and Godiva, right? Both very active, both relied on by their teams to make the plays happen. So they banned out the Paramis for now, so I guess they want to go for more pickoffs here, more burst damage, because the Cult Altar right now, it's only really good at wasting initial combos, right? If the fight continues, if DPS is the name of the game, then the Cult Altar doesn't have nearly enough protection, as Aura will ban out that 1-1, so they won't be going for it.
Yeah, that's very interesting to see, right? Because we have we have seen highs on the 1-1. He hasn't found a whole lot of success on it. Meanwhile, Chide, back in MDL, he was an absolute monster on that 1-1.
turns out they don't want to let it slide this time around. They don't want to give Rebellion Zion the ability to contest it, and therefore the ban has ensued. Now, what are they gonna start prioritizing, right? Because the Akai is still on the board. They do still need to prioritize Kadira, in my opinion, because Godiva without the Kadira hasn't been able to perform as well as he could, forcing him on heroes like the Lolita, like the Ruby, heroes that are not as dynamic with the kill pressure that the Kadira can have, and Rebellion Zion have opted to respect that away. Aura Fire now respond with a Paquito ban.
The Paquito ban, very solid. It's a good flex pick, and it's an absolute menace in the hands of Dyron as well as Fearless, I believe. So Rebellion, they have options to play around with, but the Paquito will not be allowed by Aura Fire. Now with the final ban here, they can go for a Valentina if they want to curb the creativity of Facehugger. They can go perhaps for something in the gold lane if they want to shut down Kite, but with such a small sample size, they don't really have anything to go with to try and shut down this gold laner.
And you know, Rebellion Zion, right now, I would actually say that they are a bit more dynamic than Aura Fire in terms of their hero picks, right? We've seen the flex from the Esmeralda go into the jungle. The Cho jungle was actually started by Rebellion Zion here in MPL ID Season 10. But Aura Fire now with the first pick. Rebellion, good read, I believe, right? Going for that Farsa ban. We all know Facehugger likes to play that Farsa. But wow, all right, so Valentina, a hero that's left open here in the banning phase, not picked up. Aura instead prioritize a hero for Tide. This is also taking away the hero from Highs. We all know how lethal he's been on this hero. But this just gives the Valentina over to Sway Low.
And Akai.
And Fanny.
Akai.
And the Fanny.
Bauman?
But I don't know, has Rebellion Zion... Don't they usually ignore the Fanny pick? We'll see. Rebellion Zion now, without any hesitation, have actually opted to pick up the Julian and the Ruby. So prioritizing these two heroes, allowing Aura Fire to pick it up. And if High wants, he can also just take the Akai.
Are they preemptively picking that Ruby to counter the potential Amon showing up from Aura Fire?
I think so.
That will be the question, but of course, Aura, they have options to play around with, so we'll have to see if they still force to go with that jungle Amon. It's just very surprising to see that Ruby is just highly prioritized in the first two matches here, but the final pick will be Jawhead from Aura Fire. Let's go. 100% win rate.
Yeah, Wawa's probably smiling right now. He loves this hero. He's been spamming this and he wants to see it. Last time when Aura picked this up, it was Jawhead in the jungle, right? Because Leo Murphy picked it up and it was a roamer. This time though, last time he went for a tank build. He went for 1 damage item and full tank, right? So it's more of a utility pick. I don't know. Right now, I think he might just do the same. Rebellion Zion with the response. Honestly, securing a hero for Highs is going to do them wonders, but they actually opt to go for a Bauman instead, so no Akai.
Right, the Akai is available and both teams don't opt for it. Interesting turn of events right here, but let's just see. We're into the second phase of this banning phase, and Rebellion, they will be trying to limit the jungle options for the side of Aura perhaps, because they have such a solid pick in that Diamond. Will they ban the Akai now, or is it too late? Do they want to ban something specific from the side of Aura? Because again, the Jawhead is just confusing.
I think the Akai ban would be most fitting for Rebellion Zion, right? Because of the flex potential that, of course, the Jawhead has. And especially the way that Godiva likes to play, he can go for those pickoffs in that regard. But no, Rebellion Zion actually is going to start limiting Godiva's heroes. The Atlas instantly taken away, Aura Fire respond with a Melissa ban.
Okay, very, very interesting here. Melissa ban. Maybe they're just trying to limit the counters from this Claude, giving Claude a little bit more, you know, free space to play around in that goal lane to just scale up to become that monster that we all know. Usually, if Claude gets a good farming lane with a lot of space, you get that power spike in the 7th minute with the golden staff.
Exactly. Well, I'm not sure. Aura is trying to target the gold laners, but I get the feeling somehow that Papa and Koopa might make an appearance here. It's perfect to go in against the aggression of Aura, and with the Jawhead in the picture, the presence of the Koopa has a chance to just screw over any playmaking chance from the side of Aura Fire. So we'll have to see. Phobia's ban comes in right here, knowing that there's a Ruby, which will be a very convenient source of demonic forces. So Aura has the final ban. Will it be yet another gold laner? It will be kind of.
Benedetta ban. Respect towards Dyron. We saw what he was able to do against RRQ. Literally took the game to his own hands, securing the game with a backdoor. Rebellion Zion now with the first pick. They can secure a hero for that XP lane. We also know that right now the Ruby is a very good flex pick. The Julian is the only one that we definitely know is going to go to the mid lane, right? It's very tough for them to flex this, but
EXP?
Yeah, it's possible.
Maybe, but unlikely, I think.
Very unlikely.
Wow.
What does this leave us for Rebellion Zion?
I think they might want
XP or Roam. I think Roam would be good here. Mathilda up against a Jawhead, right? Just getting some safety here for their carries would be pretty solid, but they actually opt to go for a Brody. I like this approach, actually, from Rebellion Zion. Last time Highs played the Brody, they won up against RRQ.
I mean, the last time we saw Rebellion, right? They really like leaving the last pick being potentially the roamer. But of course, right now, Vidio Arco can take that Ruby for himself as well. So Aura is put in quite a tough spot here. We talked about being dynamic and how Rebellion now, in a way, is a lot more dynamic than Aura Fire. And we're seeing it yet again. For the most part, we can tell where each member of Aura Fire is going to go. But I might be speaking too soon here. If suddenly the Valentina goes to the jungle, you never know.
And the Jawhead goes to the roam, right?
Exactly.
Even if the XP lane maybe. But no, they go for the Fredrin. That secures it, and you are absolutely right.
Wait a minute.
It should... Oh my god, is that...
Roam Fredrin?
Roam Jawhead, Esmeralda jungle. Yeah, that should be what they're going for here. If they go for a Fredrin jungle, I don't know.
What?
It should be Jawhead Roam, Esme jungle, Fredrin XP, Valentina mid. Rebellion now, we've seen their last picks. We've seen how creative they can be. Are they going to do it here?
Wow. They have a lot of factors to try and think of. It's so difficult because depending on who goes where, what they need, right? The tools they need to alleviate that pressure is going to be different. So do they want to go for more security? Do they want to go for a stronger side lane, especially knowing that Fredrin is in the picture? Moment of truth here, 2 seconds to go. It will be the Dyrath. Going up against the Esmeralda, most likely, is what they're thinking of.
Yeah, they decide that they needed a little bit more burst to go against the really tanky heroes coming in from Aura Fire, and we know that that is the way they like to play. But like Mirko mentioned, this is your match history for Aura Fire. Already sitting at 5 lose streaks, losing out so many matches. Yes, 5, Mirko. Let's see, momentum not on their side right now. As the audience prediction by TikTok also not favoring Aura Fire. 55% for the Blue Bulls, for Rebellion Zion. The odds are against them. The belief is against them. Will Aura Fire be able to win this matchup and go and secure their position in the playoffs?
Aura Fire with the underdog story of their own right now. They were so high up and now they are this low, but you can't count them out. The Dragons are always very dangerous. They're never out until they're actually out.
And with this draft, it's a very Aura-esque draft. Flexing it, and yes, it is a Fredrin roam. You see? Oh my god, crazy from Aura Fire. Let's see if this is a bit too creative like yesterday, or if it will work out against Rebellion Zion. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 1. Rebellion need to win to secure playoffs, Aura as well.
Ooh, so much pressure on both of their shoulders.
Oh my god.
And as you know, Rebellion Zion, sometimes they play best in their comfort, which is in their own gaming house. So another thing that Aura Fire needs to be aware of, confidence definitely for them. Let's see what Aura Fire can do. They are going to be able to roam around the map rather easily, but going against the Balman in that jungle, it's going to be a little difficult.
Now prediction by Axe, kind of mixed here, 3-3. I personally went for Aura because it's a Fredrin roam, man. When will you see that again? Fearless, though, jumping in, going for the invade, stealing the purple buff away, but might be taken out here. Face Trigger very aggressively flickering forward right there, but Fearless gets the level up, and he will be able to survive here. He has Chain as well onto Godiva. What do you think about the Fredrin roam, though?
It's strong. It has some resemblance of crowd control. It's not as dynamic though, but if you consider that Rebellion Zion have a lot of melee heroes, Ruby, Dyrath, Balman, and Julian, right? I think it makes sense that you don't need too dynamic of a crowd control. As you can see, Aura with the roam squad, 4-man top at almost 2 minutes. A bit aggressive here.
Yeah, they've been able to clear a lot faster than Rebellion Zion so far because of the Fredrin as well as Facehugger in that mid lane. We're going to see how well that they do when it comes down to the setup though, because as we all know, Balman already has an upper edge when it comes down to it. But oh my god, Fluffy is going to be pressured down low here. Rebellion Zion already with the setup.
Let's see. Rebellion Zion have a Balman. Neutral objective control is their forte as Vision Arco goes around offended and comboed in with the enhanced chain. Rebellion Zion collapse. Godiva's going to fall next. 2-0. Might as well say 3-0 because it was a turtle take as well. And now an orange buff.
Exactly. They've been able to convert this really well, right? They're able to get one after the other. Like you guys can get the new battle emotes, the MPL edition 2022. Don't forget to check that out.
Just seems like Rebellion Zion are just a lot quicker with their objectives, but right now Fluffy gets Dolbon. See ya! Darren picks up that kill, and just like that, Rebellion, they're just taking control of the game. Aura, way too slow to react. They can't really do much right now.
2,000 gold lead almost, and Aura Fire, they need to think about this really, really hard, right? Because if they want to go for it, there you go.
Dude, Region Narco is absolutely unreal, but the engage won't work out for Rebellion Zion. A very good re-engage and disengage from Aura Fire. Facehugger knowing the limits of what he can do on that Valentina definitely helped out. And also, now it's time to take a look at the emblems, Arashi.
Healing Spree for High, Demon Slayer for Fearless. So neutral objectives game, I think it's going to be very one-sided towards the side of Rebellion Zion. But of course, Aura Fire then will have a chance to just pull the aggression and maybe, right, trade the objectives for kills instead. It is a valid strategy. We've seen pay off again and again.
But they haven't been able to convert on anything, right? I mean, it seems like they still go for the neutral objective contest. They don't go for these side lanes so far. And Rebellion Zion, if the pace continues like this, it's going to be them leading from this early game.
That's the difficult part right now, especially since in the XP lane, that winning lane for the side of Rebellion is just so difficult for Aura to deal with. Dyron, as we mentioned, with a powerful hero, with a strong hero in the lane, he just exerts so much pressure right now, and if Aura wants to punish that, Rebellion has other options available, as Highs here will be able to escape, flickers away for 2 safety, but Rebellion will be ready for this turtle.
Yeah, no flicker on Highs, but again, right, it's just so easy for Rebellion Zion to control the neutral objectives with the Balman that they have. With Region Arco as well, basically stops any kind of crazy engage that Aura Fire want to place on Rebellion.
That's the problem. And it doesn't seem like Aura Fire they're trading either. They aren't pressuring the bottom side once again. They aren't trying to prioritize the top lane either. So they're not playing towards their strength. They're not looking for compensation on the board. Rebellion Zion looking fresh with a dual axe effect, giving them a 2,500 gold lead.
Well, they're going to go on to Fluffy here. A lot of defenses popped in. Fluffy able to flicker out of the Abyssum Strike, and Dyron will keep his flicker. That will basically force Fluffy away. And bottom side, whoa, Sway Low going in deep onto Fluffy now, who's going to be sandwiched here.
Oh, he's stuck.
Dyron has the flicker, Fearless has a lethal counter, and that's a 3-man, technically 2-man gank down below. Turret taken, Aura Fire trying to look for the trade up top, and a good read by Highs. He knows he's in the weak side, he backs off.
Highs has the Blade of Heptaseas as well, so Kite needs to be very, very careful here, especially if Vidio Narco is able to find a huge value Armor Bandit, because he has the Flicker available as well. Godiva here will be able to exit, and Rebellion, that is them with aggressive plays, and they don't have anything to trade it back.
Dyron coming in, has the flicker here. That's going to be Abyssum Strike with a flicker. Dyron, an amazing play. He's still surviving up against Highs. Double kill. As now it's going to be him taken down by Fluffy with the falling Star Moon. What a play by Dyron, though. He excels at this type of hero. Those duelists.
Trading for a 1-2 as well, so very, very worth it for Rebellion Zion right now. 3,000 gold lead as Vidio Narco once again trying to pressure that top side. Kite so far has not been able to be taken down. That might become a problem. He is 1 level below, but he is still going to be able to catch up.
Later though, if you go to the later stages of the game, Esmeralda, Valentina, and Claude, in a way, you can say that they have the stronger late game. So Rebellion needs to be very, very careful. They have the advantage here, but they do not want to trade again and again. They want to make sure they get decisive plays in the mid game to ensure that Aura Fire has no chance of making a comeback, because Aura will take that opportunity, but Godiva will get taken out.
Oh my god, just everything. Popped and used, but High was able to steal away the turtle, and look at Giant. There's a pause that comes in through right as the fight was almost taken by Aura, but man, what a brilliant retry by High. He was able to steal it away from a Balman with lethal counter retry. That's 2 retributions in his pocket.
Yeah, that's not supposed to be possible, right?
No,
Either
it's not.
he was very pressured, or yeah, I think he was just very pressured. I mean, at this point, it's already a 1-for-1 trade. Kaid went in with the Blazing Duet at the right time as well, and you can see it actually pop off and even take Swalo down. But so far, in-game pause has ensued. It has been 6 minutes and 45 seconds into the game, with 3 to 7 in terms of total kills. So up until this point, Rebellion Zion still has full control over the objectives, still has control over the kills, and it seems like the rotation still in favor of Rebellion Zion as well.
We have a bit of an info here though. Aura Fire are the ones requesting this pause, despite the fact that they were able to steal the turtle and get quite the comeback situation here, getting an advantage over Rebellion in that fight due to Kaid with the Blazing Duet coming in. So I wonder what exactly was going on. We'll just have to wait here. We have 2 more minutes to go. And again, we have to talk about their compositions, right? Aura Fire, as you can see, if they can get a decisive engage, a huge burst of damage, they can for sure win fights against Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, and that there, Giant dealt so much damage in that team fight, right? You can see already, I think we were 7 minutes in to the game.
6 minutes and 45 seconds.
Does he have the golden staff is my question now, right?
Don't think so.
If he deals that much damage without the golden staff, that's a big problem for Rebellion. They're gonna have to cancel that Blazing Duet right as it pops. Because imagine if he has the golden staff, if he has a Wind of Nature as well. You can't really deal damage to him physically. Magic, Swalo can, yeah, technically Swalo can burst him down, but with the cover that he has coming in from the rest of the Aura Fire team, it's going to be very tough to actually beat this guy down.
Yeah, but now we're going straight into the Land of Dawn back again, as it is going to be Aura Fire being able to get a tower in this bottom side. So trying to level Rebellion Zion as their gold lead has shrunk to 2,000.
That's unfortunate for Rebellion Zion, but as we mentioned earlier, crowd control is very much abundant on the side of Rebellion Zion. Highs as well as Vidio has tools of their own, but Conceal will be made here. Oh my god.
Say goodbye to Facehugger, man. He didn't get a chance to do anything. He was chain CC'd and instantly just taken down. What's up, Arashi? Right here, Godiva and Giant gonna be caught in the enhanced chain. What did you want to say?
Well, Kite just got the golden staff, just as we were talking about it. So it just got built right here. He will have more damage right now. But then talking about damage though, Dyron, what was that?
That's a lot of damage.
That's hard, right? That's tough, because Fluffy is supposed to be the one to be able to look for compensation on the board, right? He is supposed to be able to split push, but here we go, Unstoppable Force.
Yeah, I'm offended instantly there to peel for him. Lethal counter comboed in with a torn apart memory as Godiva goes in for the taunt, diving deep into it all. Giant dealing the damage to the Blazing Duet, cancelled out by Regionarco. Backing off with the BMI, it's the Rebellion Zion who are grasping hard onto this gold lead.
Yeah, back to my point, Fluffy is supposed to be the one to be able to put pressure on the side lanes, to be able to do those rotations for good setup on these objectives. But if he, as the Esmeralda, is able to be bursted down that quick, it's going to be very difficult for Aura Fire to look for trades on the board.
I mean, he's up against a 5-1 Dairos right now, and Sway Low here makes the play happen. Does a lot of damage, but Fluffy isn't taken down yet. He will be able to back away as Rebellion Zion will set up for the turtle. Yeah. But he was on the bottom side.
I don't know about this. They're committing on Fearless. That's a tank! And they're gonna get punished for it. Godiva falling next to the hands of Dyron and Highs. It's a disaster for Aura Fire. They make the commitment onto Fearless, who's a utility jungler. Highs basically free hitting there, and Swalo getting the clear up top. Aura cannot contest this. It's a free lord over to RBL.
Very, very unfortunate for Aura Fire. They made the wrong decision there. And unfortunately, Rebellion Zion being able to get a lot of trades on the board. They are going to continue their aggression, taking away that mid side and now denying way more map pressure from Aura Fire, and even Fluffy on the Esmeralda. You can see him being very, very cautious. He doesn't want to get taken down this early on.
Exactly, especially in the 1v1. If you're losing this hard, you don't have to worry. Usually you can be a bit more careless because you can't get taken out 1v1. But against a Dairoth, using an Esmeralda, it's going to be very, very difficult. Even without a gank, you can get instantly one-shot. As Rebellion now, they are pressuring very, very well in the mid and top side. They're waiting for the Lord, but there's nobody in the top side jungle for Aura Fire. This is a mistake.
Oh, this is scary. This is getting scary. You can see Rebellion Zion having the pressure here in the mid and that top lane as the Lord is going to be marching down there. It will require a particular moment for Aura Fire to be able to defend this one.
Falling Star Moon onto Dyron. Dyron taken down there on the bottom side by Facehugger, but it is going to be Rebellion trying to use that distraction to take down the turret. They are unable to. A good defense by Aura. And Rebellion Zion won't really be able to take any more right now, right? So, honestly, not the best value for the Turtle. I mean, for the Lord. They didn't get that tier 2 down below.
Exactly. I mean, Dyron, he was so aggressive right there, but he got absolutely chunked by Facehugger, which shows, again, you can't underestimate the damage coming in from Aura, and they go for the pickup yet again. Taunt on Wijanarko.
Doesn't seem like he's able to get it just yet. Rebellion Zion, they're still playing it rather carefully. And you can see that the lane is pushing down in that bottom side.
Absolutely disgusting. Wijanarko. These mechanical plays from him every single time he's on the Ruby never fails to impress. But Swalo jumps in high with a stun, torn apart memory with a lethal counter. No, you don't even need the lethal counter. Fearless doesn't have it. My God, the single target pickoff for Rebellion is absolutely nasty.
Oof, they're riding on an insane momentum right now. They used all their battle spells though. So, High just gets unfended and they get knocked out by the entire chain as well.
Again, Go Diva's gonna fall to the torn apart memory. 4 members down, 3 members down. Facehugger respawn, Chide as well. Enhanced chain over to Facehugger, who still has I'm offended. He tries to go, and unfortunately, he isn't able to get anyone on that I'm offended. It's a very, very good trade for Rebellion. They didn't lose anyone for a tier 2, 4-man, 4 kills, and a base turret.
7,500 gold lead as an outcome here, Miracle as well as Arashi. And Aura Fire, they have not found anything that they can do on the board. I mean, we did see Chide go to the top side, look for a clear, take down a turret, but other than that, they have nothing. They don't know what to do. And remember, if Chide is the one that goes in for these split pushes, if he gets taken out, that's a huge member taken away from them. And that's just going to be another factor for Rebellion Zion, another advantage for Rebellion Zion, especially now that the Lord has already spawned.
It's so difficult for Aura right now because Rebellion, they have Dyra to lower the defenses from your main frontliners, Godiva as well as High, and when Kaid comes in after waiting for the right opportunity, he can get cancelled by Wijanarko on that Ruby, so they don't really have a very easy win condition. They have to try and really catch Rebellion off guard somehow and make them make a huge mistake. Otherwise, if things just go according to, just play out, Rebellion Zion, they are going to cruise to an easy victory.
I mean, Fearless is 2 levels ahead. It just doesn't feel like Aura have the resources necessary to go for a contest. Rebellion with a conceal right now, going into the enemy jungle, but Aura is there as well. Highs! It's caught in the midst of it all, the blazing duet, and the insane fight from Aura. There's the falling Samoon as well. Swalo trying to cut away right now, is able to do so for a bit before Facehugger takes him down. Wijanarko in the midst of it all, dashing out, triple kill for Facehugger as he looks for a Maniac, but Fearless is way too tanky. He's going to be able to get out of that one. A beautiful read by Aura, knowing that Rebellion likes to go for these kinds of invades.
Momentum back in favor of Aura Fire as unfortunately though, they're not going to be able to convert it onto anything. They are going to be pressuring this mid side though, and Fearless is forced to retreat for now.
That's crazy, man. Aura Fire with the mind games, with the deception, waiting in the jungle, and unfortunately for Rebellion, the man who walks face first into it was Highs, followed by Swalo, and the tanks just have no business staying around after the main damage dealers are taken out. Rebellion Zion needs to respect the potential of Aura Fire to maneuver like that and be a bit more careful, because that can easily happen again. You take a look at the items right here, you can see that Highs does have the Wind of Nature there, but with Valentina in the picture, that's a lot of damage, and he does get taken out regardless. So I think they just have to be very, very careful. Sway low with a lot of damage here with the Winter Truncheon will allow him to make a lot more aggressive plays depending on how ahead Aura Fire gets right now. They caught up in gold and now they have items of their own.
And I feel like, you know, in that team fight there, it was a team mistake, but it was also an individual mistake. Highs, he had no reason to be the one opening up the map, going headfirst into a bush when no Aura Fire members are on the map.
You're right, you're right. So it all comes back down to discipline and how well Rebellion Zion can maneuver around this one. And remember, the members from the side of Rebellion Zion, they're very strong in terms of that burst. So if Aura Fire can actually withstand that initial amount of damage, it might be Aura Fire being able to win out in those team fights. We'll see what happens right now as we are 45 seconds left away from the next Lord to spawn. Rebellion Zion already starting to set up for this. It all depends on how Fluffy can utilize these minions to their advantage.
I think if Aura Fire plays in the lane though, that opens up a chance for Rebellion Zion to do what they've been doing since the beginning. Going with aggressive plays, using the flickers on their team to just get the surprise pick on Aura Fire. When the fight gets messy, when it's in the jungle, that's where Aura Fire has a chance to surprise Rebellion Zion. And we saw, like earlier, that's just exactly what happened. Conceal play right now in the lane, as you mentioned.
Oh my god, Narco! Every single time on the Ruby, he does the impossible. What the heck?
Nah, stay away from the lane, Aura. It's Rebellion Zion's territory.
Man, wow. 2 members taken down, and now Rebellion Zion instantly converted onto the Lord. This is starting to smell like a disaster for Aura Fire. How is Vidio always able to get those pickoffs on the board? First time it worked, second it didn't because of a short mistake. But now, Rebellion Zion pushing it further in this bottom lane.
Let's see, Godiva going in for the taunt. Rebellion doesn't care. They go straight for the base. And Fluffy went in, soaking in all the damage. But a torn apart memory comes in with a lethal counter to take away the immortality. Now Giant jumps in the Blazing Duet as well. Enhanced Sword popped in. It's an all-out fight as both teams are going at it. 1 for 1. High for Roamer. Face Tiger flickering forward on towards Sway Low, who has the Winter Truncheon. Another Winter Truncheon being popped in by Face Tiger. Giant jumps in for the damage again. Torn from memory. Taking and sniping Face Tiger down with a fadeaway. As Aura are still in this to defend. A 3v3. Highs and Sway Low are very low. Fearless going to be in the midst of it all. Sway Low jumps in, getting the enhanced chain. Fearless has the Winter Truncheon. He can tank for a bit more. He can buy the time. Appraiser's Wrap popped in. Enhanced chain with the lethal counter. Together, comboed in. Fluffy going to get taken low, but Highs does not care. He goes for the base. What an insane end by Rebellion.
Beautiful, beautiful plays coming in from Rebellion Zion. Wonderful setup coming in from Vidio. And he has got to be one of the best roamers right now. I mean, being able to get those moments for Rebellion. Valiant effort though by Aura Fire in those last few seconds with a flicker trying to bait out the combo wombo coming in from Rebellion Zion, but unfortunately in the long run it wasn't enough. 1-0 for Rebellion Zion as now they are leading the series.
There's too much burst damage coming in from Rebellion Zion, man. Whenever at least 2 members gets hooked by the Am Offended, it's over. They get deleted. My god, what was that? Every time anyone shows up on the lane, Vidio pops a conceal and he is on the hunt. He is out for blood. That is crazy.
A lot of individual mistakes, honestly, from Aura.
True,
right?
true.
Why are they clumping up so much up against that kind of comp? Vidio been getting these hooks technically with I'm Offended. It's absolutely insane. And even in that final fight, Sway Low got an enhanced chain onto 3 members. You're in your own base, you can spread out a bit. You don't need to be that clumped up against so much AoE. You're up against a Balman, a Brody?
A Brody, yes.
And a Julian. That's all AoE, right? Apart from obviously Brody's basic attacks and their basic attacks. No, in the final fight it was 3v3,
oh,
right?
Yeah, yes.
They had no reason to be that clumped up together, and they paid the price for it.
Rebellion Zion 1 step closer to securing that playoff
position. Oh my god. Did I read that right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can do it, Rebellion. You can, what, force EVOS to be number 8? Technically.
Yikes.
Still possible.
Oh my god. You know,
it's possible.
Let's talk about the scenario. How is that possible?
Because if Rebellion Zion is able to win 2-0, and EVOS Legends lose 2-0 against RRQ,
and GEEK FAM win 2-0 against Rebellion tomorrow, then oh my god.
Oh my god, exactly.
EVOS can be 8th. What?
First time in history.
Half-season champions.
That is unreal, man, right? You could not come up with a more outrageous story, but yet here we are in Season 10. My god, Rebellion starting to change events that just might make that possibility happen. That is so confusing, my man.
But hold up, ladies and gentlemen. Aura are not safe just yet.
Yep.
As well. Let's take a look at the item builds first, though. Game time, 17 minutes. Give the MVP to Wijanarko.
I think you can't really argue with that. He is building full tank, but every time, Conceal and Flicker, he just uses it so efficiently and so decisively. It's like he sees two members, instantly he is thinking, all right, if we get those two, we win the fight. He goes in, gets the grab on, and he is way too tanky. Him, along with Fearless, will just go in, and we saw that the only time Fire can get a very decisive victory is if they're able to take out Highs as well as Sway Low and Dyron, right? The main damage dealers. I think the presence of Dyron on that Daiwat as well is so good. It allows them to do even more damage onto the members caught by Wijanarko and just seal the deal. And even if you're concerned about the physical damage, the magical damage coming in from Sway Low is also insane. I thought in that final fight, he wouldn't have enough damage to just take out the rest of the 3 members. But, you know, he proved me wrong, absolutely. This game is 17.5 minutes and Aura caught up. It just comes down to the execution. Because Kite has full items, right? He can do a lot of damage, but he really didn't get a chance to do so at all. We saw that even in the last fight, in the second to last fight, in the bottom lane, you see Kite go with a Blazing Duet, and then it gets stopped really easily. The abundance of crowd control in the hands of Rebellion Zion is just a bit too much for Aura to try and make those crazy maneuvers happen.
And on the flip side, Aura Fire with this composition had 0 to no CC at all. I mean, they do have the Falling Star Moon, a little bit from Fredrin, but other than that, they had nothing to play around. And if we take a look at the post-game stats, the rich guy is going to be Highs by Living by Mandiri, and it's just, wow. What can we say, Arashi?
Well, see, the carry is still Kite on that Claude, so he definitely has damage. But look at Aura, I mean, what is their main engage tool? Falling Star Moon, yeah, but it's a very minute amount of crowd control. High, he tried several times to go in with the Unstoppable Force and Ejector, but he gets crowd control to High Heaven, and Godiva way too short range to try and get a taunt on Highs or on Sway Low. So Rebellion Zion just go with the straightforward approach, right? Get the crowd control, get the burst damage, and take over the game. And it just worked out because Aura Fire are unable to find any real solutions. This is what Chico has been so good at doing, man. Getting answers for all the questions.
And you're right. I mean, we saw that Fluffy was trying to bait out the abilities of Rebellion Zion because of how reliant they are on the burst. But at the end, the damage was just too much to handle as the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series for that first game between Aura and Rebellion Zion is going to be none other than Wijanarko. The amount of moments that was able to be implied into the game on the back of that I'm Offended was insane. And we're just going to see how that was possible through the MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
All the way since the beginning with the superior neutral objective control. They were happy to take a fight, and here, you can see Kite is able to do a lot of damage, but that's the only moment. Afterwards, they're just very decisive. Flicker, even right there, just to ensure that they'd have no time to react, that Fearless doesn't get taken out. Flicker by Wijanarko ensures that it happens. And whenever they send 1 or 2 guys to defend an objective, Rebellion says, no, you have no place to standing with 2 members. You need all 5 if you want to even have a chance to contest. And Aura here with the very insane big brain trap play. It is so good. And they were able to get a swing in momentum. But after that, what were they able to do with it? Not so much. They clear out the Lord. And look at Rebellion. They see members on the board. Wow. They go with the Conceal, the Flicker, the I'm Offended, and just like that, it's already Aura back on the back foot. And this is the only fight where it seems kind of close, but even after that, as you mentioned, Mirko, the AoE is just way too much. Aura needs to respect that potential and space out.
Yeah, honestly, what a game from Rebellion Zion. And right now, they need one more game to be a little bit more bit closer to that playoff spot, right? Obviously, they're going to have to also hope that EVOS Legends lose to RRQ tonight, preferably for Rebellion 2-0. But if you're EVOS Legends, you're probably on the way to the MPL Arena watching. I mean, if you're Aura and EVOS, I think you're kind of shaking, right? There's a lot of pressure on both these teams.
Yeah, in the final week, people are still unsure. There's still questions in the air, doubts in the hearts of everyone. This is Season 10, man. This is what you come to expect. All the way here, you still have no idea what's going to happen.
Aura Fire still has one more chance to make it to the playoffs, to help them in their percentage into the playoffs, right? Because the road ahead is not going to be any easier.
Oh, no.
Rebellion Zion now are leading 1-0. Will Aura Fire be able to win this next game?
Oh, that's a massive question,
I
man.
honestly feel it comes back down to the drafts again.
Oh, you know,
Drafts,
maybe,
yeah.
perhaps, right? Again, coming into this, ladies and gentlemen, Arashi, it's time for us to tell you guys how to save money in real life. Go Livin by Mandiri. Check it out, guys, the app that will help you save money. Why? Because every time you save money with Livin, you get Livin points. And with those Livin points, what can you do, Eterna?
You can trade them.
For what?
For a lot of things.
Anything?
Anything.
Oh my god. How? How do I get this app?
It's so easy.
How?
You just download it.
On your phone.
On your Samsung Galaxy A
There you
series.
Go ahead and check it out. Download it. Obviously, make an account. Make a bank account. And guess what? You guys can get all this with your Livin points later on. You can follow MPL ID for the latest information, updates, and promos available for all your Livin users.
Okay, well, that's it. I mean, it's just a very clear point. Get that full value. There's not much else to be said, man. You have to hype it up. It's already hype.
It's already hype. So right now, all we need to do
Why are you so quiet now?
Yeah, we gotta be zen, right?
Alright.
Because
I'm not feeling zen.
is not feeling zen. We have to contrast that with us feeling zen.
Exactly.
Let's go.
Let's all
Calm
right, guys.
down, Eterna.
Let's ask as we perfect timing are looking at Aura Fire. We're walking down the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. Let's ask an Aura fan how they're feeling right now. Eterna,
Yes.
how are you feeling right now?
I'm sweating.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why?
That's crazy.
Because it's, I don't know. I mean, Rebellion Zion, they're getting really good, right? I mean,
Yes.
how
Okay,
they've developed over the seasons, the
second
way
leg. Holy.
that they're able to bring these a lot of dimensions to the draft as well. It's not just like a single winning victory point for them. Like, they can go with several different aspects when it comes down to the draft, and Chico's just been really on top notch of it as well. And Aura Fire, because of the limitations that we keep on talking about, because of the limitations in terms of that hero pool, it's very difficult. Godiva without Kadita has, I haven't seen his impact without the
not at all.
Kadita, to be honest.
And again, speaking of Godiva, I have to ask this question. Fredrin, Rome?
Fredrin Rome. I mean, we talked about, I don't know, it feels like Rebellion is playing how you expect Aura to be playing instead. Having a super aggressive roamer and everyone else following up on that potential, right? In the previous game, take a look at a bit of a recap here. Impact player is Kaid with the highest damage in the game with the Blazing Duet, but for the side of Rebellion, Fearless on that Balmond. It's a clean performance. And like I said, maybe this is the solution that a lot of teams have figured out. When you go up against Aura, make sure that Godiva doesn't get that playmaking hero. And just like that, one of the strongest weapons for Aura Fire gets suspended in a way. Because now, as you mentioned, on the Fredrin, really? Godiva on the Fredrin? You expect dynamic, long-range, quick engages. Fredrin is not that. He just soaks in damage, and he's reactive to a degree. So we'll have to see if Aura will try and switch it up. Limit with Janarko and get something early on for Godiva.
And I think that's why the Ruby pick was really good, right?
It was. Momentum.
Yes, so good.
Great for Vijanarko and also taking that away from Godiva, because without the Kadita, we usually see Godiva either on the Lolita and the Ruby. He has played other heroes, but it's mostly been those three, and those are the three heroes that he's been able to succeed on. So coming now, are they going to prioritize a hero perhaps for Godiva in that first phase?
That's a big question right now, but we can never write Aura Fire off, right? With their drafts, with their coach, they can certainly just go for something crazy again. Obviously, Coach Tezet and Coach Chico for Rebellion, both of them are using the JBL Quantum for the best possible outcome in terms of communication with the team just in general as well. Oh man, it's looking very bad right now for Aura Fire.
Like even their decision making is off.
Yeah, it does feel like it's a different Aura from what we usually know, right? They're making a whole lot of individual mistakes, which usually they thrive on. They're the ones looking for mistakes on the enemy team. They're the ones who are forcing those mistakes individually because of how mechanically gifted these players are.
Yeah, that's right. The question, is it the picks, right? Are they on new heroes that they just are not as confident to make plays with? You saw that High, he only attempted a big engage, what, twice? And then especially once it got snuffed the first time, he was just so hesitant to try and make that kind of play happen. So I think Aura just requires a way to engage, right? The same way Rebellion were able to capitalize, Godiva can have the same effect, only if he does get a strong, solid hero they can take full advantage of. As now, in game number 2, we are into the banning phase. 1-1 Kadita, Valentina also taken away from Facehugger.
Ooh, already respect bans all around here for both teams. Aura Fire have opted to ban the Paquito, and honestly, when we're talking about Aura Fire, do you think the mentality is at play right now? I mean, sitting at a 5-time lose streak has got to not be good for their mentality right now.
For sure, man. It definitely has a mental toll, right? I think Aura Fire, it's a little bit, it hits hard to home for them. Season 7, they went on a lose streak the entire season, 0 wins. So it's kind of that flashback, right? For Aura Fire, they need to be able to actually climb out of this mental block, because if not, Rebellion are going full throttle. They're not giving a chance over to Aura to do anything in this game. Final bans coming in from both Rebellion and Aura.
It is better to be feared.
A Mon ban from Rebellion. Oh man.
Cannot both.
Aura Fire with their final ban. Fair miss open. Arashi, they're gonna go. No, for the Julian.
Ban the Julian and some for Rebellion. If they want to go for the same playstyle here, Aura has several options. The Faramis, in the previous game, if Faramis was available, he can save the initial 2 members from the burst and then re-engage. So that is an option that Aura Fire can explore. But of course, Rebellion, having the first pick here, I think they're going to be a bit more sneaky, a bit more concealed in how they want to ban and draft for this second game.
First pick for Rebellion right now. They do have the option, if they want to pick up the Claude. I don't know, the Faramis is questionable, right? I mean, in terms of prio, because of the nerf that hit in that previous patch, it doesn't seem like it has the same effect as before, because now Claude has been picked up first for Rebellion Zion, but Aura Fire, they're actually gonna still pick the Faramis as well as the Grok.
Right, Grok and Faramis. Grok is so solid, and Faramis right here will be able to later on essentially deny the damage coming in from the Blazing Duet, right? Save everyone from the initial burst. But if Rebellion want to combo that with someone with more AoE as well, it's gonna be quite difficult. And they still have to be careful, because if Rebellion are able to jump on the Faramis instead, there's a chance that they won't even get to use that Cult Altar. Valentina is also banned, so Rebellion, I think they won't be able to match Aura when it comes to those flash teamfights. But if they want to macro around, that's still a very real possibility. Akai as well as Mathilda for Rebellion Zion.
2 solid disengage heroes up against a Grok and Faramis who want to force fights, right? So Rebellion are honestly taking a very good route at responding towards Aura's draft. And Aura now, they need something that can lock them down even more, right? If they want to go for this all-in fight, it's not really gonna work out in the end. Vin, RRQ Hoshi.
Right, he's saying that this is the first time in the season that we see the standings being so balanced. And for him, every team can be a candidate to go to M4, and Aura might be the one. That's what he said in an interview via Revival TV. But right now, Aura fighting for that opportunity, man.
Yeah, they are really fighting this, as Aura Fire have opted to take the Melissa for that gold lane because of so much engage from Rebellion Zion as well. It is going to deny the possibility that these heroes can dive onto the Melissa with the go away that she has. And if Aura Fire want to stick with the way that they did in leg 1, which is look for compositions that are very tanky, in this second banning phase, they can opt to ban out heroes like the Dairoth, like the Lunox, heroes that can burst through these really tanky heroes that Aura Fire loves to go with.
I think the matchup in the side lanes will be important as well. Chico in the previous game has been so smart in securing counters for both the lanes. Brody, strong lane against the Claude, and the Dairoth, a strong lane against the Esmeralda. If they can try and do that again, it's going to be very beneficial. Aura bans away the Esmeralda, so is this hinting at a Phoveus pick?
Oh, perhaps, right? I don't know about that, though. Like, if they go for the Phoveus
to chase the Guiding Winds away, maybe.
It's a bit too risky, right? Because if you jump over to the Mathilda, let's say, and Akai saves the heavy spin, it's going to be brought all the way somewhere, right? To the base, perhaps. Rebellion, though, they banned out the Ling here. They're starting to just narrow down Hai's hero pool, noticing that, again, Hai hasn't really been playing a whole lot of heroes this season that has worked out. Last season, just don't ban Hai's heroes, because it doesn't matter. He's going to play something just crazy, you won't expect it, but now we kind of do.
Exactly, you almost expect something crazy. Even the Jawhead isn't exactly a secret at this point, but they ban out the Ludelia. A very solid counter to the Cult Altar, AoE damage, burst damage, and also, in a way, DPS. We've seen it being used very effectively because when you're in the Cult Altar, you want to be somewhat close together to ensure that everyone gets the buff. So Lilia can take advantage of that, but other mages are also still available for the side of Rebellion. Sway Low was notorious for playing long-range artillery heroes like Sicilian, like Farsa. That is still a very good possibility.
Remember, the Lunox is still open for Rebellion Zion to pick up, and I was thinking that Aura Fire could pick up the Balman, but Rebellion Zion has actually gotten a good read onto this and is going to ban that away. Now, it's going to start limiting Hai, right? The only hero he has used so far is Natalia. That's it. The rest has been banned except for Fanny.
Uranus, technically.
Kabuki's not playing.
Uranus, technically. Jawhead, right? Those two heroes, but man, I just don't see it happening for Aura.
I don't know. Depends on what Hai wants to do here. Is it assassin or is it a fighter, right? But no Diggy. All right. I mean, we talked again about the reliance on
Where is
engage,
the
right?
Gonna go? Grok XP, okay.
Grok XP, yeah, that's most likely it. Rebellion have been very good in utilizing their crowd control, so picking the Diggy makes a bit of sense. But at the same time, right now Wijanarko is on the Matilda instead, so he's not reliant on that huge, you know, one moment kind of engage.
But the Akai is Arashi for those neutral objectives.
Right, so we'll see how this plays out. I think for fights in general, not really that important, but maybe in those neutral objective contests, as you mentioned, Eterna, this Diggy will have a lot more to do.
Well, they do go for the Farsa, the hero that we mentioned earlier, one of the signatures for Sway Low. And for the last pick, you know, Benedetta is up. They go for it.
Oh my god.
Signature Benedetta for Dyron, the most improved player in RBL according to Coach Mars from ONIC Esports. Aura Fire with their last pick should be their jungler here, unless they pull a crazy and they place the Grok into the jungle.
What? No way.
Ah, man. You know, in the Philippines, I saw a Minotaur jungle. We saw that from Hai first in Season 8. Do they want to go for something crazy? This
I feel like
playoff contention life, right?
Burst or a fighter, I think, would make a lot of sense
They
here.
need more damage, but Lancelot, Hayabusa, no, I don't know.
What can fit here, man? Like, big damage and a bit of tankiness not quite required. Just some burst damage or more crowd control, I think will be very, very good. It will be the Baxia. Okay.
Not a lot of damage, but a little bit more frontline pressure to play with. This is scary right now for Aura. In terms of damage, they're relying heavily on the Melissa. Technically the Diggy as well, depending on his build. Fair missed. In terms of draft, what are your thoughts here, boys and girls?
I think Rebellion Zion has a lot to play with, right? Like, when it comes down to those team fights, you're gonna have the Farsa to zone away the members for Aura Fire, and Diggy might even get bursted down before he has the opportunity to pop that time journey to prevent the Akai from using that heavy spin. And don't forget to top it all off, the AoE damage coming in from Claude. It's looking difficult for Aura at the moment.
I think the only potential Aura has is to go really aggressive in the early game, abuse the speed of the Baxia and the Cult Altar to orchestrate dives, and maybe then they might be able to make something happen. But with the side lanes being so mobile, being have update potential, I think it's going to be very difficult for Aura.
Let's go, ladies and gentlemen, into the land of Dawn for game number 2. Rebellion have a slot, have a spot, have a chance to secure 6th place up until tonight, depending on the results. And Aura will try their best to deny that and to secure a 3rd game for themselves first.
We'll see what happens here. With High on the Boxia, he is going to be that tanky force utility jungle. But that's might actually come into clutch going against Farsa. He might be able to cancel that Feather Airstrike, so it all comes back to timing. But Narco! He's gonna receive a lot of damage, and that's it. First blood for Aura Fire.
And Flicker too from Sway Low. So that's 2 very, very good. Oh my god. Domination by Axe though. Very massive resources popped in. Combination by Axe. Last time we did this, the enemy team lost, right? The caster curse. Let's see if it happens again.
Maybe not.
Highs though, down below, looking for the trade already. Reverse time is going to be able to bring him back there, but he times it well for the BMI to get him to safety.
Vidio Narco needs to be a bit more careful right now, especially since Aura Fire, they have a lot more legitimacy in this early stage of the game. Fluffy now with the Rapid Boots. Whoa, killing spree as well. Is this the roam heavy Fluffy on that Grok?
Ooh, very interesting. How is he going to utilize this? I guess he needs a little bit more kill pressure going against the Benedetta in that lane. And you can see the damage onto Dairon already.
Dairon is just clearing as much as possible. Now he's trading quite a bit with Fluffy. But for the most part here, I think Aura will just be waiting for where High is going to show up, right? High is, I think, the main strong lane, quote-unquote. The other laners, they don't really have that kind of advantage. So it all starts from the jungle, I think, for Aura. And if Rebellion Zion can predict where High is going to be, they can outplay him.
All about timing right now, as Suelo is going to be able to zone away Aura Fire with that ultimate.
Feather Airstrike there. Fluffy looking for the wild charge. Doesn't pop it onto Dairon. Narco opening up the map. Fearless jumping in. Maybe going for the heavy spin now. Fluffy with the power of nature though is going to be able to go and dish out the damage. Wild charge stunning both of the members up, and it's actually Faceliger who takes the turtle. Rebellion on the run. They are able to disengage, not giving Aura any more to play with. But look at High. They get the turtle without the jungler, and High is able to steal away a little bit of that creep in the jungle of Rebellion.
Demon Slayer on the side of Rebellion Zion, but they were still unable to secure it, despite the fact that they were able to actually do a lot of damage to High. So a bit of a mistake, you can say. But of course, for both teams, it's just only beginning, right? I think the mid-game is where things are about to ramp up. The ganks from High, as well as the burst damage coming in from the Farsa of Suelo.
This is what I was talking about when we went into the drafts, right? I gasped at the Diggy because I knew that when it comes down to timing, if Aura Fire can utilize the Diggy to the potential, he is going to be able to deny that kill pressure, but Dairon...
Oh my god, Dairon went back there! Unfortunate, Fluffy is able to pick up a solo kill. Fluffy, an absolute beast here in the lane, this time with the Grok. You can see the damage, man, with the high and dry.
Exactly, you're wondering why the Grok is such a contested pick right now. Yeah, in the lane, it's pretty solid, and it's safe as well. Even if you try and gank him, he has ways to escape from tough situations. He can provide a good front line and also a great source of crowd control. As Vidio Narco, once again, is being targeted, but Aura Fire will not be able to secure him just yet, as High actually gets collided on.
Sprint, reverse time, bring it back, does have the BMI to get out as Chide tries to do the damage, but just will target down the turret here. Aura, none of the members helping him out, so they want to give Chide full turret gold here down below. He will have another chance to get all of it. But here, Godiva might be a bit too aggressive. Vidio Narco jumps in with the Circling Eagle. A good time journey by Godiva. Chide just dealing the damage onto that turret. Noticing Fearless has rotated. He respects it.
This is pretty bad, though. The time journey was taken really well timed right before the Lord, and now they're not going to have that against Rebellion Zion.
Let's see. Fearless has the heavy spin. They're going to go for it. Fluffy goes for the wild charge as well. It's going to be the heavy spin coming in, and the Retribution battle won out by Fearless. High jumps in with the Blazing Duet, taking the Cold Altar away. High has the Tortoise's Poissons, and the main strength for Aura right now, it seems, is their front line. That's just unkillable.
Right, with the Boxia, with the Grok, and, you know, with the backup coming in from a Cult Altar, Rebellion Zion will need a bit more items to try and melt through that, but they have been very good at pressuring High so that he cannot farm optimally. So it's all going according to plan for Aura Fire, but on the other sides of the map, are they sacrificing a bit too much? That is the main question.
Mid lane, they put everything down below. It might actually be a turret take by Rebellion. Yeah, they are able to do it. Godiva popped the time journey, a massive resource once again popped in, and the guiding wind just brings Fearless to safety. You guys can save your hair as well from the Dandruff with head and shoulders as Dyron is in the midst of it all, gonna get cancelled twice, thrice. Oh my goodness! What? He can't dash! Fluffy jumps in with a wild charge just to cancel out the Feather Airstrike.
Ooh, now Aura Fire still leading with a 1,300 gold lead. They did make a few mistakes there in terms of that macro, and hopefully they do stay disciplined in the minutes ahead. We do see rotations from the side of Aura Fire towards this top side. Perhaps they are going to look for a gank onto the Claude this time around.
Ooh. Now that they have advantage there, I guess ganking the other lane is the solution, but without a tower in the mid lane, Orville and Zion can leverage their own laner to try and make things happen. Blazing Duet with, whoa, Circling Eagle, what is going on?
That was so risky. What a play, but it did not work out. Definitely there. Highs popped in the Blazing Duet a bit too fast. He jumps into the BMI, dealing the damage on the Chai. Shadow Stampede bringing him back. Feather Airstrike coming in with a heavy spin to pin both of them down. Chai falls, Godiva as well. What a play by Rebellion once again under the turret. They do not care. They dive in, and in the mid lane, Dyron just being Dyron. What a nuisance.
Things are slimming out for Aura Fire. Initially, that gold lead has now diminished to only 500. And this is the reason why the Benedetta has always been banned for Dyron. He's able to utilize it in a way that puts pressure on the other lanes while Aura Fire is distracted in another. And without noticing, all these towers are going to fall right under their nose. And this is where it gets dangerous. And this is where Fluffy needs to step up.
Oh, we'll have to see how he steps up here because the positioning, the spacing has been brilliant by Rebellion. Fluffy or the solo, Wijanarko is trying to force him to recall, but the airstrike popped in. Godiva taking low as well, forcing the time journey. High, able to get the turtle. Wijanarko now caught, has a flicker to get out of the shield unity. Meanwhile, below, Dyron doing Dyron things. 0-2-0, but still as impactful as ever.
Ooh, that's it. Aura Fire.
Oh, what? See? Told you.
Dyron, come on, let me talk. Give me some time. What's
No.
the thing?
Never.
Okay,
Never.
you know what? Let's just jump into the items, Arashi.
Dyron, man, with, I don't know, the work rate, he's just so diligent, doing as much as possible to be a nuisance to Aura Fire. He has a Bloodlust X right now, so a lot more sustain, and he has that Hunter Strike, man. It's a very aggressive build, and he has a lot of targets available on the side of Aura Fire. Later on, it's going to be harder and harder for them to deal with this problem, and Feather Airstrike right now being used. Godiva pops the time journey.
Eyes as well with the Blazing Duet, dealing damage onto Godiva. High jumps on to Sway low. No follow-up just yet. Yeah, no follow-up at all. Good disengage from Rebellion, reading it out, and Aura Fire now, they're caught in a desperate position, right? They've used a lot of their resources, and they really can't do anything. Meanwhile, Dyron, this has just been the story. What the heck? This man was 0-2-0. How is he so impactful here? He's going for the split pushes constantly. And again, there's not much Fluffy can do. He goes in for the wild charge, but with the Electro Final Blow, comboed in with the Bloodlust Axe now, he can sustain back up. A beautiful roam as well by Sway Low. Top side, Aura are looking for compensation. Will they get it? I don't know. Let's see.
We'll see as Wijanarko here is trying to take
Ooh,
most of the damage, but he is going to get chunked down. Will it be taken down? He does try the Circling Eagle first, but at the end, it's not going to be enough.
Wow, that's just very risky right now, and right there, Dyron gets taken out finally by High. What was that? It seems like Rebellion were trying to be so aggressive on so many areas without respecting the potential of Aura to come back. Right now with the man advantage, they try to make something happen, and High goes for the cancel. Feather Airstrike will be able to clear the wave, but that will be a turret taken by Aura Fire in exchange for that aggression as High picks up that golden staff.
That's really good, right? Because Swaylo has actually already used the Feather Airstrike, so they can't use it again to zone away the Diggy. And if they can't zone away the Diggy, then Fearless is not going to be able to contest this, and so they look for a different strategy on the map. They look for compensation, and there you go.
Oh my goodness, that damage. He puts in the wall. Now it's going to be Wijanarko blocking the shield unity. A good lord take by Aura Fire. Beautiful conversion onto the objective right as they punish Rebellion.
Wow. Aura Fire now has the tempo. They have chances to make plays happen, but of course, their composition isn't exactly aggressive, so they're going to be stuck waiting for an opportunity if Rebellion actually gives them a chance. Otherwise, they have, as we mentioned, so much disengage, so many ways to secure their more vulnerable members. As Fluffy here, with that bit of happenings, man, he is lethal.
Jiren, I don't know if you can survive this one. Goes in for final blow, able to sustain back up for a bit. Godiva wants to go for a reverse time. Jiren going back again, trying to spy the time. I don't know, it's definitely not worth it here. Rebellion Zion now, you can see that Aura Fire have gone a read on their playstyle. Jiren is no longer being left free to just clear out waves. And here, even in the bottom side, Sway low. He popped the feather airstrike. I think he only got one shot onto the Lord before he canceled it out of just the threat of Fluffy walking in front of him.
You can see from the player's gold by UBS, Chait as well as High top two here, and Jiren quickly to follow. But so far, if that's going to be the case, they are going to need High's power spike to hit, especially now that the Lord already collapsing in this bottom side.
Yeah, Lord has been cleared out by the side of Rebellion, and Aura trying to find a bit more, but Jiren comes from behind. He wants vengeance, but he can shoot away. Rebellion will not get a fight that they want, and Aura will be able to take that mid turret finally.
Still though, it was a pretty solid attempt at clearing the wave by Jiren. Aura Fire, obviously, with the enhanced minions, will be able to actually control this side of the jungle as well. Fearless needs to be careful. He might actually be caught. He might actually be forced to pop in his ultimate. I popped in his. So does his Puissance. He secures the orange buff, takes it away from Rebellion.
5v4 situation there, but it doesn't seem like Aura Fire want to overcommit. They are going to be going back to their respective buffs as we have a chance to look a little into the items.
Brute Force Breastplate for Jiren, but he also has, as we mentioned already, the rest of the items are very, very aggressive, and the Lightning Truncheon is what's available for Sway Low, and that is important because that allows him to pressure and perhaps force a Cult Altar or a Time Journey. We saw that that is the solution they have for these teamfight ultimates, right? Force Godiva, use it first, but whoa.
Oh my god, Heist pops in the sprint and is able to get the Blazing Duet in. He's going to fall to the hands of Shielding though. He pops into BMI, but it's not enough to get away. Now Chai joins into the fray. Fearless going to be caught. Still able to get out with the guiding win. Region Arco gets brought back by the reverse time as Jiren is in that top side again. Just doing Jiren things, trying to relieve all pressure for his team. But this time, Fluffy's there. Jiren won't be able to go onto the turret. Rebellion, though, they're going to lose out on the Lord contest.
I think that moment was made by Fluffy. I saw it in the minimap, but I'm not really sure. It would be great to see a replay, but as you can see here, already a setup from Aura Fire to get this Lord. Now, once again, timing is of the essence. Timing is going to be very important, and this is a 4v4 situation, realizing both EXP laners are in the top side.
Jiren just forcing that turret take now. Top very low, meanwhile in the mid lane, while in the bottom side, River is going to be Sway low, jumping with a feather airstrike, the Blazing Duet, wiping the Cult Altar, the Retribution comes through, but it's High. High's now going to try to run away, but he will be taken out by the needles from Chide. 5.6k gold lead, 29 seconds on the death timers. Aura looking to end once again. High jumping in the shield unity, zoning away the members. Jiren jumping in to execute as well. Has the eye for a 9 to get out. For the airstrike, popping in Immortality, goes in for one more shot, but Godiva is able to escape. Enhanced Lord coming in the mid lane. 5 seconds for Region Arco, 10 for Highs. Swaylo and Jiren all alone. 2v4 in the situation. Chide is low, he won't be able to participate here. Jiren jumps in with eye for an eye again, able to buy some time as asking me wild charge, knocking him up. Region Arco coming in, trying to zone Aura Fire away, but a Time Journey comes in as well. Lord will be there. Everyone goes for it. Heavy Spin is going to be able to zone them away for a bit, but Aura equalize. It's 1-1. We get a third game in the series, and the caster curse prevails again.
Back to a best of one, allowing Aura Fire another chance to make it into the playoffs. Very well done, very well executed, and it all came back down to the timing, I believe. Because every time they want to go for the team fights, if and only if the Barca is able to zone out the Diggy, will they be able to win that team fight? Because the addition of the Cult Altar and the additional movement speed and the additional shield from the Time Journey and taking away the opportunity for the Akai to use that heavy spin was just so valuable when it came down to that 5v5 team fight.
I mean, there are two ways Rebellion can force a time journey or a cold altar. It's the feather airstrike as well as the heavy spin. Actually, three if you count the blazing duet. The issue is they use it at the same time. So the time journey, the cold altar, they can be used once and it will solve all these problems at the same time. Rebellion, especially once they fall behind, right? Aura Fire are the ones that can actually force them into that situation. And just like that, they have no answer to the counterplay that Aura has found with those team fight ultimates. So, I don't know, man. Is it the caster curse? Or is it just...
It's the Eterna curse.
It is. It is.
Oh my god.
No.
I've accepted my fate.
All right, so who are you going to go for game 3?
I have to be neutral, Mirko. I'm a caster.
Okay.
I see.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Right,
Are
guys?
you a caster? Welcome though,
I mean,
again.
I thought you were called Eternal Fire for a reason, but I guess that's a very neutral nickname.
It's okay. When I'm in the live chat, I can be biased, but when I'm casting, I have to be neutral, guys. Stay
Ooh,
professional, right?
yeah.
But as you can see on screen, these are a few moments that happen in the game. You can see the smiles even from Kabuki.
I can see the smiles.
From where?
Somewhere, but...
Somewhere?
Yeah, here.
Cool.
It's a solid win, honestly,
Yeah.
for Aura Fire, right? Did you think they had a better draft?
I really think that Rebellion, especially considering they were so ahead in the early game, if they played those fights better, I think they have a better chance. They have more options to play around with, because we mentioned again, it's about the quality and the quantity of the tools, right? Feather Airstrike, Blazing Duet, and Heavy Spin. They have a lot more ways to try and bait out or force out those ultimates, but Aura Fire, they're the better team today because they were just able to force those ultimates out at the same time, partially using the pressure onto that neutral objective. So I think that shows again how important the neutral objective contest is in this current meta.
Yeah, but now we're going to take a look at the post-game here. 13 minutes and 47 seconds. And honestly, before we get into the tidbits, would the Suelo been better on the Lunox instead of the Farsa?
I actually said yes, because in the end, imagine if you went Lunox, Baksha, Grok. These two members are going to be melted down, actually, by the Lunox. And picking a Farsa after a Grok, that's where I was kind of, I doubted it, Arashi?
Right. Does Suelo have a roam boot?
Wow.
There's an icon on it, so
you're right.
Interesting choice there. I feel like with mages right now, with how strong the glowing wand is, building the item will allow you to somewhat be better at dealing with these tankier heroes. But yes, if Rebellion Zion wants to brute force those team fights and just make sure they have enough damage to just melt through the front line, then yes, Lunox would make a lot more sense. I thought that their whole approach is about having that range advantage, being able to force Godiva into tough decisions every single time. But of course, this is what happens when the game gets so chaotic, right? This is why Mobile Legends isn't played on paper, it's played in the Land of Dawn. The rich guy, by living by Mandiri, is going to be Kite on that Melissa. The carry is Suelo as the Farsa. He has a lot of damage. He was able to be so active in the early game. But unfortunately, towards that late game, when everyone does that tanky, they just brute force towards him, and he's just constantly forced to back away. And yeah, Aura Fire were just able to get the better situation, the better advantage in those late game team fights.
What do you think is the MVP though? I think that's a harder question to answer because everyone played their part. It's a very team-centric composition,
You're right.
Everyone needs to play their part properly.
I would say
Fluffy.
Really?
He was able to win early game against Dyron, get a solo kill. He kept pressuring, and you mentioned Eterna, in that mid-game, he made that play happen, that caught Kais off guard. So I think I would give it to Fluffy personally, but of course, as you mentioned, every single member, if one of them failed to perform right there, that is a game for Rebellion Zion completely. So
because it all depended on the timing, right? Of
exactly.
when they use their abilities. If one of them was off, that would have been GG for Aura Fire.
It's
so,
absolutely
Fluffy?
a group effort.
Fluffy, I don't know.
What do you think?
I feel like Fluffy created a lot of those moments, but how did they win these team fights? Who is the crucial member that can...
I don't know, Facehugger Godiva.
Yeah, I'm thinking Facehugger, perhaps high with his clutch retries every single time.
Ooh, there you go.
505, 685 GPM, 91% KP. He was all across the map, man.
Speed.
Like, first blood as well. He was the one who got... No, he didn't get it, but he facilitated it. He gave it over, obviously, to Facehugger, but his shield unity was the one which was able to catch up, right, to Mugen Arcal. MVP by Samsung Galaxy A series. I'm pretty sure we're going to see just exactly that here. Yeah, here you go. Suns it up. early on, and he's so active on the map.
That's why I said in our previous match, maybe high on the Baxia. Not a bad idea, man. If you want to go for the early game plays, when you go for the speed, I think the Baxia is just a very solid pick. But here, early on, they were falling apart because of the, I don't know, the burst damage, the counterplay coming in from Matilda and Sparsa. But from that moment there, where Rebellion went for plays in two sides of the map and failed to get value, I think that is where Aura found some momentum. They got some control over the map. And look at these fights, man. Every time the ults are popped up, Cult Altar gets used, Time Genie gets used, and they just nullify all these problems. So I think, I don't know, if they were ahead, they can do something differently. But when they are behind, well, even if they're even, it's going to be difficult. But even more so when they're behind, look at that. They just can't do enough damage. They can't zone away any potential ultimates, and they can't force anything from Aura. Aura can just wait and use those ultimates as required. And that's never a good situation, man. Aura is too smart for that.
Oh, I like that, Arashi.
Oh, you like that?
I like that. And yeah, I think the Baxia pick was also very valuable.
Very good in the end,
to cancel as well at some moments the Feather Airstrike, and even like making them having to use it before going for an objective. So really good at triggering these really valuable resources from the side of Rebellion Zion.
And you know what made it even better? We didn't expect it. That's something we can't say a lot for Aura this season, right?
Yeah.
Sure, we saw them in Sathar, Uranus, we've seen it, but sometimes it's a bit too creative. We're not supportive of it. This Baxia pick, we are. Arashi mentioned it actually yesterday, I believe, yeah?
Yeah, I think it has potential.
Bauman or Baxia was open, he went for the Uranus. But here, he went for the Baxia, a more safe pick compared to Uranus jungle, but it works out in the end. Can we all agree, though, that the Claude first pick, I think is just not it. So easy to counter.
Yeah. I think it just shows your hand a bit too early, and it already shows an inkling of how the map is gonna be like worked out in the game. Although, fair point by the way. Speaking about the Lunox pick, Farsa in the recent patch got buffed as well, right? Her passive does a lot more HP, percentage HP damage. So actually against tanks, not that bad. So that's why maybe Suelo has the carry card at the post game stats. But you know, I guess Lunox will have a lot more straightforward of an approach against those beefier meatballs from Aura.
Or sustainability as well, you know, they are going to be able to, he is going to be able to actually dive in deeper, maybe zoning other members away, and he's not going to be forced to play it front to back. That's the thing. That's just the main point, right? But here, you guys don't need to be forced into anything, because you guys can save money with what, Arashi?
With Living by Mandiri.
I like that tone. Why should we
I don't know what the hell that
Living
was.
by Mandiri? Why?
Because you get points, and with these living points, you can always trade them for valuable stuff.
Oh.
Such as?
And we mentioned, like, Kabe was able to get a meal out of it.
A meal, all right.
Yep.
What would you do with your living points? If you had a lot, right?
Man, that's a tough question. There's so many things I want, but I'm humble. I'm gonna settle for a meal as well.
A meal as well. Maybe on Grab Food, right? So you can get it. For me, I would like everything on this desk. Yeah? Look at that. Everything. All right? Even this right here. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a break very, very soon to get into game number 3. The decider, once again. Every game needs to be as dramatic as possible. And it's still 1-1. Who's going to make it to the playoffs? A big question that still hasn't been answered. It's been Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi. We'll see you after this break.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all in. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. We all this.
The stakes get even higher. 1-1 in a best of 3 means we're back to a best of 1 to be the decider of who can make it to the playoffs. Aura need one more game. Rebellion need one more game. We'll see how it plays out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight into the stage to the faces of both Aura and Rebellion.
We can see here through the game recap, just in case any of you missed it and just tuned in, it was Aura Fire being able to get the dub here in the second game. You can see both impact players as well. From the side of Rebellion Zion, it was Suelo on the far side dealing out so much damage, but at the end, the rotations, the fast mobility coming in from Baxia, played by Hai, was just a little too much for Rebellion Zion to handle.
Of course, the Cult Altar and the time journey as well was a huge issue, especially when you first picked that Claude, already showing that you want to go for that big burst combo. And it just didn't work out for Rebellion Zion. If they want to go for the same kind of strategy, the same kind of draft, perhaps banning out the Diggy, or maybe picking it out, will be a very, very solid option. Because Diggy can very easily be used by the side of Rebellion in the previous game. And just reminding you guys at home about the match history for Aura Fire, right now, the pattern isn't looking very hot.
It isn't looking very hot, and if you take a look at the last time they met up with Rebellion Zion, they also lost. So 2-1 loss last time around in leg number 1. We're gonna see if Aura Fire is able to rewrite history, or will it be deja vu?
Let's see, right? That's the big question here. For Aura Fire, it will be such a fall from grace if they lose this game, and if they ultimately don't make it to the playoffs. That would be crazy.
That would be insane, honestly. Like, this team, we've talking about how they're the people's champion for so long, and now they're shaping up to be an actual champion. And just as we're starting to believe in that, the dark horses in this season just start creeping up, taking over, and now we're just unsure how this is going to play out. Will Aura make it? Because now they're also fighting for their survival.
That's the question, right? Discipline, decision-making, it's going to be on the line. Both of these teams need to bring out the best, because when it comes down to the draft, I felt like both had a chance, right? It all came down to the execution. It all came back down to the timing. But of course, that all can change here in game number 3. If Rebellion Zion, if Coach Chico is able to outdraft Aura Fire, that is going to give them a better chance as we're going straight into the drafting phase.
Let's get it. Game number 3. Rebellion still sticking to the blue side. Aura on the red side. Wan, Julian, Faramis now respected. Super fast drafts here by both of the teams. But Rebellion this time, we see more respect towards Facehugger. Don't let that Faramis open. It's his signature hero for a reason.
Well, Facehugger is just very smart and knowing when to use the Cult Altar. But remember, the only reason why it was that strong, that powerful, is because of how the composition Rebellion has drafted, right? When all the damage is done in a huge quick burst, especially when they're forced to use both at the same time. So now, Rebellion, with banning the Faramis, Aura can have a bit of a read into what they want to do. They will most likely go for the same kind of burst damage, and they ban out that Ruby just in case Wijanarko wants to go crazy yet again.
And this also kind of signifies that Aura Fire might be going for, once again, heavy melee type of heroes like they did in game number 2. But now, with those bans being set into place, Rebellion Zion, the Paquito is open, the Amon is open. A lot of heroes they can actually pick up, but of course the Paquito is going to be a little bit more valuable because of the flex capability that the hero has.
Honestly though, right now, for Aura, just go for the Grok again, right? Honestly, you can just go for something like an Esme to counter this Paquito, but Grok just provides more flex potential. And yeah, they do go for the Grok. They also pick up a Facehugger signature from back in Season 7, the Farsa. So far in the season, he hasn't won on this Farsa, but obviously he's trying to change that here with the pickup. He's already picked up the Grok too, so there's not going to be that threat of cancellation.
Well, now Aura looking to have a combo of their own, right? A wild charge into a feather airstrike. And actually, if they want to flex this into the roam position as well, they have a chance to go for that roam-heavy situation where they can clear with Grok and Farsa and just have mobility all over the place. But actually, Rebellion counter with the Eve, so now we're back to the Season 7 throwback, the artillery meta.
Ooh, long range versus long range, but the difference is the real-world manipulation has a little bit more utility in that slow. With the Claude pickup as well, it could be scary if Rebellion Zion top this up with heavy CC, but that doesn't seem like Narco's style, but we'll see what happens. Aura Fire with the last pick here in this first phase. Are they going to go for the Amon this time around?
Ooh, I think it's a solid choice, right? I mean, there's a lot of squishy members from Rebellion, and Yves is going to be very vulnerable. Killing pressure in the start of the game is going to be massive if they just roam towards the Grok. But whoa, first time for everything, I guess. Hi, on the Melman. This is the first time he's ever picked it in MPL ID. Something, a change already. Maybe these are the pocket strats that they were saving for the playoffs.
So now Aura, they have burst damage to try and secure these neutral objectives a lot earlier. And they have a solid amount of front line, so I wonder for Rebellion, what will be the choice of jungler, right? Because now you have some AoE combos, you have some crowd control. Do you want more utility? Do you want burst damage? Because as we mentioned, the Amon is possible. And speaking of bans, Yves is usually also quite vulnerable to an Esmeralda. We'll have to see if that gets banned out as well, as Melissa will be the first option, the first choice from Rebellion Zion.
Okay, Akai also banned out. Yeah, I mean, I really do believe that, again, I personally didn't like the Melissa pick early on just because the go away won't really stop anything, right? But in lane, Melissa absolutely destroys the Claude. A very good bully hero to pick up against the Claude. And this time, Rebellion, they are aware of it. They know how much of a threat this Melissa is on that Claude. So they just ban it away. They don't want to go against it. I think another smart ban from Rebellion would just be to go for the Popol ban. Tide has played it, but they go for the Diggy ban instead. They don't want the utility from that real world manipulation to be nullified by the time journey.
Do you think that this might be the opportunity for Vidio Narco to pick up a momentum roamer?
Oh yeah? Momentum in what sense here? Someone with engage, like an Atlas?
Like heavy engage, like the Atlas, exactly.
Like a Kufra maybe perhaps? We'll have to see. I think they will also need to actually balance out the the momentum, right, as well with the wave clear, because otherwise then Aura will have a huge advantage in roam pressure from that mid lane. They go for the Irritel as a bully hero in the gold lane. Now for Rebellion, they've shown that they don't want to deal with Aura in those team fights. They feel like in the macro department, like in game number 2, they were able to actually initially get an advantage, so maybe they will pick that Benedetta yet again. And I don't know what else actually.
Okay, they go for the Amon, so that's the kill pressure. Again, same reason as to why I thought Aura were gonna go for it. They go for
There you go! There you go!
There you go. The heavy engage. Eterna called it.
Yep.
Up against the Farsa, that's vulnerable. Irithel now will be forced to go with the Purify. I think even the Farsa might be forced to go with a Purify, and that just gives a little bit more room for Rebellion to play around those battle spells into the lane. But Aura, they pick up the Benedetta. Godiva is on the Grok. That's the flex potential of the Grok. That's why it's so prio.
And that will allow Aura to get that roam priority. And I'm not quite sure. Will we see 5 Purifies, which a lot of teams have used to counter the Atlas? Even if they do that, I guess the only counterplay from Rebellion is to then follow up the Purifies with a Blazing Duet. You know, it all comes down to execution here as we take a comment from the audience from Indra Yuki. As I say that though, it goes away.
Goes away.
I didn't get to read it, man. Aura Fire, let's go with a win. That's what they say. Let's end it with a win. And with a win, they will be able to secure playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, the decider. Rebellion Zion up against Aura Fire. This is it. Who is going to make it to the playoffs? Rebellion, with a win, they have a higher chance, but they'll still have to wait for EVOS to lose. But for Aura, if they win here, they secure playoffs. It's time to dive in to the Land of Dawn to see the outcome.
Let's see, will it be Aura Fire respecting the potential that the Atlas can have? And the answer is no. Only Facehugger has opted with that Purify, and this is where I get concerned. Aura Fire, they're going in for quite good engage heroes with the Balman, with Grok as well, but if they look for initiatives on the fly, Vidio Narco is going to be able to counter engage it with the Fatal Link. So we'll see how all of this pans out.
Well, later on, even without the huge engage coming in, if Heist can come in with a Blazing Duet, he is on that sprint as well. He can actually wreak a lot of havoc in the back line, so it comes down to execution, but Wind of Nature can be a very easy counter for the members of Aura Fire.
Let's see, Rebellion trying to go for the contest onto the Litho. Legion Arco actually forced the flicker out there. Still going to be the re-engage from High as he dives in deep. Fearless jumps in as well. Godiva taken low, but Tyron isn't able to finish him off. Both roamers are able to escape for now. There's something I want to point out though. Okay, Fluffy opted to go for the Petrify. We mentioned this many times, right? Petrify or Execute. It shows the style of these players. Dyron goes Execute because he just wants to win lane. He wants to use that lane pressure to actually create space for his team. Meanwhile, Fluffy, he's very team-oriented XP lane. So he goes for the Petrify to, again, enable the team fights a little bit more.
Remember as well that Aura Fire is going to have a little bit of an advantage in this early game, as both of the mid laners are going to rely on that level 4 for Rebellion Zion, whereas Aura Fire, they have that KP from the Fly, other than Facehugger, who needs the Feather Airstrike. But when it comes down to the contest, it might be difficult for a Rebellion Zion in the early game. I do believe that they just need to be a little bit more patient, wait for their power spikes to hit, and they are going to have an advantage in that 5v5.
Exactly, it's a huge team fight to make things work out, because right now, there's a lot more roam potential, and there's a stronger jungle in the hands of that Diamond. So, when it comes to objectives, there's a lot of potential for Aura Fire to just bully Fearless away from his own jungle. Facehugger loses half his HP with the ultimate from the Amon, but that won't really be very effective.
Let's see, for their airstrike, taking Legion Arco out, but the real world manipulation, holy moly! Facehugger just got clapped by that, as High is going to be taken down as well. Double kill by Sway Low. Godiva doesn't have the wild charge, he's opening up for nothing now. And Fearless has the retribution. Rebellion will be able to secure this objective. Aura Fire initially winning out the fight, but Facehugger was way too exposed.
Very good execution by Rebellion Zion in that particular moment, but now we are going to have a chance to look at the emblem here.
Well, off the bat, Demon Slayer, of course, needs to be talked about. But Fluffy also goes to the Festival of Blood, and he's going 1v1 against Dyron here. 1v1 duel in the EXP lane. It's always fun to see, but it's so scary.
Does seem like Rebellion Zion now want to collapse on the bottom side. They have to be careful though, because Ouija Narco already has that Fatal Links. Kaid is going to be very vulnerable if he does get a moment.
Ooh. Heist checks that bush with the Battle Mirror image just in case Aura makes a cheeky play. The members are available for that counter engage if Rebellion Zion goes for that very dangerous dive. But right now, they're able to actually stave off the pressure. Claude is doing pretty well against the Irrital in the early game. That's a good sign for Rebellion Zion.
Well, if you guys want to play a little bit, you know, with more entertainment value, if you guys want to just style on your opponents, go ahead and check out the new battle emotes. 2022 MPL edition. You guys can collect it right now. Ente kadang-kadang ente and tabrak aja lah, which means just go at it. Fluffy. Okay, gonna be caught in the real world manipulation. Caught and taken down. Godiva goes for the wild charge, but will not find anyone. No. Oh my god, it's a disaster as the Fatal Links connects. But look at the Feather Airstrike, able to zone the other members away. Flicker out of lethal counter, and the charge comes in, and Rise is gonna try to dish out some damage. Obviously won't be able to take down High just yet. He doesn't pop any of his resources, so it's all good.
All good, and there's a counter engage coming in from Rebellion Zion off the fact that Fluffy was trying to be proactive here. So the shoe is on the other foot. In game number 2, it was Dyron that was being very annoying and being punished. Now, Rebellion Zion knows that playstyle, and Fluffy gets taken out, and Godiva was just forced to use his wild charge defensively, and that shows that if he does so, Aura Fire will have a huge disadvantage in the actual fight.
Let's see again, real world manipulation popped in. Godiva used the wild charge on the Fearless and Ouija Narco. Dyron caught there, still able to get away, but Petrify with the final blow comes in. High to the bottom side though, is able to dish out so much. Perfect match with the Facehugger flying over the rest. Mega kill picked up, Fatal Links only on towards Fluffy. Aura pick up a victory in that fight. They get the turtle and a 2-for-1.
That was an interesting... It was interesting how that fight even began. With Asuelo with the real manipulation used very early on. He has the Ice Queen's one directly without any mana regeneration just yet, knowing that the utility is going to be very important. If he was able to slow more members in the previous fight, maybe things could have gone differently. Later on, he will be able to actually synergize along with Fearless with the magical defense reduction on the Genius one. So that is a combo that they unconsciously have.
We'll see here. Already Fearless being able to get that gold buff here in the 6th minute. It does seem like Aura Fire hasn't found much footing, even though they did win that team fight. They need to be able to stay consistent, try and go in for those team fights without knowing Vidio does not have those fatal links, because if they do, it might be very detrimental to the playstyle that they're going for here in game number 3.
Exactly. I think Vidio getting a good engage is almost a prerequisite right now for Rebellion Zion to get a very good fight. So they leave the bottom side and they're setting up for a play on the top side. Real manipulation can be used to set up a dive, but Aura Fire are ready to respond. They are actually, I think, one step ahead from Rebellion Zion due to the clearing speed.
Yeah, for Aura, honestly, they need to grab a hold onto the neutral objectives a bit better. Hey, you guys can also grab food right now with a 90% discount code. What's the code, Turna?
Grab.to/MPL.
Right, I keep forgetting, man. Or you can just scan the QR code next to Chai right over there. There you go. Aura Fire already doing exactly that on to the neutral objective. With the lethal counter retrieve, they have more ways to secure this objective. Godiva as well. Can't just go for the wild charge, but wait a minute. Siren MVP comes in with a knockout strike, casting out. Fatal link, bring 2 members into the real world manipulation. Chai, though, however, is still able to kite back. A brilliant disengage from Aura, but still, what a steal by Rebellion Zion, facilitated by Dyron.
Now that's a problem here. It might be Dyron getting caught. Aura Fire looking for some compensation, looking for some revenge to what exactly went down in that previous team fight. And it's not going to work.
No, good movement from Dyron. Use the knockout strike onto the minions, but up top, say goodbye to Chai. He gets taken out by the endless shards, and even in the bottom side, Dyron gets out. That was really good by him. Jumps in. He has the Festival of Blood, and he has Bloodlust Axe, right? So go on to the minions. You are going to be able to get a whole lot of HP.
Exactly. The mechanical plays coming in, but not to make things worse for the side of Aura Fire. Heis has the Golden Staff already, so he is super low, though. He won't be participating in this next fight, it seems.
Fluffy, though, jumps in onto Swaylo. Has a lot of disengage there. Will be able to get out, but Vidio, what happened to him?
He gets bursted down there, and does seem like Dyron is going to be caught a little bit, still able to go away, but without Vidio, without the main source of engage, Rebellion Zion need to look for something else on the board. And it seems like Aura Fire, with this in mind, they're going to force this mid side to push.
Real world manipulation just popped in, just to zone Aura Fire away from that turret. And Aura are going to translate it over, convert over to that top side.
Now Aura seems to be outmaneuvering Rebellion Zion for the most part. I guess it is the superior wave clear coming in from every single hero has got a clear, and most of the action we're seeing here is always Fluffy just dueling someone in the jungle. But right now, Heis tries to do a lot of damage. Godiva, very, very low, chased away, and so much action on both sides, but that's the outplay coming in. Fluffy showing off.
Good eye for an eye, getting out of that damage. And I think that's why they went for the Benedetta, but no, Facehugger, what happened? He just got caught in the mid lane, and look, that's why you bring the Purified Giant. Gonna get taken down, he popped the spin as well. Fluffy in the midst of it all, doesn't have the Petrify, but it's gonna be Godiva jumping in with a wild charge, only catching Dyron. Eye for an eye, but look, it is not good for Aura. It's gonna be the slows coming in with the ultimate high taken out. It's a 4-4-0. Rebellion recalling in front of Aura's faces as they go towards the Lord.
5,000 gold lead, an uncontested Lord at that. And Aura Fire, they're left with nothing. Godiva trying to look for a play, but unfortunately he gets caught out by Vidio, as well as the zoning coming in from Swaylo, and this is looking grim for Aura Fire in the 10th minute of the game.
That's just why the critical members, the members that you know need to be protected, has to have that Purify, or you need a Diggy, because that is exactly what happens. Vidio has no qualms at all, just using the Fatal Links onto one person because he knows that Kaid is the right target, is a valuable target enough for him to do so. Rebellion Zion now with the Lord and with the superior team fighting, it seems like they are going to be trying to actually overpower and brute force Aura Fire.
Rebellion Zion has just been so different since Vidio stepped in as a roamer to replace Val, but here we go, Fluffy in a 2v1.
Very good timing by Fluffy there. He held on to his dash for a bit there, just setting off the tempo, right? So that Dyron can't really read it. Rebellion, though, coming into that mid lane. You can already see the siege here coming down. And it's very brilliant the way that they're pushing in this first wave, right? They're using the mid lane, just crashing it in with the top side as well, just so that the bottom side can build with a slow push in an upcoming wave. And they're going to use this mid lane to actually try to pop that mid lane passive from the base turret. Will it pop? That's the big question. Yeah, there you go. No more mid lane passive on the base turret. Will mean that Rebellion will have a little bit more room to play when this Lord comes up in that bottom side.
I think when the World Manipulation is popped up will be important. Better airstrikes already used right now, and Vidio looks for blood, but he won't be able to find a great engage just yet. Top tower will be taken out quite soon, and Rebellion Zion playing it patient as they should against a team as dangerous as Aura Fire.
To be honest, Aura Fire does still have a chance to defend, right? But not when it goes like that.
Oh, that's a bit forced there. Aura have a chance to actually come back in this team fight. But Aura just take one kill. They back off. Go Diva with a flicker in. The Shark, though, follows it through. Over the Tide as well. Rebellion, it felt forced, but it did not end up forced. Rebellion are able to pick up a 2-4-1, only trading in the Roamer.
Fearless, what was that?
He's Fearless, all right.
I thought he was going to get one, but he got both right here. And with Suelo still available, the siege is very much there. Here comes a Feather Airstrike, though. The clear is still very real for the side of Aura Fire.
The top and the bottom lane is still pushing the Arashi as well as Mirko. Aura Fire does still have the option to defend because of the high ground potential that they have. And it does seem Rebellion Zion, they don't want to overcommit. They don't want to make mistakes. At this moment of the game, with a 7,000 gold lead, they're going to be retreating.
They don't need to at all. Right now, Windtalker and Scarlet Phantom available for Kaid, but he is never left alone in these fights. So many sources of danger. Real Manipulation, Blazing Duet, Fatal Links, and of course, the Amon just jumping on him. Because Fearless is crazy. Wind of Nature will be secured right here, but of course, the rest of the threats are pretty much magical, so he is in a very tough spot.
Difficult, right? Because if he pops the Wind of Nature against the Amon, he can't do much. So Eve is going to still also be a huge problem. I guess he can use it against the ultimate coming in from highs, but other than that, it's going to be very difficult as Goldiva looks for a conceal play to get this Lord. Who will come out on top as Wijanarko still has that flicker ulti combo.
Rebellion need to pull the trigger right now. Dyron set it up perfectly for Fluffy to actually go into that bottom side, but now he's back here. Rebellion might actually be caught. Dyron goes over the knockout side, but the Airstrike comes in, wall charge as well. Dyron taking low, but Suelo picks up the kill, and in the midst of it all, highs versus high. We got to pause, ladies and gentlemen, right as the fight was about to continue. I wonder who Aura Fire went for the pause, unfortunately here.
That
do
is
have confirmation, but oof, all right.
Talk about sporadic here. We know that both Aura and Rebellion, they are both teams that are well known for playing crazy for these very sporadic team fights, full of chaos. But right there, my God, everything was happening at the same time. Feather Airstrike, at the same time, Fearless going in towards the back line, and the other side, you can see that Highs was still fighting 1v1 against High as well on that Balmond. So what was going on?
Yeah, Facehugger instantly got deleted, I think, with the shards coming in from Fearless. So that's a huge hero taken down for Rebellion Zion, as it seems like it was Godiva who is having trouble. He is still reconnecting into the game, but it does give us a little bit more time to review what happened so far, right? It's very difficult for Aura Fire. The engage potential from the Fatal Links is so heavy, but even other than that, even not on the back of the Fatal Links, the damage from the Paquito as well as the Amon just renders Aura Fire useless at this point.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Amon is so free. That's the main problem right now for Aura Fire. I feel like actually just the damage dealers are so free.
Well, that's a problem, right? No AoE crowd control, and even if you want to use Godiva on cover duty, essentially, it's really difficult when he is trying to find an Amon in the middle of such a chaotic team fight. And this is the benefit of having an assassin in the jungle, right? Aura Fire, Rebellion doesn't have to be worried as much about their backline getting sniped. But for Aura Fire, that is not the case. They lose 3 in that fight earlier. Off the back of Wijanarko, just zoning Kite away and way low. Whoa, what's going on here?
Uh-oh, I don't know about this one, man. Fluffy just definitely bit too much, man. He went in with 2 members taken down there. That was just, yeah, I don't know. it does feel like Aura Fire are kind of tilted with a few of these individual plays. Rebellion Zion have built up an 11,000 gold lead. With this, they're looking for that end. Aura Fire, oh man, this is looking very bleak for them.
Look how active Dyron and Fearless has been in the game. Total 14 out of 17 kills. It's insane. Dyron, so active on the map. 11,000 gold lead now for Rebellion Zion, as this might be the final stand for Aura Fire if they can't defend.
Janarko with the flicker as well. Onto Chai, he is not going to be able to play here. Fatal Links as well. He's baiting at the time, coming in. Dyron jumps in. Chai, oh! Good cancel from Godiva, saving his marksman. Fluffy able to pick up a kill there. It's traded in for the jungler. High taken down. Fluffy onto the back lines. High's dealing the damage, coming in with the BMI as well. Fluffy still trying to survive, going in onto a mob, but he will fall to the hands of Highs. Meanwhile, Dyron, it's been a story right here. He's going to go onto the back lines, dishing out damage, distracting, and Rebellion will come out victorious. They have done it. They've secured not playoffs just yet, but a higher chance to make it to the playoffs. All they need to do now is to hope that EVOS Legends loses their final match against RRQ tonight.
I think this means Aura Fire has been replaced in that 6th place position.
I don't know,
He's
man.
6,
Everything's so crazy.
Aura are 6th place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
But they're not in the red zone. Yeah. Not yet in the red zone. It still can happen, actually.
If and only if EVOS
lose 2-0. I actually think if EVOS... Yeah, if
Aura
EVOS...
Fire needs EVOS to lose.
I think so. I think we'll have a chance to take a look at the standings later yet again, but wow. Back to the game for a bit. That is a very dominant showing from Rebellion yet again. They knew that Aura was abusing the defensive heroes, the Digi and the Faramis, and they just said, okay, fine, we'll bend both. Let's duke it out, team to team, 5v5, and they came out on top, man. And you gotta respect Wijanarko, because he is on a warpath, man. He does not want Kai to play the game at all. In that last fight, he went all the way and chased Kai back to his own base. That is crazy.
Man, oh man. Aura Fire falling from all the way. I think they were 2nd place. They were 1st at one point.
Yeah. At one point they were at the top, but now they are just struggling. They are not in the top any longer. And this is, we keep saying it, but this is Season 10.
And that was their final match of the season. So for them, they're going to have to hope as well. Yeah. For Rebellion, technically, they don't need to just hope. They have one more match tomorrow to just take it into their own hands. Win it and secure playoffs. But for Aura, 6 lose streak.
6 times lose
That's
streak.
insane.
A little similar to EVOS Legends at this point. And it's so crazy. Job well done to Rebellion Zion, even from that drafting phase. I feel like it was their game to lose, right? Because in that 2nd game, we saw that Aura Fire went into what they love to go for, right? Their comfort. They like to go for that melee, very tanky type of heroes, and they tried to replicate that success in game number 3. Chico saw this. Chico saw the opportunity to pick up the Atlas against this dive comp, and here we are, the 15-minute game, Aura Fire, the 6th-time lose streak.
Oof. Painful moment right here. And if you look at Aura Fire, they all respect the potential for the Yeef and the Amon. You know, it's respectable, right? Having Radiant Armors is just so value in this game right now. But as a result, though, it seemed that Highs was doing a lot of damage. He's able to actually have free reign, and no one was actually dealing with him too aggressively because they are too busy occupied trying to stop Swaylo from his ultimate, trying to stop Dyron from diving to the back line, and trying to stop Fearless, trying to punish him for his impunity. He was able to jump into the base and secure 2 kills when Aura Fire had that very beneficial fight. He just equalized it and took it away from Aura Fire. That is difficult. And of course, Kaid, with only 4 items, he wasn't able to farm a lot. He was being pressured again and again by Rebellion Zion. And even then, even when he wasn't the deciding factor for Aura Fire, Rebellion said, nah, you're not playing the game. We are not going to allow you.
Just look at the goal disparity between the two, man. Both of the goal laners. Highs 11,000, Giants 7,000. That's
look at Facehugger's goal though. below Wijanarko even.
Oh my god. I mean,
Painful.
on a Farsa, right? On a hero that you kind of need items here. But Chayed, he just wasn't given space to play. And in terms of itemization, he went for a very unique route, right? I think from Chadera, we saw that he goes for the Windtalker, Berserker's Fury into a Malefic Roar. But for Chayed here, he went from a Windtalker to a Scarlet Phantom. Didn't really work out for him in the end, yeah?
I guess not as well, but again, considering the circumstances, it's a bit unfair to say that he wasn't doing anything because he wasn't allowed to do anything. The rich guy here gonna be fearless as the Amon though, living by Mandiri, and he is the carry as well. The Amon pick, man. We expected it from Aura, but no. Rebellion Zion take it for themselves, and in this game, he performed really, really well. Able to one-shot the right targets, able to escape from the stickiest of situations. I think he deserves a lot of credit for this match.
Is he MVP?
I think so.
He might be.
I mean, he was able to take down Facehugger in so many team fights, rendering him useless. Kaid was taken down by Wijanarko. Like, everyone really had their moment in the game, but the MVP by the Samsung Galaxy A series for that third game, it's gonna be Suelo on the eve. Not taken down at all, 7-0-10 KDA at an 89% KP.
Well, what made him the MVP? Let's take a look at the MVP highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series. All the way from the early game, the real manipulation as always. A good mix of burst damage and DPS is just so good, and it forces the members of Aura to constantly worry about whether or not that will be an issue. And Aura fought really well, and Wijanarko, man, I feel like on these moment heroes, on these dynamic engage heroes, this man is out of control. He really has no reservations at all. And Kaid, man, get purified. You just have to respect the potential. He was forced to be zoned away so far back due to the fact that he has no answer for the engage potential. And again, right here, you see, Kaid, he just got barely touched by Fearless, and he was able to get taken out. Insane performance from the side of Rebellion. And this is that crazy team fight where everything was going on at the same time. And finally, we see a team that can match the chaotic energy that Aura always brings to the Land of Dawn. Rebellion Zion get the better of them today, and they will still be on a path to victory, on a path to struggle for the playoff spot tomorrow.
Right. And when we saw that replay, I just realized, like, Fearless's targeting was just so out of this world.
Yeah.
Every time.
Every member, honestly. Dyron as well.
So
all of
beautiful.
them mostly were just so on point in the targeting, and we're going to get to hear how they were able to target so well in the highlights by TikTok.
Red team hero has been slain.
Pelan-pelan, gue tadi. Gas. Mati nih. Mati! Udah mati, gue ada retri biru. Bisa nggak? Dia retri, udah Akai, udah ulti. Mati. Nice. Akai nggak ada ulti. Ini. Mati, dua. Akainya liatin. Karet. Keluar deh. Nah, itu dia guys. Gas, perangin dulu. Dapat. Akai, mati. Kejar Klode, nggak ada garis dia. Mati! Oke, mati. Ulti kok. Ulti aja. Gas. Gua ada ulti. Gue turun dulu. Nice. Ya Allah.
Dapat dua, Bang. Yang kalah sebelah atas tembak keren di depan. Kok boleh main spring? Gak ada tuh jatuh nih. Depannya dong. Nice banget. Jalan. Pelan-pelan. No petri. Berhasil, bro. Kalau semua mereka. Beriman nggak? Itu nggak ada waktu. Mati Rizal. Nice. Tarik belum. Gak tahu. Nice. Mungkin. Gua ada one. Gangguin. Bisa. Ada belum, bro? Gak tahu. Tahu.
Yang begitu dramatis 2-1. Poin yang dikantongi untuk bekal masuk ke babak playoff. playoff dari Rebellion, Zion, dan good game well played tentunya untuk Aura. Dan Bude bakal langsung ngobrol-ngobrol bersama sang pemenang yang tidak bisa hadir di sini karena close contact. Jadinya kita akan telepon secara online untuk berhubung langsung pada mereka. Mau ngobrol-ngobrol langsung. Ada siapa? Ada Wijanako passwordnya.
Halo Rebellion.
Halo Rebellion.
Aduh.
WJ, kemenangan 2-1. Apakah ini memang sudah kalian persiapkan sedemikian pula? Karena di minggu-minggu akhir ini, Rebellion Zion terlihat begitu memukau.
Untuk persiapan, kita udah persiapin sebanyak mungkin sih strategi terus sama gameplay yang mungkin cocok buat lawan musuh-musuh buat untuk di playoff-nya gitu.
Oh alah, udah semuanya dipersiapkan ya. Tapi Bude sebelumnya mau tanya gimana? Piye kabare di sana? Keadaan gimana, WJ?
Apik banget, Bude, Clara.
Oh, apik-apik pada ya. Tapi masih dalam proses penyembuhan untuk beberapa player lainnya ya, WJ ya?
Ya, benar.
Oke, tapi kendala begitu banyak ini belum bisa diatasi ternyata di minggu ini. Dan kendala terbesar apa sih waktu ngelawan tim Aura tadi, WJ?
Kendala terbesar sih waktu di itu ya, game kedua kita masih kurang persiapan buat draftnya, nggak expect aja itu Groknya main di EXP gitu. Terus ada Digi-nya, jadi kita kaget, udah persiapan kirain Groknya main di Roam gitu. Udah itu aja sih.
Dari draftingannya ya, tapi gimana kalau dari playernya WJ? Kamu jadi lebih sulit nggak sih untuk bergerak atau ada perubahan dari pola permainan kalian ketika ada gold laner yang berubah?
Untuk perubahan gold laner sih nggak ada sih, kita siap aja kalau misalnya emang harus diganti antara saya sama Kabuki ya, kita dua-duanya siap sih sebenarnya. Jadi kita udah persiapin sedemikian lah, jadi biar kalau misalnya ketemu salah satu kita nggak kaget gitu aja.
Oh, jadi udah nggak expect tapi expect nggak kalau ada perubahan seperti ini di gold lanernya?
Biasa aja sih sebenarnya. Jadi ya kalau dibilang expect ya agak SP aja sih, jadi udah siap lah.
Luar biasa, dan kalian berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan terus dan babak playoff, chance untuk babak playoff terbuka lagi nih, persenannya lebih lagi nih. Dan apa sih yang kamu harapin tentunya untuk nanti ada match El Clasico dan match kalian besok terakhir, WJ?
Untuk match El Clasico, good luck buat EVOS sama good luck buat tim RRQ sih, semoga bisa masih pertandingan yang menarik aja.
Kalau buat last matchmu sendiri, WJ, apa yang kamu tunggu?
Untuk last match kita kasih pertandingan yang terbaik biar penonton makin seru aja untuk ditonton, dah gitu aja.
Wow, luar biasa banget. Kamu mau nge-setup, mau memporak-porandakan Land of Dawn lagi ya? Mau berantakin lagi ya?
Semoga aja sih biar pertandingannya semakin seru dan menarik.
WJ, ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih? Mungkin mau pakai bahasa Jawa buat konco-koncomu nang Semarang?
Untuk teman-teman yang ada di Semarang, terima kasih yang udah dukung. Jangan lupa tetap support Rebellion biar semakin memberikan pertandingan yang menarik, dah itu aja sih.
Amin. Dan semoga kalian juga cepat recover ya untuk kesehatan semuanya dan bisa bertemu langsung dengan kami dan juga para rebels yang ada di MPL Arena. Thank you banget WJ. Congrats Rebellion.
Terima kasih Kakak. Clara, bye-bye.
Dream Rebels dan mereka begitu membiru di match tadi dengan kemenangan 2-1 dramatis tentu, dan mereka sudah memberikan yang terbaik, tapi masih ada match satu sisa mereka untuk esok hari. Dan untuk lebih lanjut lagi, Bude kayaknya bakal ngelempar kepada para caster yang bersiap di sana. Trio caster, silahkan.
Man, adding salt to the wound. He did the EVOS thing, man. Well, unfortunate for EVOS, but they're gonna have to pull all the victories here in the final match with the pressure and obviously with their mental state after yesterday's loss. Remember, they were all just crying. It's not going to be a smooth road, right? They're going to have to pull a lot of good plays here to outplay RRQ later on.
Very difficult El Clasico here in Season 10, and not just because of a new roster from EVOS Legends, but also just everyone's state of mind right now, right? Because RRQ Hoshi right now looking full form. It seems like they are in the best mental state, but EVOS Legends, very questionable, especially that they are rookies, so a loss like that from being the champions of the half season, like the mental toll that it gets you has got to be felt, especially that they are rookies. They don't have the experience to deal with that kind of pressure, you know?
I was about to make a point on that as well. It's a huge contrast, a team full of rookies against a team that has been tried and through, right, again and again for RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah.
And they're also, you know, on a upward trend, and EVOS is on a downward trend. So all the contrasts you can think of coming in here, EVOS Legends, a lot of people are counting them out, but of course, remember, guys,
Season 10.
It's Season 10. You have to remember, man. You just can't do it. It's just not possible.
Absolutely. You know, again, it's just been crazy, Season 10. Here, Aura went from the top all the way to now 6th place. EVOS went from the top all the way to right now 7th. Obviously, we're going to have to take a look at later on the probability as we enter the final match. We're going to reaffirm you guys on what's happening, how these scenarios are going to look, because with the games being so crazy right now, 2-1 sporadic, it's just so hard to calculate on top of our heads right now.
Yeah.
We'll see though. In the end, I agree. I think that's the right calculation though. EVOS need to win. And if they win, they can actually take Aura Fire's place.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Yikes.
All right.
I don't know, Ichana, what do you think about that?
That's crazy.
I don't know, it depends. And it all depends on the next 3 more matches of the season. Legit, the end of the season, 3 more matches, right? We have 1 tonight,
and
2 tomorrow, and that's it.
Oh my god. Again, RRQ, 1 more win is all they need to secure upper brackets. If they lose today, they're going to have to hope for the best tomorrow that Alter Ego loses to ONIC as well. But for upper brackets and for the playoffs, I guess, again, this is Season 10. We might have to see tomorrow to actually know the full conclusion as to who is going to the playoffs 100%, who's going to the upper brackets 100%. And that's just something I think we've never seen in MPL, and we rarely see in any sort of competition in a league system. Rashido, time to take a deep dive onto the keys of success for Region Arco.
The dive, that's interesting, Mirko. The key to victory here, Region Arco. First of all, the team fight setup, right? It just seems, as you mentioned, that Rebellion, they know what problems will be coming in from the enemy composition. They answer all those with their own composition, and then afterwards, Region Arco just being an absolutely reckless. It's like a bull. It's like he's like living in.
He's an active bull, man.
An actual bull.
He works like
just
a bull.
Recklessly zoning away the gold laner, the damage dealers from the side of Aura Fire. And I think if teams don't respect this, don't expect this to happen, right? Essentially, like predict this is going to be the case, they're going to have a hard time. They have to try and find ways to stop him, right? Tame the bull. Grab him by the horns.
Hold up, all right? Because if you want to survive in MPL ID Season 10, you gotta go with the JBL Quantum. If you guys want to survive at home in Ranked, JBL Quantum is the way to go. Special offer right here, JBL Quantum 50 only for?
275 from 400.
Exactly, you thought about the original price?
Yeah, I was thinking about the original price.
JBL, they're like, original price?
Come on.
No. What?
Come on, Eterna.
Come on. No, we have the discounted price, right, Arashi? And Sound of Survival right here, all the coaches are on the JBL Quantum. That's why they have such big brains.
Like
they
Chico.
can listen in, like Chico. Back at home, still on the JBL.
Absolutely. I mean, why not?
Why not? I agree. Why not, Arashi? Eterna, though.
Yes.
I asked you for thoughts after Game 1. Now I'm going to ask you again. Game 3. Aura, 6th place. How are you feeling as a fan of Aura Fire?
There's still a chance, right?
There's a chance that they might not make it to the playoffs, too.
No, the other way.
Oh, all right.
Come on, let's stay optimistic.
Let's stay
because
optimistic.
we don't know what to expect,
Stay
right?
positive.
Stay positive. Because that's exactly what EVOS Legends needs to do right now. They need to stay positive.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. I mean, positive might be an understatement. They need to stay positive. They also need to improve from last time, and they need to have that solid communication while we're on this point, EVOS Legends and RRQ Hoshi meet one more time in this season. The last matchup for the El Clasico, the second leg for the El Clasico. This is going to be insane. One is fighting for upper brackets, one is fighting for playoff contention.
Exactly. It's just such a tough situation, but we'll have a short break just before we get to it, unfortunately. But stick around, guys, because
it's actually fortunate, Arashi, for everyone, because now you guys can go, grab your food, grab your snacks, and get ready. Pump up for the final match, because you need all the energy you need. We'll see you after this break.
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution and alert the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kita beralih ke informasi yang satu ini. Auman sang macan akhirnya menghentikan langkah sang raja.
Tim EVOS Legends, sang macan juara dunia. Seperti yang kita tahu, kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends World Championship 2019 atau
Pemirsa
M1
Piala Presiden
sudah
Esports
usai.
2019 mempertemukan dua tim tangguh ONIC melawan
ONIC
Airwolf.
Esports tidak terbendung di Grand Final Piala Presiden Esports 2019. Dan
Hari ini dimenangkan oleh ONIC.
Kita mau jadi pro player, mau jelas pun itu tergantung balik ke kitanya sih. Bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu.
Terlebih lagi ketika ada kata profesional, lo dituntut kerja, kalau misalkan lo melanggar itu, ya kali lo mau disebut orang yang nggak bertanggung jawab.
Harus band kalau nggak loss atau misalnya
Gue selalu melakukan yang terbaik setiap gue caster, dan gue selalu menganggap hari ini adalah hari caster terakhir gue.
Aku mulai bermain Mobile Legends itu tahun 2016 akhir gitu. Itu di season 2. Ya, langsung tertarik sih dengan gamenya. Karena dia 5 lawan 5 gitu kan. Untuk awal-awal banget gitu, dia mengeluarkan game yang genrenya MOBA masuk ke genreku. Jadi aku tertarik banget dengan game Mobile Legends. kayak kita bisa dibilang kayak satu komunitas aja gitu loh, daftar gitu ke tim pro itu, tim e-sport itu, yaitu kayak waktu dulu Saints gitu. Nah disitulah mulai menjadi pro player.
Saints Indo berhasil menyamakan kedudukan menjadi satu sama atas elit.
Awal ceritanya karena gue memang suka ngegame, terutama game MOBA tuh gue suka banget karena di situ banyak strategi. Dan untuk ke Mobile Legends sendiri, terakhir kali ngelihat industrinya berkembang, gue ngerasa industri ini bakal besar dan ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai sebesar ini. Gue masuk ke pro scene itu waktu umur 15 ke 16 dan itu masih sekolah.
Jadi itu kalau misalnya game sendiri, gue tuh udah main dari kecil. Gue udah main dari SD, kelas 3 SD gue udah main. Bahkan gue benar-benar tiap hari di warnet. Tapi gue nggak tahu kalau itu menghasilkan. Gue kualifikasi MPL season 1, pertama kali gue duduk di bangku gaming ginian. Gue nggak tahu bangku ginian ada, gue nggak tahu sebuah game bisa jadi turnamen itu. MPL itu merubah hidup gue. Dari orang kasarnya, gue makan warteg aja cuma bisa nasi tempe, sampai alhamdulillah bisa biayain keluarga gue. Ya MPL merubah hidup gue.
Sebelum support, juara plus menghasilkan. Oh, dia lihat kan, anak ini bisa menghasilkan nih, bisa dapat prestasi nih. Tapi di sini bagus gitu, bagus lah kita sebagai keluarga gitu melihat anak seperti itu, ya kita dukung kan pasti, maksudnya kayak ya dukung, asal itu positif aja lah. Nah, sebenarnya kan yang paling dikejar adalah ya itu dulu kan, membuktikan itu supaya kita disupport gitu loh.
Gila, bokap sama nyokap pertama gak percaya, mikirnya aneh-aneh, mungkin gue diprovokasi atau dicuci otak sama siapa seperti itu. Ya menurut gue itu sesuatu hal yang wajar, kekhawatiran orang tua kepada anak, dan gue pun hargai kekhawatiran mereka itu. Selebihnya sampai sekarang pun akhirnya mereka malah jadinya mendukung, mungkin karena sudah mengetahui hasilnya, meskipun mereka nggak tutup mata terhadap banyak orang yang gagal juga.
Impact positif nyokap gue itu baru terjadi di tahun 2019-20an ketika alhamdulillah caster gue lumayan laku, gue bisa menghidupi keluarga, benerin rumah. Itu nyokap gue baru sadar kalau gue beneran kerja, karena dia anggap selama ini ya gue keluar main hura-hura. Bahkan gue udah jadi caster pun nyokap gue masih nyuruh gue jadi PNS.
Untuk di awal-awal dengan hobiku yang bisa dibayar gitu, itu kan kayak udah ngebantu banget. Justru kita makin interest banget kan pasti ke Mobile Legends gitu kan. Otomatis ya kita pengen ada tahapan selanjutnya gitu loh. Tahapan selanjutnya adalah ya kalau misalnya aku menjadi jago, otomatis aku bisa masuk ke e-sport. Masuklah pada akhirnya masuk ke e-sport. Setelah aku masuk ke e-sport dan jadi pro player, untuk ke tahap selanjutnya aku menjadi juara gitu loh. Nah, jadi setelah menjadi juara nih, apa yang pengen ini? Ya jadi juara dunia gitu loh.
Bersyukur juga Bang apa yang udah gue dapatkan, dimulai dari liga amatir, terus naik ke yang bisa dibilang amatir tuh liga-liga yang di bawah MPL lah ya, terus naik ke MPL, dan di MPL pun itu udah didapatkan, langsung naik ke Asia itu pun udah didapatkan, bahkan ke achievement pribadi mengenai emoticon, orang pertama yang dapat emoticon itu udah didapatkan. Itu semua rasa syukur yang gak terlewatkan gitu ya. Satu-satunya title yang belum bisa gue dapatkan mungkin kejuaraan dunia.
Banyak banget pengalaman. Yang pasti gue ketemu keluarga gue yang sekarang lo lihat di rumah ini. Itu Five Brothers, itu gue ketemu di sini. Gue ketemu Volva, KB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di KB Volva AB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di season 2. Dan yang kenapa gue bilang Five Brothers, ketika kita struggle dulu, sama-sama gak ada yang meninggalin satu sama lain. Ketika nggak punya siapa-siapa dulu, nggak ada yang ninggalin satu sama lain.
Kayak mau jadi pro player gitu ya, kayak bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor 1 tuh udah paling attitude nomor 1. Lebih terpilih orang yang berattitude dibandingkan berskill, karena skill itu bisa beradaptasi. Dia masuk ke pro player, otomatis skillnya udah ada sebenarnya kan mas kan. Attitude-nya juga bagus gitu loh. Jadi kan kita masih bisa ngasah bersama. Daripada jago attitude-nya buruk banget, udah merasa paling jago, kita udah susah mencari sesuatu yang baru mas kalau attitude-nya udah buruk gitu loh.
Saran dari gue, memang konsisten tuh sulit guys. Ketika kalian ngadepin kekalahan, ketika kalian ngadepin susah, entah mungkin dari luar atau mungkin dari tim kalian sendiri, itu hal wajar. Solusinya pun sebenarnya mudah, cuman ya yang namanya ego diri sendiri atau ego temen lu, itu harus dipecahkan. Kalau misalkan itu udah dipecahkan, ya semoga aja semua masalahnya terpecahkan, itu terselesaikan.
Tips and trick untuk yang mau jadi caster, kalau menurut gue pertama adalah kalian percaya diri dulu. Percaya diri, mau belajar, dan lo punya karakter. Maksudnya karakter apa? Identitas diri lo nanti yang mahal.
Dari cara pemikiran dia mungkin, makanya dia pantas buat jadi legenda gitu.
Aura lah, aura kalau gue. Maksudnya kenapa pengorbanan dia, apa yang dia lakuin buat ngejar title juara. Dia harus di GH, dia nggak ketemu keluarga.
Pengen masuk tim apa aja dah, pro player, yang penting musuhnya Udil. Kayak gitu kan. Tapi ngedoain dia, tapi pengen jadi musuh gitu loh, pengen yang lain kayak, wah tingkah dia sini gitu.
Gameplaynya dia tuh yang menurut saya legend sih. Kalau menurut gua, Oji adalah salah satu teman yang care banget sama lingkungannya. Jadi tempat curhatan juga buat teman-temannya. Jadi sosok yang memang dewasa lebih dari umurnya.
Kalau hal baiknya sih pasti ada lah. Dia dengan bawelnya itu menunjukkan kalau dia peduli. Soalnya kalau misalkan dia tuh nggak deket sama orang, dia tuh nggak bakal bawel. Dia tuh bakal template aja.
Tidak ada kata rata-rata pada kamus mereka. Mereka ingin lebih. Mereka haus akan tujuan mereka. Berapapun harga yang akan dibayar untuk itu, mereka tidak akan berpaling. Hingga mereka sampai di titik sekarang. Dengan kegigihan tersebut, mereka pun diakui sebagai legenda. Mari saksikan dan jadilah saksi para calon legenda baru di MPL Celebration yang ke-10. We own this.
Tim ini ya udah kayak keluarga. Kita keluarga tapi tetap profesional.
Kalau prinsip aku mungkin gini deh, lebih ke kayak sebelum aku keluar aku pengen ngasih yang terbaik dulu buat ini tim.
Gua kalau dari awal gue suka MOBA sih sebenarnya sih, suka game MOBA.
Iya, seharusnya gue pindah ya. Cuman kayak
Kira gue di kuliah ya teman-teman setongkrongan mainnya Mobile Legends terus, gue iseng main, awalnya iseng main sih. Kok ini ada turnamen ML, ikut yuk iseng-iseng. Nah itu tuh himpunan gue lah tuh yang bikin, gue ikut menang. Habis gue menang, udah kita ikut turnamen terus sama dia, terus-terusan. Sampai akhirnya misah, gue buat tim, diakuisisi sama salah satu tim e-sport, Capcom.
Dulu aku pernah, maksudnya sebulan tuh kayak
di rumah tuh cuman ganti baju, terus nginep di rumah abang, pulang ganti baju, nginep lagi di rumah abang, kayak gitu sebulan cuman buat main game doang. BTR Trick, ya dia yang ngechat aku pertama kali untuk nawarin buat ke Bigetron. Sampai orang tua minta kepastian dari manajemennya langsung. Makanya waktu itu pas Bang Patrick jemput aku ke Ponti, dianya datang ke Ponti, enggak. Dia nyuruh aku terbang sendiri gitu.
Doa yang paling sempurna itu doa yang dikirimkan orang-orang yang disayang sama Rasulullah.
Gua rasa ada lah, kayak nanti jadi apanya pasti ada, dia kecemasan dia. Cuman dia ya selama gue bahagia kayak aman sih. Semenjak ini sih kayaknya, dulu kan ada platform live stream kan, alhamdulillah dapetnya gede kan, lumayan kan waktu itu. Jadi kayak oh ya udah emang ini lu bisa kok, lu bisa tanpa harus pendidikan. Jadi kayak nyokap gue udah ngerasa ya udah terserah kamu udah gede juga.
Aku nggak pernah cerita ke orang tua sih tentang kayak oh aku capek gini, nggak ada. Paling kayak ya aku kasih tahu mama aja kegiatan aku tiap hari gimana, aku kasih tahu Cece kegiatan aku tiap hari gimana, gitu dong. Kalau yang sampai struggle itu nggak ada.
Eki, selamat dan sukses ya untuk playoff-nya. Berikan yang terbaik untuk tim, jangan lupa berdoa.
Dari sininya juga ada dikasih jam tidur. Oh jadi kayak waktu kita tuh lebih teratur, kayak makan ada jamnya, makan dikasih, terus tempat tidur, tempat tinggal segala macem. Jadinya orang tua nggak terlalu khawatir lah.
Kalau gue realistis aja ya, di umur gue yang sekarang, kalau gue buat pindah tim nggak terlalu kepikiran, soalnya ya lu udah tua juga, mendingan lu fokus, lu cuman harus stay fokus aja, lu jangan ada pikiran kemana-mana. Satu, kalau kedua, gue udah berapa tahun di sini, udah gitu sih, itu aja kayak udah lama. Gue cuma mau bilang gue minta maaf, gue gagal, udah.
Mungkin gue lagi performance gue lagi drop, lagi turun, terus gue nggak ada dikasih kesempatan buat main gitulah. Makanya kayak gue sempat ngerasa oh apa gue udah nggak cocok di sini, apa udah nggak pantas di sini gitulah. Nggak ada, lebih ke akunya sendiri sih. Maksudnya aku pengen, maksudnya kayak oh BTR udah ngasih kepercayaan ke aku, tapi kayak aku nggak mau nyanyiin gitu lah. Lebih ke kayak gitu sih prinsip aku.
Anggap aja ini udah final buat kita, tunjukin semua kualitas lo, semangat lo, semuanya preparein semua di sini ya, main semangat mungkin, oke? Ya.
Karena gue rasa tim gue ini baik ke gue, jadi gue harus baik balik lah. Soalnya apa yang gue mau rata-rata diturutin sih. Semenjak ada EVOS Legends, ini tim emang keluarga, tapi semenjak ada dia, kita keluarga, tapi kita harus profesional. Jadi kalau salah ya salah, bukan karena dia keluarga lu bela bahwa kondisinya salah.
We have nothing to lose. Gak ada yang peduli kita kalah menang, oke?
Beberapa orang yang aku lihat kayak baru masuk e-sport tapi kayak udah males-malesan, apa yang kayak dia pengen udah tercapai gitu. Contohnya misalnya dia pengen masuk e-sport nih, tapi pas dia udah masuk e-sport jatuhnya males-malesan.
Harusnya mereka seperti apa? Ya udah, ini lu udah dikasih token, lu manfaatin sebaik mungkin. Lu harus momentum, lu harus fokus sama momentum yang dikasih. Buat player baru ya, momentum penting sih. Di saat lu udah punya momentum, lu harus manfaatin.
Perjuangan yang mereka lakukan adalah pengorbanan. Pengorbanan adalah totalitas usaha dalam menggapai tujuan mereka. Mereka tidak jerah akan kegagalan. Mereka tidak puas dengan apa saja yang telah mereka gapai selama ini. Yang mereka lakukan adalah terus berjuang bersama tim yang mereka banggakan. Dan bersama berani menghadapi rintangan. Itulah arti loyalitas. Mari saksikan dan dukung usaha mereka pada MPL Celebration Season yang ke-10. We own this.
Kalau orang tua gue tuh kayak nggak pernah nyuruh lo jadi ini. Orang tua gue tuh selalu kayak yang lo mau ya udahlah, tapi lo harus tunjukin lah.
Kata saya lu nggak sekolah-sekolah, itu biasa nggak danuin. Dan ntar gue Deden punya gaji gitu. Liatin aja dah Deden gitu.
Gue nanya lah ke almarhum bokap gue lah, mau yang mana? Terus kayak dia jawab ke RRQ aja.
Jadi Matt ada bilang, kenapa pada saat aku bisa main bagus, Max gak ada di tim itu? Kenapa pada saat aku main yang kurang bagus, ada Max di sana gitu loh. Matt selalu ucap tante, mami gak usah khawatir, ada aku di sini.
Mungkin karena itu juga kali ya bikin susah majunya mungkin. Soalnya kan harusnya emang dia bener salah, tapi gue malah belain mungkin.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because this is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because
this is awesome.
this is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now. Baru Axe Dual Action versus parfum. Yakin parfummu bikin kamu tetap segar saat berkeringat? Coba Axe baru. Kini lawan bau badan dan wangi segar bahkan saat kamu berkeringat. Axe Dual Action baru.
Inilah perjuangan para legenda rasa. Jangan kasih kendor, Besti. Bersama GrabFood Resto legendaris, koparkan pesananmu.
Tangan gue kenapa nih?
Aduh, gatel banget, gak tahan.
Move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Beli-beli, beli-beli, beli-beli pasti ori. Beli-beli
Pasti ori.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
Beli-beli, beli-beli, beli-beli. Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli.
monster, I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Kita beralih ke informasi yang satu ini. Auman sang macan akhirnya menghentikan langkah sang raja.
EVOS Legends sang macan juara dunia. Seperti yang kita tahu, kejuaraan dunia Mobile Legends World Championship 2019 atau
Pemirsa
M1
Piala Presiden
sudah
Esports
usai.
2019 mempertemukan dua tim tangguh ONIC melawan
Esports tidak terbendung di Grand Final Piala Presiden Esports 2019.
Hari ini dimenangkan oleh ONIC.
Kita mau jadi pro player, mau jelas pun itu tergantung balik ke kitanya sih. Bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu.
Terlebih lagi ketika ada kata profesional, lo dituntut kerja, kalau misalkan lo melanggar itu, ya kali lo mau disebut orang yang bertanggung jawab.
Harus ban kalau nggak loss atau misalnya
Gue selalu melakukan yang terbaik setiap gue caster, dan gue selalu menganggap hari ini adalah hari caster terakhir gue.
Aku mulai bermain Mobile Legends itu tahun 2016 akhir gitu. Itu di season 2. Ya, langsung tertarik sih dengan gamenya. Karena dia 5 lawan 5 gitu kan. Nah, untuk awal-awal banget gitu, dia mengeluarkan game yang genrenya MOBA masuk ke genreku. Jadi aku tertarik banget dengan game Mobile Legends. Kayak kita bisa dibilang kayak satu komunitas aja gitu loh, daftar gitu ke tim pro itu, tim e-sport itu, yaitu kayak waktu dulu Saints gitu. Nah disitulah mulai menjadi pro player.
Saints Indo berhasil menyamakan kedudukan menjadi satu sama atas elit.
Awal ceritanya karena gue memang suka ngegame, terutama game MOBA tuh gue suka banget karena di situ banyak strategi. Dan untuk ke Mobile Legends sendiri, terakhir kali ngelihat industrinya berkembang, gue ngerasa industri ini bakal besar dan ya bersyukur banget bisa sampai sebesar ini. Gue masuk ke pro scene itu waktu umur 15 ke 16 dan itu masih sekolah.
Jadi itu kalau misalnya game sendiri, gue tuh udah main dari kecil. Gue udah main dari SD, kelas 3 SD gue udah main. Bahkan gue benar-benar tiap hari di warnet. Tapi gue nggak tahu kalau itu menghasilkan. Gue kualifikasi MPL season 1, pertama kali gue duduk di bangku gaming ginian. Gue nggak tahu bangku ginian ada, gue nggak tahu sebuah game bisa jadi turnamen itu. MPL itu merubah hidup gue. Dari orang kasarnya, gue makan warteg aja cuma bisa nasi tempe, sampai alhamdulillah bisa biayain keluarga gue. Ya MPL merubah hidup gue.
Sebelum support, juara plus menghasilkan. Oh, dia lihat kan, anak ini bisa menghasilkan nih, bisa dapat prestasi nih. Tapi di sini bagus gitu. Ya bagus lah, kita sebagai keluarga gitu melihat anak seperti itu ya kita dukung kan pasti, maksudnya kayak ya dukung, asal itu positif aja lah. Sebenarnya kan yang paling dikejar adalah ya itu dulu kan, membuktikan itu supaya kita disupport gitu loh.
Gila, bokap sama nyokap pertama nggak percaya, mikirnya aneh-aneh, mungkin gue diprovokasi atau dicuci otak sama siapa seperti itu. Ya menurut gue itu sesuatu hal yang wajar, kekhawatiran orang tua kepada anak, dan gue pun hargai kekhawatiran mereka itu. Selebihnya sampai sekarang pun akhirnya mereka malah jadinya mendukung, mungkin karena sudah mengetahui hasilnya, meskipun mereka nggak tutup mata terhadap banyak orang yang gagal juga.
Impact positif nyokap gue itu baru terjadi di tahun 2019-20an ketika alhamdulillah caster gue lumayan laku, gue bisa menghidupi keluarga, benerin rumah. Itu nyokap gue baru sadar kalau gue beneran kerja, karena dia anggap selama ini ya gue keluar main hura-hura. Bahkan gue udah jadi caster pun nyokap gue masih nyuruh gue jadi PNS.
Untuk di awal-awal dengan hobiku yang bisa dibayar gitu, itu kan kayak udah ngebantu banget. Justru kita makin interest banget kan pasti ke Mobile Legends gitu kan. Otomatis ya kita pengen ada tahapan selanjutnya gitu loh. Tahapan selanjutnya adalah ya kalau misalnya aku menjadi jago, otomatis aku bisa masuk ke e-sport. Masuklah pada akhirnya masuk ke e-sport. Setelah aku masuk ke e-sport dan jadi pro player, untuk ke tahap selanjutnya aku menjadi juara gitu loh. Nah, jadi setelah menjadi juara nih, apa yang pengen ini? Ya jadi juara dunia gitu loh.
Bersyukur juga Bang apa yang udah gue dapatkan, dimulai dari liga amatir, terus naik ke yang bisa dibilang amatir tuh liga-liga yang di bawah MPL lah ya, terus naik ke MPL, dan di MPL pun itu udah didapatkan, langsung naik ke Asia itu pun udah didapatkan, bahkan ke achievement pribadi mengenai emoticon, orang pertama yang dapat emoticon itu udah didapatkan. Itu semua rasa syukur yang gak terlewatkan gitu ya. Satu-satunya title yang belum bisa gue dapatkan mungkin kejuaraan dunia.
Banyak banget pengalaman. Yang pasti gue ketemu keluarga gue yang sekarang lo lihat di rumah ini. Itu Five Brothers, itu gue ketemu di sini. Gue ketemu Volva KB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di KB Volva AB di season 1, gue ketemu Cornet di season 2. Dan yang kenapa gue bilang Five Brothers, ketika kita struggle dulu, sama-sama gak ada yang meninggalin satu sama lain. Ketika nggak punya siapa-siapa dulu, gak ada yang ninggalin satu sama lain.
Yang mau jadi pro player gitu ya, kayak bukan hanya kayak jago doang gitu. Nomor satu tuh udah paling attitude nomor satu. Lebih terpilih orang yang berattitude dibandingkan berskill, karena skill itu bisa beradaptasi. Dia masuk ke pro player, otomatis skillnya udah ada sebenarnya kan, mas kan. Attitude-nya juga bagus gitu loh. Jadi kan kita masih bisa ngasah bersama. Daripada jago attitude-nya buruk banget, udah merasa paling jago, kita udah susah mencari sesuatu yang baru mas kalau attitude-nya udah buruk gitu loh.
Saran dari gue, memang konsisten tuh sulit guys. Ketika kalian ngadepin kekalahan, ketika kalian ngadepin susah, entah mungkin dari luar atau mungkin dari tim kalian sendiri, itu hal wajar. Solusinya pun sebenarnya mudah, cuman dia yang namanya ego diri sendiri atau ego teman lu.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan. We all this.
Live from MPL Arena, MPL Season 10, presented by Samsung Galaxy A Series. Official sponsor, Axe, Head & Shoulders, and super app partner, Grab. 8 most prestigious teams in Indonesia will prove that hard work makes the dream work. Who will be the best? Let's see. We own this.
Let's see who makes it to the upper brackets or to the playoffs. EVOS Legends versus RRQ Hoshi. The battle of two giants. Giant organization coming into this matchup though. Full of history. It's called the El Clasico for a reason.
El Clasico Part 2 in Leg 2. And it wasn't as heated in the first leg, but in the second leg, so many things are at stake. And honestly, guys, need to remind you that EVOS Legends might not make it into the playoffs.
So much pressure on the shoulders of every single team, every single teammate, member right there. But obviously when they're sitting on a secret lab chair, it's all good, it's all comfortable, and you guys can do the exact same thing. Having a hard time doing your test online, playing your games in a tournament? This is your answer right here, ladies and gentlemen. The solution to all your problems. Fully adjustable, everything magnetic. Titan Evo 2022. Get yours today. This one right here that you see is the MPL edition. Arashi, where can they go if they want to get a Titan Evo 2022?
I guess our best recommendation would be Blibli. Make sure that you go get the Secret Labs at the best e-commerce platform where you can get plenty of value deals, man. Cheaper prices as well as cashbacks. You know, don't miss out on that.
Woo. It's crazy here, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be waiting for the official team lineups. I'm pretty curious because last time Lemon played, not Clay, if I'm not mistaken.
I honestly don't remember, but if that's the case, I don't think I saw Lemon in the building.
Oh, insider info from
So
Eterna.
perhaps it isn't going to be Lemon this time around. It is going to be Clay. And to be honest, I feel like Clay and the other members just synergize a little bit better because Clay can be that reliable source in that mid lane.
You can see already though, the crowd here, they're loving it. The Indonesian casters are doing their thing, hyping up the crowd here in the MPL arena. But without further ado, it's time to reveal the official team lineups for both EVOS Legends and RRQ Hoshi.
We're gonna see in just a moment, as it is going to be still the same 5-year Pendragon in the EXP lane. No Psychots, and for RRQ Hoshi, again, Clay stepping in that mid lane and no Lemon to be found.
Well, in the current meta with the artillery's long-range mages coming back, maybe Clay is a better option. He is more consistent. I think that's the word we're looking for when we talk about Clay. So RRQ, they're in a very good spot right now. So they're all pretty cheerful, pretty excited. They're up against EVOS though. Whenever it's up against these two teams, right? Whenever they're up against each other, you really get the feel that anything can really happen. Yes, right now EVOS is struggling and RRQ is in a good spot, but somehow, some way, EVOS might just find it in them to defeat their bitter rivals.
I mean, in the past, it does seem like EVOS Legends seem to be the kryptonite for RRQ Hoshi, but that was before they swapped it out in terms of that roster for the new era, as now all the 5 members from the side of RRQ Hoshi are walking through the tunnel camp by Head and Shoulders. They're getting ready, and RRQ Hoshi synonymous with
the man you mentioned, the reliable mid laner, or the genius wizard, Clay, in the mid lane, all the way from Genplix Errol joining RRQ in Season 8. He has been such a phenomenal transfer for RRQ Hoshi. He's so reliable, like you mentioned, on every single hero. Usually, it's those safe heroes in the back line, the Yeeve, the Farsa, but this season, he has truly evolved, bringing that creativity into the role with the Valentina. And this season, he's actually found most of his success on this Valentina. Remarkable hero, 6 times picked up, 83% win rate, with not a lot of playtime, less than the other mid laners. He's able to achieve so much, 168 total assists, still super active on the map. He can enable his team, but he can also carry his team. For EVOS, let's give the people what they want, a good show. Welcome the defending Season 9 champions, Rex Regum Chaos.
RRQ Hoshi walking on the stage here, all laughs, all smiles, as honestly, they don't have anything or much to lose in this upcoming game against EVOS Legends. We can see from the match history the amount of wins compared to their lose, but they did suffer a loss against Rebellion Zion in their last match, 0-2, but that has been due to the fact that Rebellion Zion have really stepped it up this time around.
Exactly. It's always a bit of a downward trend in the middle of the season, but now they seem to be back in form. They are up. They did lose against Rebellion, as you mentioned, but of course, different factors may be at play here. Today against EVOS Legends, you can bet that they're gonna pull up all the stops and go all out, because it's about respect when you're talking about EVOS against RRQ.
At a contrast, you can see the condition of the players of EVOS Legends. No smiles whatsoever. Okay, there you go.
There you go.
Okay, that's great. As we're gonna see these players walk through the tunnel cam by Head and Shoulders. Let's see what they can bring to the table.
I was getting a bit worried as well, but the man you saw leading the pack, Clover, the Golden Tiger. This man, why? A lot of people were asking this question. Why is he still in the MPL? Well, it's something that he provides outside of the game. He can help boost the mentality of the players outside of the game and in the game as well. He can carry the team if he gets that signature pick, the 1-1. Today though, we are going to be focusing on his Claude. Still rough, but we've seen that he can be that consistent member when his team decides to engage. His signature hero being the Claude, 5 times picked up, 40% win rate. A little bit rough, but in terms of farming, he's always been that efficient farmer in the gold lane. A lot of damage dealt as well, even though sometimes he puts himself in a very awkward position. He still does the damage though. For RRQ Kingdom and all the EVOS fans, whoever wins, let's not be hate amongst us. Welcome the Tigers, EVOS Legends.
Will EVOS Legends be able to come out on top to persevere through all the doubts here in MPL ID Season 10, as we're going to take a look at the match history? How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6-time lose streak so far. Momentum definitely not on their side. Mentality definitely in question. We're going to see how it goes out, right? Because EVOS Legends, a team full of rookies, are they going to be able to go against the hard mentality of the veterans, RRQ Hoshi? who have had so much experience even into the international level.
Exactly. I mean, 6-game lose streak, not a single victory in the second leg of this tournament. They're definitely in a tough spot, but now everything is on the line. The playoff spot, the respect against RRQ Hoshi. And speaking of that, we take a look at the team head-to-head by head and shoulders, where RRQ Hoshi has a dominant lead in kills, assists, the first lord, and the first turtle, but the first objective rate still belongs to EVOS Legends. So if they can get an advantage in the early game, EVOS, they can still take control and make sure that RRQ does not get a chance to mount a comeback. You look at the previous match history, and it's really balanced. And they have shown that the last time they met, they came out on top. They will try and replicate the same result today.
Donkey said in the interview with Bude Clara Mongstar that mentality is going to be a huge factor. And whoever makes the mistake first is going to be capitalized on and exploited. And it's going to come down to that. Who will be able to have that cleaner game set up? EVOS or RRQ Hoshi here?
That's the question on our heads right now, as both of the coaches are ready as well with their analysts. Coach Zace for EVOS Legends with analyst Agame, and for RRQ, it's Coach VL with Achil.
Right, the keys to victory here by Axe for EVOS on Coach Zace. Don't overextend in team fights. Make sure you know your limits. Beware of Vince's playmaking potential. He is the main enabler for RRQ. Clover getting the farm easily from the early game, and of course, be disciplined and solid as a team. Follow up on each other's calls, have good coordination. That is the basics that EVOS need to rediscover in their lineup, and if they can do so, they can very much pursue the same status they had in the first half of the tournament. But for the side of RRQ Hoshi, limit Clover and Syzygin's comfort heroes. These players on their signature picks are going to be very, very difficult to deal with. Skylar winning the matchup in the gold lane, doing pick-up gameplay from the early game in the hands of Vin, and of course focusing on the objectives. Don't tunnel too hard on the kills. If RRQ can do all these things, victory is close at hand.
Oh man, I guess this is also one of the keys to victory. You guys can probably hear it all the way from home, the audience support. Audience prediction by TikTok here, 84% for RRQ Hoshi, 16% for EVOS Legends. Fun fact, EVOS haven't won the audience prediction, I think, in the last 5 matches.
16%, that is rough. Where did all the EVOS fams go?
Man, it's just a tough situation here. This is where the team needs them the most, so let's just hope that they can persevere, they can prove the haters wrong, and of course make a very brilliant comeback happen right now. But in 1 minute, we're gonna go straight into the drafting phase. The coaches must be racking their brains right about now as we take a look at the playoff scenario. If they win, they secure a slot to the playoffs, but if they lose, that's a 0 chance to the upper bracket. So a win, a single win, is what they need here.
I think that's kind of incorrect though. They don't secure the playoffs. If they win here, they get a higher chance to make it to the playoffs. Obviously, if they win, it's all going to come down to how Rebellion performs tomorrow.
Against GEEK
So
FAM.
it's not secured. But obviously, we'll see. Maybe because Aura has been placed down, Aura might be the team to actually be knocked out.
Oh, hang on.
So maybe it is
exactly.
secured for EVOS. We'll see later on in the in the chance to playoffs when we get to the standings. But right now, if they lose, it's over. For RRQ though, their playoff scenario, it's all about that upper bracket.
They win, they get a chance to secure their spot in the upper bracket. And if they lose,
0%.
0%. So we'll just have to see, man. Both these teams have something to fight for. Not exactly the same, but now we're back in it. Drafting phase for game number 1. Claude and Grok as well as Akai already taken off the table.
We all know for Syzygen, this has been, I guess, the main counter towards EVOS Legends. Every single team bans out the Akai, the Julian, and the Wanwan. 3 heroes that are just the ultimate comfort for EVOS Legends. With Clover banned out, with Syzygen banned out, they have never found that footing.
That's a difficult situation for sure. If you're really good at only one hero, this is what can happen. The opposing team's coach can just completely abuse that in the drafting phase, and Coach Field definitely will be looking to do so, and is on the shoulders of Coach Zace to see if he can come up with a solution. final ban here for the side of EVOS Legends. The Cloud and the Grok, along with the Fanny, they seem to be trying to limit the burst potential for RRQ, knowing that they are a very aggressive teamfight composition.
Now this is where RRQ Hoshi really need to think this out, right? Faramis is still on the table, the Paquito is, as well as the Valentina. And letting that Valentina fall into the hands of RRQ on Clay in particular might be a mistake. Who do you think they are going to go for? They've actually opted with the Paquito ban, so EVOS Legends have that first pick opportunity.
Valentina can be the option right here, or Faramis.
Or the Faramis, depending on what EVOS wants to do. If they feel like burst damage is incoming their way, getting the Cult Ultra will be able to deny the potential for RRQ to snowball. If they want to play early game as well, they can use it to facilitate dives with security. So
or
it all
Julian
depends.
maybe.
Or Julian first pick right now. I think, yeah,
Valentina
they might
maybe
go for it. Honestly, if they want to put Sutsujin on a comfort hero, they might just go for the Julian right here. But I feel like it might be a bit expensive, leaving the Valentina and the Faramis open to RRQ, who can play both of those heroes. EVOS Legends, they agree. They go for the Valentina first pick, taking it away from RRQ.
Way safer, but now RRQ Hoshi have the ball in their park. They are going to be able to take it away from Sutsujin, the Julian, and we've seen Clay perform absolutely insane on the Julian as well. So kind of a lose-lose situation right now. It also can be flexed for Albert in that jungle position, and we'll just see who they prioritize more.
Right. Do they want to try and secure a EXP laner first, a jungler first? I mean, it all depends. Usually, most of the flex picks right now, it's between the EXP lane and the jungle, kind of. So we'll have to see, because the Grok is no longer in the picture, the Paquito as well. It's going to be a Faramis being picked up, and a very early Balmond pick.
It's a solid pick for RRQ. We know Albert is very efficient on the Balmond. They secure a very good team fighting hero as well. A hero that can still be flexed. Faramis, we've seen it on Vin, we've seen it on Clay. EVOS now forced to respond. They have the Valentina, which means they have the flexible route in these team fights. They can take the Cult Ultra as well, go head-to-head in the team fights, or right now, they can just secure a gold laner first for Clover, which is very important, and that's exactly what they do. They go for the Dyroth as well early on, without seeing the Esmeralda. Now that pick might be a bit too fast, perhaps.
I guess perhaps they're thinking of denying the Esmeralda pick from RRQ Hoshi. We've seen that come into play many times before, but RRQ Hoshi, they're gonna respond with an Atlas. Now my question here, guys, Mirko as well as Arashi, can the go away cancel the Fatal Links?
You can't cancel the Fatal Links. The Fatal Links is technically
But
not
can it
melee. If you can still get brought back to your team, basically, right? You can get out from the perfect match. That's about it. You still are going to get hit by the Fatal Links, though, if it connects on you.
Right, so we have a chance to see what exactly Rebellion was doing in that previous match. Zoned completely by the Atlas, and very smartly, they go for the Diggy ban as well. It's a good solution to the Atlas, and it can be used to counter the Faramis in a way to kite back away from the Cult Alter zone. We have a comment here from Nino of RRQ Esports. Having an advice for EVOS Legends, in the El Clasico, try to do the strategy that works in the first leg, because the strategy has a high percentage to succeed, and the patch hasn't changed that much. So if they go back to their roots, essentially, there might be a chance, says Nino. But of course, the issue is the other teams EVOS is going up against, they won't let EVOS replicate the same kind of success.
And looking at it now, EVOS Legends might just go for bans towards Skylar, right? It's both of the side lanes that haven't picked up a hero. They can obviously just go to limit that XP lane. R7 this season has been a bit vulnerable to these respect bans, right? With the Esmeralda, Uranus, technically Esmeralda is already slightly banned out, right? Because of the Dyroth. It's not completely banned out. RRQ can still choose to go for the Esme, but it's already countered here. So EVOS Legends are just trying to force RRQ on that Esmeralda at this point.
If they get for the Esmeralda, I'm not quite sure. I think there's still a few other heroes they can experiment with. I think if they want to go with the Lapu Lapu, it makes a lot of sense here as well. So RRQ, a lot of potential available. The ban though, maybe they're gonna target the jungle?
Hello, my friend.
Oh, it's gonna be the Estes.
Interesting.
All right.
The Estes being banned away by RRQ Hoshi. I guess it makes sense, right? They don't want EVOS Legends to be able to sustain the way that RRQ Hoshi can sustain with a Cult Altar, but I would have thought that the Estes might be great for RRQ Hoshi because that would force EVOS Legends to group up with the ultimate, and that would be the perfect opportunity for the Fatal Links to connect onto a lot of members from EVOS Legends.
I don't think it will work personally again, because if EVOS Legends, let's say RRQ give over the Estes to EVOS Legends, Valentina can steal the Cult Altar with the help of the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. It's basically an unkillable composition. We saw this from Blacklist International all the way from MPL Philippines. EVOS Legends with their final ban, another XP lane ban again, trying to force R7 on that Esme, or perhaps R7 is one hero in particular. You mentioned Lapu, Arashi.
Cho.
I'm thinking of the Cho. Yeah,
Yep.
the Cho, a signature for R7. They need a single target lockdown at this point, right? They have a lot of AoE already. I think the Cho could work in this situation. Up against a Dairoth though, it's a scary matchup.
It's a very difficult matchup. You can say it's a bit of a skill matchup as well though. So we'll just have to see what is R7 feeling like, because right now it seems like they have all the utility and tankiness on the side of RRQ. The kind of damage they're expecting though, would it be long range, will it be spam, it will be Bruno selected for Skylar in that gold lane, and they're reserving the last pick for
XP lane.
For the EXP lane, right. They want to make sure that EVOS is continuously guessing. Is it the Esmeralda or is it not?
Now, what's Sutsujin gonna play in the jungle here?
Julian?
Julian is still available for them to use, but against the composition that RRQ Hoshi have brought, a composition that can actually really punish short-range heroes, do you think it would work?
I mean, the Enhanced Sword is probably the best escape ability in the game. If you go for the usual utility build for Sutsujin, it will still work, but they go for the Kadita first. And the Esmeralda!
Dairoth
It's
jungle?
a Dairoth jungle! It's a okay. So, Dairoth, we've seen this actually from KB all the way from the Indonesian broadcast. He made a video analyzing on the heroes that can actually counter Balman in terms of neutral objective control, and Dairoth can do exactly that. His Abyssum Strike is basically kind of the same as the lethal counter. When it comes down to neutral objective control, it's going to be equal. And RRQ go for Yu Zhong, which I'm sorry to say, I personally don't really like up against a Melissa with Go Away.
It seems like they're just securing a lot of ways to force EVOS Legends into weird situations. They can force them to back away with the Black Dragon form, with the Cult Altar, and with the lethal counter as well, essentially. So you can reposition EVOS all you want, but do you have enough damage later on? That will be the main question here. So much tankiness, so much sustain. If they can jump on the Melissa though, that could be game over for EVOS.
This is going to require a lot of discipline from the Melissa, right? The trigger discipline on that ultimate, because there are a lot of members from the side of RRQ Hoshi that could possibly trigger this out. And if she doesn't use it in the correct opportunity, she is a huge target.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, both of the drafts have been set. Dreams on this Kadita still sitting at a 100% win rate. We're going to dive straight into game number 1 of the El Clasico. Playoffs for EVOS or upper brackets for RRQ. We're gonna have to wait a bit though. Patience is virtue, ladies and gentlemen.
We love being patient here on the English desk, right, Arashi?
Of course, man. We are always impatient and patient at the same time. It's all about balance, guys. And right now, honestly, speaking of compositions though, I'm not quite sure about the Kadita, man. I like the Kadita, but does EVOS have the counterpart? Whenever Kadita makes the field, there needs to be a tanky substitute for that roam position and someone with wave control. On the side of EVOS right now, it's a Valentina in that mid lane. Will they be too vulnerable? Because now, who exactly is supposed to risk their neck checking out for information, going into those dangerous spots? EVOS might have, I don't know, they might be a bit too fragile to contest, especially in the early game with all the executes, with all the beefy members of RRQ.
In terms of opening the map, I still think it's going to be Kadita with the oddity. Dangerous. With the passive as well. It's dangerous, but honestly not that dangerous. Really depends on how you use the skill, because you're basically uncatchable with the oddity right there. So we'll see how he utilizes that. Again, he also has support from the Valentina with the Terrify. So full commit onto the Kadita. I don't see it working.
You don't see the Kadita pick working?
I don't see the engages, over commitments, or like just the commitments in general over to the Kadita working because of just how much utility they have in their kit.
True. Makes a bit sense. It all comes down to execution. But before that, take a look at the audience comment from Randy Christian. Hope for miracle in the standings.
God.
Number 7, hashtag EVOS War.
I don't think that's the miracle you're looking for if you're an EVOS fan. I think you want them to be 6th place, not 7th. 7 doesn't go to the playoffs, man.
Interesting.
So tough. So much pressure on EVOS Legends right now.
Yeah, you could see it in their
Oh,
faces.
no, they feel it, man.
Yesterday, Taz cried, right?
Pendragon as well.
Pendragon.
Again, there's just so much pressure. And even in the MPL Arena here, it does seem like there are more RRQ supporters than there are EVOS Legend supporters. But we'll see. Obviously here, there is an EVOS Legend himself. The world roster, an M1 world champion, Donkey, is in the building supporting his former team. But on RRQ's side, it's the girlfriend buff for Skylar and Albert.
Well, I mean, we have to see what kind of effect it will have for sure. Right now, the atmosphere is crazy right now. And honestly, I don't know, man, the Kadita. Once, I think in the early game, it's still going to be okay, but I think in the mid game, right, there's potential for the Kadita to just get completely overwhelmed, because especially if EVOS Legends fall behind and they don't have enough damage to burst the roamer down using the Kadita, then it's just a whole reverse situation. The Kadita will be forced to play very carefully, and that is not the strong suit. As Mirko mentioned, being able to be aggressive but also hard to punish, it has been the main win condition, the main advantage Kadita has. If that is taken away from the Kadita pick, it might be a bit too difficult.
Here it is though, ladies and gentlemen, back into the game. Game number 1 of the El Clasico. The battle for upper brackets and playoffs has resumed.
We're going to see what happens here. How is the Kadita going to fall into place in the composition of EVOS Legends? It does give them a little bit of pick-off potential, especially in this early game, being able to roam around the map rather quick, whereas Vin on the Atlas is going to be reliant on that level for power spike. But the talent prediction by Axe shows that both of the main casters in the Indo as well as the English disc have opted for EVOS's composition.
Yeah. We saw this exact pattern in the previous match, I believe. I don't remember which one, though.
GEEK FAM.
That is interesting. Well, for both teams right now, they're still contesting as much as possible. But of course, RRQ Hoshi have a bit of an edge. They have strong laners in both lanes, and the roam potential, man. Especially in level 4, I think they're going to be a lot more aggressive.
Let's see though, Sutsujin already jumping in, Abyssal Strike there, Vin taken down, first blood secured by Sutsujin, but Albert looking for compensation, jumps in with a lethal counter. And that's EVOS Legends taking the first kill of the game with no trades.
But remember, this is going to hinder the rotations from Sutsujin, so a little win for RRQ Hoshi in that regard, as they are going to put their focus onto the gold buff as well as a neutral objective in that turtle.
EVOS just stepping on the pedal once they reach level 4, not letting RRQ Hoshi get their own ultimates before engaging there. So that's already a very good play from the side of EVOS Legends. RRQ Hoshi were just a bit off guard, but now, without still the beta links available on Vin, I think EVOS Legends can get this turtle without any contest.
This is the combo I mentioned. Sutsujin with the Abyssal Strike and the Retribution. It's basically the same as the Balman. That's why I actually went for EVOS Legends. I feel like right now, they have a pretty dynamic draft, and in the gold lane, this is what I expect from this matchup. Melissa should have a little bit of an edge going up against a Bruno when it comes down to just all-ins, right? But Bruno can definitely win in the trade game, and I think that's what we're seeing right here. Skylar is able to actually create a lot of pressure in that gold lane so far.
Take a look at the emblems. Demon Slayer still for Albert, and Sutsujin, despite most likely going for these catches, he does have the killing spree, just in case he wants to get very, very aggressive like now.
Uh-oh, Vin caught again, goes in for fatal links onto Sutsujin, but there's no follow-up here. He walks out of the Cult Ultra range. R7 jumps in with a Black Dragon form, go away placed, and that's also a reason why I actually prefer EVOS Legends' draft. I didn't like that Yudong pick.
starting to show, right? The initial aggression that RRQ Hoshi had seems to be hindered as Dreams goes in for a pick onto R7. It is still very earlier on in the game, but on the top side, Skylar gets taken down there.
And how is he so low? Again, Melissa, the poke coming in is just insane. He actually used the Inspire as well, so those all-ins just doing so much for EVOS Legends as Sutsa Jin comes in. Holy moly, that's a lot of damage, man.
That direct pick, man. He's already 3-0 right now. And it's just a lot of burst damage, and that's what RRQ Hoshi is struggling to deal with. Everyone gets chipped down, they get kind of low, and then out of nowhere, that's the kind of burst damage that Sutsa can provide. So right now, in the early game, EVOS Legends are making full advantage of their crowd control, of their burst potential. But we'll have to see. I think in the mid-game will be a critical moment. Can they maintain the control? Can they outmaneuver RRQ Hoshi at every turn?
That's going to be the question here. 2,000 gold currently for EVOS Legends. We do see that the turtle has already made its appearance in the gold. So now, RRQ Hoshi first to set up for this turtle.
Yeah, RRQ should have this for free. EVOS Legends opted to just give it over because RRQ have the better setup for now. But we'll have to see. 2,000 gold lead already for EVOS. Vin, though, gotta be careful. Dreams has the Petrify. Sutsa jumped onto him. This is Strike as well, taking a whole lot of damage onto Vin. Even with the Fatal Links, he's not able to survive. R7 all the way from the bottom side. Comes in with the Black Dragon form. Taz still has the Flicker to get out. And RRQ not really getting these good, efficient rotations so far.
And as you're mentioning, Vin on the Atlas, you have good team fight setup, but you do not have good takeoff potential. So EVOS Legends, they're constantly able to just escape after getting some value plays happening. A pickoff or, you know, a pickoff or a big flank, and then they just back away.
Let's see. Coming into this game, again, we're going to have another pause for us to dissect a little bit in the draft, right? Right now, it does feel like in the early game, it's being dictated by EVOS Legends. RRQ have tried their best to look for those trades in the team fights, but I don't see it happening right now. And that's what I said, right? Kadira, very versatile, very easy for him to get back. Taz, obviously, if we just keep stealing the call altar, it's not much they can do to actually commit into these team fights.
I do believe, like, in the early game, EVOS Legends, they're gonna have a better time, right? Because everything is focusing on those pickoffs, but when we enter that mid towards that late game, it does seem like RRQ Hoshi have the potential when they force team fights 5v5.
It's not just how they're able to force it, it's what is at risk, right? Early on right now, EVOS, they don't need to follow RRQ around. They can go for the lane that is winning. They can go for the objective when RRQ isn't around. But later on, when the Lord is in the picture, RRQ Hoshi, they have a better composition when it comes to controlling an objective that both teams cannot afford to give up. I think that is where their team composition is going to be a lot more effective. But of course, if they don't take control or have some damage control in the early game, EVOS Legends can take full control before it even comes to that.
They really need to think about this Melissa though, right? Melissa, with the huge range that she has, with the go away as well, who in particular from RRQ Hoshi can actually get the job done and take her out.
Cool.
The Melissa.
The Melissa? Yeah, that's the thing. No one can really touch the Melissa, right? The only one who can actually get close is the Atlas. But he needs to find the Fatal Links onto him. But with so much cover from EVOS Legends, let's say he gets terrified. That's it. No more momentum. Let's say even if he gets close, Cold Altar from Taz. That buys so much time, gives the other members a little bit more room to play. And let's say the Fatal Links connects onto Clover. It still brings... If Clover pops the go away before the Fatal Links, he's bringing the go away onto his team, so everyone's going to be separated.
Exactly. We have an audience comment here from Ming_Mingyu. Please win the El Clasico. EVOS fans will always support you. That's what you want to see for sure from the side of EVOS Legends and their supporters. But as you mentioned now, the Cult Altar being able to be stolen is just a big problem right here, especially if the game plan is to actually go for that quick burst pickoff potential. In long team fights though, I think there's potential for both teams to do well, and that's not a good thing. Especially because technically, on the side of EVOS Legends, they have an assassin that can really just destroy Skylar if you don't respect the potential.
Let's see as well here in the game. In that gold lane, man, Melissa is already getting a lot of gold. You can see the disparity here from both of the gold laners. If Bruno falls behind, it's not really going to be good here up against this kind of comp.
And you can see that Sesajin already with the Hunter Strike, so very aggressive composition for sure. And R7, he's trying to just mix and match, getting a bit of resistances and also getting some damage so that he's not completely irrelevant. But look at EVOS, they are waiting for an opportunity and Albert is visible.
3 seconds left on the clock for the next turtle to spawn, and you can see RRQ Hoshi already sniffing out team members, but Dreams forced to use that, but Vin goes in!
Oh, beautiful engage by Vin here, but Cold Ulcer placed down now. It's going to be Setsujin who's looking for the turtle. Petrify comes in, R7 as well! The go away did not do anything! R7's going mad, Taz taking low, Vin wanted to go for the dive. A beautiful play by RRQ. Taking a gold lead, not just back yet, but it's equalizing it.
Ooh. It's just so difficult, man. RRQ Hoshi, they're able to force Dreams to use his ultimate really early on, and it is no longer a factor. Knowing that, they saw Sesajin, they jump on the opportunity, and as we mentioned, Vin, no hesitation, uses that teamfight ultimate for one person. That is how valuable Sesajin is right now. 2 turrets getting taken by RRQ Hoshi.
Yeah, the members from RRQ Hoshi, they're being very active in this game. You see R7 not hesitating whatsoever, looking for the conversion once again on those turrets. And it's going to be 2-1 turrets for the moment for RRQ Hoshi as EVOS Legends. Maybe they're looking for another pick, because if they force a 5v5, it does seem a little bit difficult at this point. And Albert taking away the buff from EVOS Legends.
Man, you can see, right? EVOS, it really feels weird in that fight. They shouldn't have taken that kind of fight. With their composition, they are reliant on Taz taking the Cult Altar. He did not have the Cult Altar that time, and they forced it. RRQ can punish every little mistake you make, and EVOS needs to be wary here, because if RRQ gets that gold lead going, it's very hard to take it back from them.
Right now you saw R7 maybe preparing a trap for anyone clearing the lane. Unfortunately, nobody crossed through that lane bush, so he's forced to show himself, but the conceal play coming in. Vin spots it though.
Oh, goes for the perfect match just to dodge away from the breath of the ocean as well. And we have another pause.
Third pause of the game here between EVOS Legends and RRQ Hoshi gives us, once again, a little bit more time to really dive deep into what exactly has happened for the past few minutes in this first game between EVOS Legends and RRQ Hoshi. And just to remind you, the stakes are ever so high. If EVOS Legends lose this, they might not make it into the playoffs. And if RRQ Hoshi loses this, they might not make it into the upper brackets, depending on how tomorrow's matches go.
Well, we saw that we talked about this exact situation. RRQ, once the power spikes are available, once there are more items on the table, EVOS Legends will be on the back foot. And depending on how it goes, it's going to be very difficult. They need to make sure that they have everything available to try and get the pick off onto RRQ Hoshi. Otherwise, RRQ Hoshi will be the ones aggressing instead, and that's never a good idea. We talked about how having vision is so important, having control is so important, and for RRQ, if Vin is trying to play defensively, that's kind of good for EVOS, but once EVOS fall behind, I think Vin will be a lot more aggressive at how he wants to use that perfect match.
And here you can see 2 EVOS fans who are content creators. They're just praying to God right now that EVOS can get a victory here to get out of that 7th position. But it's pretty crazy now, right? Because if the win if their chance to playoff thing is actually 100% if they win this match, that'll be crazy. Aura won't make it to the playoffs.
Well, Eterna already showing a bit of a somber look here, but of course, we don't know that yet, Eterna. We'll just have to see. An audience comment again here from Alvaru. Let's secure the upper bracket, #Viva RRQ.
A lot of support for both of these teams at this point, right? This is a technical pause from the side of EVOS Legends. And we still, Arashi, have a few more moments here to dive back into the composition. In this early game, who do you think it favors?
Well, that's a hard situation. I think it depends on what's going on. when both teams are just looking around, moving around, I think, as Miko mentioned, the potential for the Kadita to be such a nuisance is always there, and Kadita is particularly hard to punish. But of course, when there's something on the line, a turret, a turtle, a lord, for example, that is where RRQ Hoshi can then force EVOS to move how they want to instead. So it's always good when you can make your opponents move according to what you want instead of moving to what your opponent wants. And RRQ, they need objectives to make that happen. So maybe now, before any big objectives pop up, is where EVOS needs to try and make things happen, be aggressive, and that's why they went for the conceal play.
Yeah, and for EVOS right now, again, I mentioned this earlier, but they need to steal the Cult Altar. That's their main win condition, right?
Yes.
Because in these team fights, that's their only insurance if Vin gets the massive Fatal Links. Like we saw just now. He got a Fatal Links onto Sutsujin. Without Cult Altar, it's done. Here though, Super Jojo, there's an audience comment from TikTok. Good luck for today, EVOS. Have fun.
That's really cute. Good support again from both of these teams, as it does seem like we might be going back. Oh, not just yet. But we do have a highlight here. Clay the Lord.
Wow, is that
on
real?
the Land
Holy.
of Dawn.
What?
#1 highest kill participation, 80%.
That's pretty insane. 80%? Well, he took this title away from Facehugger, that means. Facehugger was #1. But now, it's Clay, the Lord of Land of Dawn.
The Lord of Land of Dawn, that is a very cool title, I must say.
But the Lord doesn't do anything. He's not a kill participation guy. He just waits when he spawns in the... Yeah.
Well, we see the Lord take out some players on occasion.
He's not there in the early game though, man.
No, he's not. So
maybe he's a turtle. No, he's not.
Maybe Clay, once the Lord, once the Lord, it's time for the Lord to show up, maybe Clay will then show up massively in those team fights. We'll just have to wait and see for now. We're still on the pause though. So you really do wonder what exactly is going on, because so many things are on the line. The last thing you want is for a technical issue to be the decider.
Here though as well, we had the mid laner from RRQ. Here we have Taz, the fluid player. This is not something that I would highlight from him. Sure, he is very fluid. We have seen him move roles here from the mid lane, gold lane, and jungle. But in the gold lane and jungle position, he didn't really find a lot of success. What I would highlight about this man is how efficient he is, how consistent he is. Because EVOS Legends, it's no secret that in the second leg, they have been looking super inconsistent. The only member, I would say, that has just been performing consistently, always trying to carry the team and always performing well, has been Taz.
So you can say he's a solid player instead.
Ooh, you're right.
That's a bit funny. But
Sorry, I just got that like 3 seconds later.
It's fine.
It's fine, Eterna.
I think everyone's used to it by this point.
Almost.
But once again, we can see the audience here showing their support for both of the teams, as it is still a technical pause. Remember what Miracle always says. What was it?
Patience.
No, the other one.
Ladies and gentlemen, fairness.
Is our
Fair
utmost
play is our #1 priority. So again, be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, this is a massive match with so much stakes at hand. One for RRQ, getting to the upper brackets for EVOS, literally playoff contention. So obviously, we don't want this game to be ruined, the fair play to be ruined by a technical issue. It does seem like the technical issue has been resolved though, as the players have already started tapping on their screens. I think you guys can expect us to jump into the game back again very, very soon.
About 1 minute here, it does seem like, but actually, right about now, finally, the game continues.
Oh my god, wait, what's going on?
What is going on?
What's going on? 4 for 0. EVOS look for another. Albert gonna get taken down. He gets a lethal counter. He jumps out, but Pendragon locks him in place. We jump in straight to this. 4 for 2 for EVOS Legends.
Only Clay left to defend this mid-side turret, and I don't think it is going to be enough. The kill pressure from Taz, Pendragon, and Dreams alone is enough to put him back in his place, to zone him away, as Pendragon now is going to try and convert this by taking away the blue buff, but I guess he does not commit onto that.
What the heck happened there? We were talking about how RRQ Hoshi are finally finding success, how they can use the objectives finally, but EVOS Legends out of nowhere, they can pick up, what, a triple kill for Sutsujin in that fight?
That's a massive pickup for EVOS Legends now, right? Because Albert was able to use the pathing so well, so efficiently to get a gold lead and an XP lead on Sutsujin. Now that all just... it's gone.
It's gone, and R7 is on the bottom side as well, so EVOS Legends pressuring for the Lord, and they have the pickup potential. Dreams is looking for an opportunity here, because Vin, he is still very squishy at this stage in the game. Lord and half HP, but RRQ, they're going for it.
Perfect match, bit of TL play. Dreams comes in with the breath of the ocean. He's going to be kicked back. He doesn't get the rough waves. Vin goes in for the fatal lane. Sutsujin jumps, and again, EVOS fight without a cult altar. It's a massive thunder again for EVOS as RRQ take control of the Lord. They keep going for these fights.
What? At this stage, even the Melissa doesn't really have much to say. We saw that she was able to pop off her ultimate, her go away, but R7 with the Black Dragon form was able to zone her away, and that was enough for RRQ Hoshi to take back the pressure. But now they have to be careful. They need to be disciplined when it comes down to that wave management, because that bottom side is pushing in favor for EVOS Legends.
Looking at the items here, as all of course you would expect, Dreams has been building damage, so he cannot be the first guy to just walk at RRQ like that. They'll take him out. Oh, that is so unfortunate. Sutsujin now has a Brute Force Breastplate to try and give him a bit more movement speed, a bit more physical defense. But that's the problem right here, right? Due to the composition, they have to try and group and fight with a Cult Altar, or they can get zoned away by Yutong with the Black Dragon form. So EVOS Legends, after a great fight, they just suddenly lose all control.
Like Vin doesn't really need to hit those fatal links. Neither does Yuzong with the Black Dragon form, right? It's enough to actually push and zone the members of EVOS Legends, realizing the only Purify that EVOS Legends has is on Pendragon. Taz is going to be susceptible, Clover is going to be susceptible. And we'll see when we see that start to pan through, the pressure, the dominance in the lanes all into for RRQ Hoshi, now sitting at a 2,000 gold lead.
And you know why that's the case? Again, EVOS Legends need that Cult Altar. There's no other ultimate that Taz can take that can really help this team. Obviously, there's a little bit of a cooldown there, so they can't just be going for these fights constantly, right? They need to wait for the perfect time. Now, though, with RRQ having this lead, map pressure as well, are they going to get the same opening they had in the early stage of the game, or just there in the mid stage?
Exactly, and they have no solution to the Black Dragon form as well. It's an old, true and tried strategy. When the objective is up, when the contesting is happening, you use the Black Dragon form, and just like that, the backline needs to back away. So for EVOS Legends, even if you get the Cult Altar, can you deal with that as well at the same time? So a multifaceted approach from RRQ Hoshi in this mid game, and it's been working great. It seems like they were really on the back foot, but in just a split second, they just flipped the gold advantage towards their side.
On your point there, Miracle, about the Cult Altar for EVOS Legends, acknowledge the fact that this is not the first time that Clay has used the Faramis into someone using the Valentina, and he has been very, very good at positioning to deny that option for Taz to take. So perhaps this is something that RRQ Hoshi have already picked up once again with this game against EVOS Legends, and let's just keep an eye out for the positioning of Clay, because he has been able to deny
Dreams. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh my goodness.
Who can face check, man? We said this already. Nobody is tanky enough. Maybe Pendragon, but then who is going to match the side pressure from R7? They're just way too squishy. Anyone that gets picked up will get bursted down instantly.
Man, I don't feel like he should have, again though, but RRQ, that was brilliant positioning now. Taz took away the fatal links here.
What?
And, okay, he's going to have to make a massive play at this point. He has the flicker to do so. Pendragon jumps in with the immobility. He's able to get someone, but in the back lines, look at R7 dealing so much. Pendragon going to be zoned away now as the Cult Ulcer comes in. R7 gets the HP back, and look at Clover. He's low. Sutsujin jumps in. Taj with a massive fatal links. It works out in the end. It turns it around. Vin jumps in with the fatal links. RRQ took a fight after the Lord that they have secured. EVOS are looking for some compensation, a trade now into the tier 2.
They actually started to equalize in terms of that gold as well here. Only leading by 600. The Lord is marching on the bottom side, but it is going to be Clover going there, being able to buy a lot of time and even take it down too. EVOS Legends now actually have the gold lead, 100, 200, 300 to their name.
This game has been so floppy, man. And again, I feel like the game has been so floppy because they've been overcommitting both of these teams.
true. I mean, they have the Lord done already. They do see that Taz has the Fatal Links as well, and yet they go for the big fight. They clump up at a choke point, and they get punished for it. So I'm not sure what to make out of this. Both teams just taking very insane risks, and as things go on like this, the team with the better late game will have an advantage, I think.
RRQ Hoshi, they gave Taz the opportunity to get that Fatal Links, and in the end, that risk did not help them at all. And we can see already a Divine Glaive being taken for EVOS Legends, and the damage is gonna start to hurt.
Well, Holy Crystal is completed for Taz as well, so that's already one issue to deal with. But for Clover, with the Wind of Nature here, he has a chance to outplay the bulk of the damage coming in from RRQ Hoshi, because the only magical source is going to be Clay on the Faramis, and Clay will not be anywhere near him unless RRQ Hoshi goes for the really clump of team fights, but that in itself could be a mistake that EVOS can take advantage of.
Again, 900 gold lead here, Miracle.
Yeah, take a look at the Bruno, right? I mean, with those items, you're going to deal so much, and he's already building into a Malefic Roar now. It should be a Malefic Roar, unless he wants to go crazy with the BOD. I don't think it's going to happen, though. Malefic Roar a bit better here, up against a little bit of physical defense that Pendragon has. He can just melt through it. Clay has actually opted to go for the NOD as well. So you can see the utility build as well, perhaps for Clay. You guys right now, go ahead and get yourself the limited edition Head and Shoulders in your nearest mini market or e-commerce website, because you guys need to wipe out that dandruff. Stay fresh, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, stay fresh and keep your eyes on this game, because it's been so volatile, man. It's been going back and forth between EVOS Legends and RRQ Hoshi. And maybe it's going to come down to which team can play the side lanes, the macro play better, right? Because it's all about setup. When teams are this dominant, when teams are this high level, the setup will be so important. And now Sutsujin has an Immortal, so going for that pickup might not be enough to just make sure that he won't be a nuisance in that fight. Clover with the Malefic Roar will do a lot of damage to the beefier members as well.
Alright, EVOS Legends able to secure this position. And Taz goes for the Fatal Links again. Clay has been positioning out of vision from Taz so that he can't steal the ultimate.
Dreams!
And now Dreams jumps in on towards Clay, and that's a massive pick off. Dreams, he basically secured the Lord for free for EVOS Legends now. And now EVOS, they're on the hunt with the Lord slain. This is going to be an enhanced one, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A series.
30 seconds on the death timer for Clay. Is it going to be enough time for them to regroup as 5? You can see that the Melissa already pushing that top side, trying to make all 3 lanes collapse at the same time. And this is the moment that EVOS Legends needed. This is the moment that they have been waiting for to turn it back around. RRQ Hoshi, they still need to respect the pickup potential that Dreams has.
That's crazy, man. I don't know what the plan was for Clay. Flank with the Faramis, because your job is to call Alter and the height of the fight anyway. So I wasn't sure why he was trying to go aggressively. And now with the Lord, what can EVOS Legends get? They make a play for the base turret. They might get it.
Only one way pushing in though. Pendragon jumping all the way deep, actually soaking a lot of damage, but will be caught in the lethal counter. Sutsujin as well, gonna be caught. Taz again, stealing with a Fatal Links. Sutsujin is gonna be taken down here as Clover pops to go away. Able to kite back, but look at the damage coming in from Skylar. Clover kiting back once again. Taz with the Fatal Links, a bit too late, but Dreams with the rough waves. Taz and Dreams versus the world. R7 stopping that from happening. Taz, the solid player, flickers forward. Not able to finish Pin off. R7 going mad onto that back line. R7 hunting them down, shutting him down. It's another defense for RRQ.
Worth it trades for RRQ Hoshi as well, and that was nearly EVOS Legends teamfight to win. Ooh. What was that play by Taz with the Fatal Links comboed with Dreams on the Kadita? That was so beautiful. Unfortunately, towards the end, R7 was able to find more kills on the board, looking for more compensation on the board, and that is going to be a successful defense by RRQ Hoshi. As now we're going to take a look at the instant replay here by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Oh, go back from it, back to the game right here. And just like that, it's back to equal. It all comes down to who has the better chance in the fight. And I think it's all about who can get rid of the gold laner first. Because both Skylar and Clover, they do an insane amount of damage right now. And if they don't get taken out, you can see that EVOS Legends, despite having such success, without Clover around, no one can DPS R7 enough to burst through the sustain. And vice versa. I think for RRQ Hoshi, they can't win without Skylar just outputting that insane amount of damage. He is already so fed, he has so many items. He needs to play a bit more safely though, I think.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at it just now, I feel like the trade wasn't worth it for RRQ still. They defend, sure. They live to see another day, but EVOS Legends definitely came out of that team fight with a better trade. They lost more members, but they got 2 base turrets. 2 base turrets that will never respawn. So that's 2 waves that's constantly going to be slow pushing into RRQ if they don't deal with it. Those are 2 waves that RRQ will have to micromanage right as the Evolved Lord spawns in the 20th minute of the game.
They have to be careful though. They have to be aware of Dreams now, because just a few seconds ago we saw that Dreams was already looking and positioning for a flank, just like he is trying to do right now. They're going to try and force RRQ Hoshi to make the same mistake as they did a few minutes ago as EVOS Legends first to the Lord.
Pendragon's doing so much right now. Able to zone RRQ away from the Lord right now. But a perfect match will come through. Pause again, stealing away the Fatal Links. Pendragon jumps in with the Falling Star Moon onto Skylar, but will lose half of his HP. EVOS Legends decide to reset. Dreams looking for the flank again. Oof. Albert this time, he knows that Dreams has been looking for this, so he just reads it out, opening up the map. Vin again, opening up the map for his team, spots Taz, who can't really go for the cheeky engage once again though, but look at Pendragon. He took so much HP away from Skylar. He's doing so much. Black Dragon form, popped in by R7, trying to look for an opening. Pendragon again in the midst of it all, gonna be caught. Lethal counter popped in to get everything, but he gets the winner truncheon in time. He's able to buy still a lot of time, but the Cult Ulcer comes in again. Skylar picks up the kill. That's giving the Cult Ulcer. The Fatal Links combine with the Furious Dive. It's a wild bow combo, but Jin, how was he able to steal it in the midst though? Look at the base, the minion waves are crashing in. Dreams able to buy some time, the minion waves crashing onto the base. It is gonna be a lot of damage placed onto them, but Skylar doesn't want to let that happen. He goes, he kills Dreams. R7 is able to recall to clear it out, but the Evolved Lord is now spawning, and it's only Skylar, R7, and Vin. Taz, can he use this? Can he actually look for the end?
We'll see. I mean, he went for two versus how many people and actually came out on top, but without anyone to follow him up, it's not going to be able to go down this time around as we enter another pause in the game. Remember that.
Yes. Remember that. Again, for both teams, even if RRQ gets the almost wipeout there, the Lord will buy enough time for both teams to reset, and it's back to the status quo. RRQ with the advantage that they seem to be able to win the fights better. Like we said, when there's an objective that they can force EVOS to try and fight them for. EVOS Legends, they're just content just waiting for opportunities, and several times we see that Dreams was so close to making a play happen. Whew. So I don't know, man. At any moment, these teams can just go off.
22 minutes have already elapsed in that first game between EVOS and RRQ Hoshi. 17 to 15 total kills, and so far, RRQ Hoshi's base is more exposed at this point. 2 inhibitor turrets already taken down. We saw that they weren't able to utilize the minions as well as they should have, as the minions were crashing into that main base half health already. But luckily, R7 was still able to recall on time and clear it.
Again, right? Jin on this Dairoth, it really does show the strength of this hero up against a Bauman. Because usually, you just can't contest for those neutral objectives when the Bauman is alive. Now, the fact that they have a Dairoth, a hero that can arguably retreat a little bit better, actually, with the damage that Dairoth has, he's going to be able to secure those neutral objectives a bit better. You saw it there, again. The retreat battle comes in, even though Albert didn't have the lethal counter, that combination is just so lethal, right? It comes down to who calculates better.
Who calculates better and how the fight goes on, man. I mean, when everything is going on around you, the retribution becomes so much more inconsistent. And that is the mark of a great jungler, right? Everything going on, stuns flying left and right, but yet you have to keep your eyes on the prize, on the neutral objective. EVOS was able to get the advantage there, so it's fortunate for them, but RRQ, maybe now they're realizing like, okay, maybe we don't play for the objective. Maybe we just go to end the team fight, we go for the kills onto the members of EVOS Legends because the timers are a lot longer. And even with the Lord, we might be able to end regardless.
Yeah, it's already 22 minutes in the game, so they have to be careful. If before they went in full in for the objectives against the kills, now it's going to be a little bit more difficult as it only takes one moment in the game for things to completely flip here.
Well, that's why these games are so intense, man. At any moment, right? It's just so volatile. And maybe EVOS Legends can also draw a conclusion. Maybe we can just dance around, waste time from RRQ Hoshi, stop the recalls, and end the game because RRQ, their wave management has not been on point at all.
No.
At every point, EVOS Legends are the ones always to the Lord first. R7 constantly stuck dealing with the side lanes, and right there, the minions almost ended. So it is an uncharacteristic performance completely by RRQ Hoshi.
And that's a very interesting thought, right? Because usually when we talk about EVOS Legends, one thing that a lot of teams have been able to exploit when they are up against EVOS is the wave manipulation. BTR, Aura Fire, even GEEK FAM, that's how they were able to beat EVOS Legends, getting the proper setup better than EVOS. This time, RRQ, a team that we've all known to be just so solid in terms of that wave manipulation, has been disregarding it.
I don't know. There might be a special plan, but it's a 50-50 in the real-time win probability by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
Is it though?
Oh, is it?
I mean, I guess it balances out. EVOS Legends have more map pressure.
Oh, there we go. It's just moving.
Yeah, and for RRQ, they have a gold lead, right? But as the game progresses, this gold lead will amount to nothing. Everyone will have full items.
Exactly.
You're right. As we're going to see a concealed play happening. They don't get anyone just yet. Pendragon is going to be sniffed out, though, and zoned away. In this moment of the game, there isn't anything to contest, but they do have 30 seconds to start to think about the setups. How are they going to do it? You can see R7 already trying to clear that bottom side, but Pendragon very quick to pick up on this.
I think Pendragon is one of the main win conditions for EVOS Legends. He serves as the primary front line, and in those setup situations, he was such a nuisance to the members of RRQ Hoshi. Of course, as the game goes on, the more he will have items, but the more items RRQ Hoshi will have in their hands as well, so it might not be as easy the next time around. Lord now spawning, and R7 is the one with the wave control advantage.
Again, this is something that we have to see, the setup game, right? It's basically a battle of chess at this point. Who can set up better? Who can actually force those errors to be made by teams?
Ooh, this is so scary.
The dreams,
EVOS
man.
Legends already clearing that top side. And yeah, I was about to mention as well, the positioning from Dream. Skylar needs to be very, very careful, and so does Clay at this point.
I think the last thing EVOS wants to do is fight. I think the last thing that both teams want to do is fight in a choke point, I think. For both teams, I guess you can say both teams have a combo, right? But I think it's just equally dangerous. If Taz is able to take a Cult Altar, it's equalized. If he takes the Fatal Links, then Dreams can come in with a huge burst damage and followed up by Syzygians as well. So, I don't know. I think they have to be very careful scouting out and making sure that no one gets past them undetected, because that will be a huge issue that can be exploited from both these teams.
Albert has the immortality. Look at the damage coming in from both Taz and Clover. That penetration doing work. And now Albert's taking low. I think he does have the Sky Guardian helmet, so he will be able to sustain back up with the regen. But EVOS Legends have this opening constantly. Remember, 3 base turrets means the 3 waves will be constantly slow pushing towards RRQ. Looking for the conceal though. Okay.
Ooh, the bottom side already pushing here, and that's going to force R7 there, giving them a man advantage. This is EVOS Legends' game to win at this point. But RRQ Hoshi, seems like they're still dancing around. They don't want to commit onto that. I think that is wise, but this is going to be a free Lord for EVOS Legends if they don't go for this.
Yeah, again, I think EVOS Legends, they're a bit gun-shy here constantly. They're very afraid of what this Wombo combo can do. Pendragon taking a whole lot right there. Stampede and Perfect Match connecting onto him. But with the Lord taken to 26,000 HP, RRQ will be forced to respond this time. Pendragon again getting brought back. But And oh my goodness! He's able to find so many clovers. Immortality pops in, the cult ulcer placed. RRQ with one moment, they're able to again get the grasp onto the game. A killing spree picked up for Skylar, and Albert goes in for the Evolved Lord. 3 members, 60 seconds on the death timers.
I don't know why EVOS Legends didn't commit onto that. Now it's RRQ Hoshi's game to win. Susujin gonna be taken very low.
With the rough waves, what in the world? My goodness, Sutsujin able to survive as well. Did they buy enough time? I unfortunately think it's not enough. Play 20 seconds. A turn again the end.
I don't know. 3-4-1 taken down here. So for the moment, the Lord is going to be going that bottom side, but Albert very aggressive onto Dreams and Sutsujin.
Coming in again, Skylar onto the base. It looks inevitable. EVOS Legends will lose out in game number 1 after the turn. After turn, constantly back and forth. RRQ come out victorious in game number 1.
That was such a close game. And it came down to how decisive RRQ Hoshi was. They found an opportunity in that sliver of seconds, and they were able to capitalize on that. And unfortunately, EVOS Legends, they wasted a little bit more time. Their decision-making still not as on point as RRQ Hoshi there in game number 1. But RRQ Hoshi's game is not done. RRQ Hoshi's job is not done. EVOS Legends still have the chance to come back and force a game number 3.
Man, it all came down to a single moment, and we talked about this, the difference in roamers. One going for pickoffs, the other a team fight engager. RRQ Hoshi has the advantage when they're supposed to play around an objective. They show it there. It was looking quite grim with no base turrets, but RRQ get it done.
Honestly, just give a massive shout out. Firstly, over to Vin with that engage. Secondly, Clay. He never let Taz get that cult altar. He's so annoying on the Faramis. Usually when you look for this trade in the draft, Valentina Faramis is for the Valentina to actually have more dynamic when it comes down to the team fights. How you approach the team fights can be according to which ult you get. And in every single situation, it's always the Fatal Links. He only has one solution, one answer to all the questions from RRQ. And the thing is, when you have 2 Fatal Links, whoever gets the better Fatal Links, whoever gets it first usually wins it out because of the initial burst coming in to follow it up.
That is just so crazy, man. We were just looking around like, okay, RRQ, they're backing away now. They're forced to protect their base, but no. Just when you thought that they're gonna be retreating, they just go for it. And so this is a very, I would say it's a bit of a heartbreaking loss for EVOS because they had all the factors going for them. Unfortunately, RRQ was just a bit more crafty, a bit more strategic, and they didn't get that victory. Now, when they're 1 point behind, EVOS Legends, they must attempt for a reverse sweep.
Vin's teamfight Lord makes RRQ Hoshi a step closer to the upper brackets. Only one more game to secure for RRQ Hoshi to bring them closer to the top. And that was such an exceptional game, honestly, for both of the teams. EVOS Legends, despite so many doubts, they were actually able to prolong the game. What, 22 minutes? I think this is one of the longest games we've seen today in particular. Very long, very drawn out, very close for EVOS Legends. But when it came down to it, RRQ Hoshi just made the better decision, and that's when experience comes into play, honestly.
Man,
absolutely.
I have to mention this before we head on over to the item builds, Arashi. That one moment, they could have used that EVOS Legends when the bottom side was slow pushing, when R7 had to go and clear it. They were gun shy. They did not want to go for it. And in the end, that's what costed them, right? They stayed in the Lord Pit too long without that slow push building again. And with R7, RRQ, they're not gun shy. They know when to take their shots.
I think it's very difficult as well because who would you use to try and pull the trigger and try and catch RRQ Hoshi when they are lacking R7 in that fight? Because we can see that Dreams was looking for an opportunity, but if Dreams face checks into the jungle to try and get an engage on, that in itself is a risky maneuver that RRQ Hoshi can punish very severely. So the lack of a front line, I think, again, became a big problem for them. And maybe you can say that the Esmeralda can just zoom it, push them away, and they can go for the Lord. I think that would be the best scenario there. I don't know, man. It's just so, I don't know. It's such a coin flip. at every point. The amount of kills are the same from both teams.
It's all about the
Ooh,
objectives,
you're
right?
right.
I mean,
What?
even in terms of objectives, EVO secured more turrets, so it's a moment. It's one moment, actually, that won RRQ the game. The insane fatal links by Vin.
Man, what more can you say? It's just beautiful. We talk about El Momento, but it really seems like these roamers that play this Atlas, they're just something else, man. They just see an opportunity and go for it when you least expect it. Even us on the caster desk, we were saying, okay, RRQ is pulling away and now it's going to be reset. But no, it just suddenly just goes in unexpectedly. And of course, without Skylar getting picked off, without Skylar getting zoned, that's a lot of damage output. The rich guy, by Living by Mandiri, is going to be R7 as at Yutong, though. He is stuck on the side lanes, just clearing again and again the huge stacks of minions. But the carry here is going to be Taz as that Valentina, doing a lot of damage. It's always so low-key, man. Every time Valentina gets the carry card, it's always so confusing because you don't really realize that damage is being done. But of course, the forgotten one, the man, the myth, the legend, is going to be Vin on the Atlas.
Big appreciation for Taz, though, in that game for EVOS Legends. I think they created that huge moment with the Fatal Links comboed in with Dreams. And that was huge, right? That was able to turn the tables for a bit. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. This is a 5-man team, and it can't just rely on these 2 players to carry them through it.
Yeah, Taz, again, we mentioned it earlier on, right? I feel like he is the solid player on EVOS Legends, always having a consistent game despite the team not performing so well. Here you see it again, Taz on that Valentina. He did the most he could, right? He couldn't get the Cult Altar because of just how intelligently Clay was positioning every single fight. But can we agree that Vin deserves the MVP here? I mean, come on, right? He made that moment happen. That Fatal Links basically secured the game, and here you go, your MVP by Samsung Galaxy A Series, Vin 0417.
Wow. Soon we'll take a look at several highlights from that game, and it was such a close game. There's just so many moments we can talk about here. It really seems that both teams are playing so aggressively, though. I wonder if it is something personal, right?
Ooh.
Are they just trying to give the audience a show, or are they just that feisty, knowing that they're against their bitter rivals? And here we go. One of the earlier fights here with a Cult Altar being used. As you can see, for the most part, right? The Cult Altar, when it gets stolen, as Mirko mentioned, it just allows EVOS to match the sustain. But otherwise, especially when there, Dreams walks in, he gets destroyed almost immediately. And that has just been the main case. He's usually the roamer, and that is his job to try and get information. But he's just so squishy, so it's easy to punish. And of course, here's that insane Fatal Links, stolen Fatal Links into Breath of the Ocean combo. And again, it's just huge team fights. It's so chaotic, so sporadic. And look at the base from RRQ, man. It was so close. Fortunately for them, though, they're able to defend. And here is that the final fight where the engage was just so sudden. They weren't ready for it. And you can see that EVOS just fall apart. They're not sure what to do, what they can do. And who is left? They try and go for the save as much as possible. But in the end, Dreams and Citizen cannot buy enough time. RRQ just end that game right there and then.
In the end as well, though, did you see that? I did not catch that the first time when I was doing play-by-play. When Dreams went in with the Breath of the Ocean, he caught 3 members. He couldn't instantly go for the rough waves. He was stunned. I think that was the perfect match again, placed by Vin, just to, again, predict that, right? He was already anticipating that sort of engage, so he stunned it, and that's the reason they were able to end, honestly. If the rough waves connected, triple kill.
Yeah, if you look at the items from Dreams, it's full damage. Divine Glaive, the works, man. He has all the damage required to just one-shot your whole team, which is why, again, both teams are playing so recklessly, because knowing that there's a Kadita, you do not want to stick together, but even RRQ, you're like, you know, let's do it and see what happens. You know, it's like, wow.
Team fight heavy in that game right here, ladies and gentlemen. For RRQ and EVOS Legends, it's 1-0 RRQ. We're going to take a look at the player rooms again.
They're going to have to reset both of the teams. RRQ Hoshi, sometimes they get a little bit too overconfident. Maybe that's why they made a few mistakes that could have been capitalized by EVOS Legends. Before EVOS Legends, they need to reset as well, right? Don't let the moment demotivate them at this particular state, because every second counts, everything counts. Mentality is going to have a huge factor as to how things are going to play out in this next game as well.
I mean, EVOS, they made it close, man. I really thought that RRQ would be a lot more dominant, but hey, I was wrong. EVOS were able to actually match them and almost end the game even at one point, right? So I think it should be, if anything, I would say it's a good thing for EVOS. Mentally, they know that they can match RRQ. It all comes down to the fine details, the few select moments in the game, and now, with that kind of confidence, right, being able to match RRQ in their own territory, the team fights, the chaotic fights like that, I think they can be a bit more confident and maybe, right, they won't be as gun-shy as we saw in the previous game, but we're getting info right now.
Yeah, again, there's going to be a swap in players here. EVOS Legends. Taz out for Krite. What?
Oh my god.
We were talking about the solid player. The only guy who was being really consistent, doing the best that he can given the circumstances. He will no longer be in the roster as of right now.
Right, coming in, you know, this man had a solid performance back in Season 9. We got to give him that, but he was on the Sicilian, on the Lilia as well. Mostly, though, he was able to make crazy plays on the Sicilian, right? So,
yeah.
Well, before the season started, Zace mentioned that this man is the new captain for EVOS Legends. Oh, he hasn't played a whole lot of games, only the first few games when Persik and Bajan was still in the roster too. It's pretty interesting now that they've given him the chance to play in, you know, maybe the last game of the season for EVOS Legends. This is where a lot of questions are going to come out again. Synergy, communication. Is this what they need? A shot caller. He's a team captain for a reason. That's why Zace put him as that role. Here though, Zace and RRQ, Hoshi's coach Fiel on the JBL Quantum. Sound and survival, crisp, clean communication coming in from both these coaches in the draft to tell them exactly what to do in game.
I don't know. Do you really think that this is the best decision for EVOS Legends right now? Perhaps they're also keeping in mind about the power or the pool heroes that Krite can actually bring to the table. Maybe they want to go for that high ground this time around, and perhaps Taz isn't as comfortable. Not really sure what's happening.
You know, actually, if we're talking about like unique heroes, I would say that Taz has more unique heroes than Krite. Back in Season 9, when Krite played a whole lot of games, again, Sicilian, Yves, Lilia.
But maybe they want to go for someone like the Farsa, let's say.
Taz has played the Farsa, Lunox, Cho mid. He's played so many, every mid laner, honestly.
Well, we have no clue right here, man. You take a look at the bit of a game recap from the previous game. Taz was the impact player, as we can see here, and Albert was the impact player on the side of RRQ. Look at the total damage, though, for both these teams. It's really, really one-sided on the side of EVOS. RRQ were just able to get the edge because they have that called altar. So we'll see if the Fire Mist makes an appearance yet again, right? Because I personally am not a fan, but RRQ, they just showed that they can make it work. It's not as strong, but in the right hands, it can be used to maximum effect. So I think it might be contested depending on how both these teams felt the impact was in the first game.
And I just remembered that this is the last match
for EVOS.
For both teams.
For EVOS and RRQ, exactly.
The final match, the final say that they have for the regular season of MPL ID Season 10 before they head to the playoffs or not.
Well, right now, whether you like it or not, Krite is going to be the last hope for EVOS Legends. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders here as his replacement is meant to be for the win. It's time to dive into the draft, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. EVO still on the blue side, RRQ on the red. 1-1 Claude, same bands.
Still the same bands coming through for both of these teams. As Fanny is also going to be the choice of band for EVOS. This is interesting. RRQ Hoshi, they understand the potential of Clover on the 1-1. It will be taken away from him. And the only hero that he's actually been able to perform on was the Melissa. So if RRQ Hoshi really want to put Clover in a tough position, they can go for the Melissa in that first phase. of picks or even in the second phase of bans, as the next ban for RRQ Hoshi is going to be the Akai.
Denying it away from Zitsujin, same old. It's a true and try strategy against the new roster of EVOS Legends. And now, will EVOS respect one of the heroes on the previous game? Because I think they're, I don't know, like the Faramis, will they really think it's that worthy of a ban? Will they ban the Valentina instead? It's just so confusing because I think every single member from RRQ had a role to play in the previous game.
I think the Grok is still going to be banned out, right? For EVOS. A bit too expensive to leave that open, right? But this is the exact same bans coming in from EVOS. Claude, Fanny, Grok. Only in a different order. It was Grok banned first over to Fanny in game number 1. RRQ, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Ban the Paquito, right? We saw that earlier in game 1. Then EVOS picked up the Valentina. Now, does EVOS want to pick up that Faramis first, right? You asked this question, Arashi. We'll see what EVOS answer with.
Well, maybe just force EVOS on the Valentina again. I'm not sure if Kryte's comfortable on it.
Yeah,
and if they don't, then RRQ can actually pick it up for themselves. But no, actually, RRQ Hoshi have opted to ban away the Valentina.
I think you have to push him onto Faramis instead. It's a unique playstyle that I don't think is quite as intuitive as the other mages, so maybe that's the idea. Paquito though we picked up, so RRQ, if they go for the exact same picks and bans, I don't know, the execution I think was really good in the previous game. They just were overcommitting a lot, so there's a chance that they can just go and play in a bit more controlled fashion and take control of game number 2.
Let's see, RRQ. In game number 1, they picked up the Faramis.
And the Balman.
I think right now there's nothing that is really stopping them from doing that. But they pick up the Faramis and the Esmeralda first. Now again, this leaves EVOS open to actually go for a Dairoth instantly here, right? There's already a Faramis, an Esmeralda. This is where the Paquito flex pick can actually be utilized.
Balman maybe can be secured by EVOS Legends. Albert is notorious on that Balman. He was playing a really good game in game number 1 as well, so maybe they want to have that neutral objective security for themselves.
Bigatron Alpha's Max, though, has a comment. Good luck and show what you got for EVOS. We're waiting for you in the playoffs. Right now, we'll see, though, because EVOS Legends are going to have to climb out of this one-game deficit with their final 2 picks in the first phase.
They need to do a reverse sweep as well, but EVOS Legends, to secure that first phase, they're going to be picking up the Dairoth once again. And picking up the Kadita. And now RRQ Hoshi, they're forced to think about this, right? Because if they put the Esmeralda in a lane with the Dairoth, it is going to be very difficult for them because the Esmeralda is going to lose in lane. It also denies the Balman pickup for RRQ Hoshi because it could be very difficult for those neutral objective takes. But if they want, they can go for the exact same thing that they did in game number 1.
Well, they go for the Atlas as I expected here. You know, again, this is going for basically the same draft, but with a Paquito on the enemy team instead of the Esmeralda that they had, right? So RRQ now gonna ban out the Diggy as you would with the Atlas pick.
It's a very good ban. So now RRQ, they have a better time securing the huge engage. But I don't know, I mean, you're talking about the Dairoth going in the lane, it can very easily still be a jungle Dairoth and an EXP lane Paquito. So RRQ are kept guessing for quite a bit longer. We'll have to see though, will they actually allow the allow one of the earlier picks that RRQ were able to get from said EVOS Legends as we take a look at the gold lane from here. Clover and Skylar. I think for the most part, Skylar has shown to be the dominant one. But of course, Clover, he brings more than just performance, right? He brings a bit of a senior feel, right? He has a lot more experience and he can maintain the atmosphere of his team. I think that is what a lot of people have been mentioning about EVO's Clover.
Both teams have yet to pick up their gold laner, and at this stage, EVOS Legends banning this out might be detrimental right now for EVOS, because when we're comparing both of these gold laners, Clover as well as Skylar, Skylar definitely has way more in his arsenal up his sleeves. So limiting this Brody, it might bite them back. And we'll see. EVOS Legends, RRQ, they can just ban the Melissa here.
I agree. They might be shooting themselves in the foot right there with the Brody ban. Because RRQ, I agree with you. Go for the ban.
There you go.
Towards the Melissa now. EVOS are in the hot seat. Remember, RRQ are going to have first pick in the second phase. They can just pick up a gold laner. Meanwhile, EVOS, with Clover's hero pool, so far, he's only found success. Oh, we don't need to talk about that. He's only played 1-1, Melissa, Claude, Brody, Popol.
Beatrix carry.
Beatrix, we won't talk about Beatrix because I don't know. Right now, you know what? RRQ are going to pick up Beatrix. Who? RRQ. Even after the nerfs, the only team that has picked up Beatrix was this man right here.
You are right.
And remember what he was able to do on the quote-unquote nerf Beatrix, yeah?
Yep.
The read with his snipes, EVOS ban out the Bruno, and I think it plays perfectly into RRQ's plan.
No way, right?
Beatrix here.
Do they want to get the Balmond first though? Because the Beatrix is going to be very unexpected for the side of EVOS Legends. If they get the Balmond, they have that pressure.
Yeah, I told you!
He goes straight for the Beatrix, man.
Oh man, it's a signature pick for Skylar.
It feels like so long ago since we've seen this Beatrix, dude.
Yeah. When was the last time Skylar, who was he up against?
Well, I don't remember at this point.
Yeah, it was a Beatrix. When he read out he just went for map hack snipes all across the board, yeah?
Yeah.
EVOS though with the response now, gold lane. At this point, I can only think of the Popol and Koopa. Carry as well, but do you want to go up against this competent one on a carry?
Irithel?
Irithel. Irithel's probably the only pick that I would be, you know, I'd recommend here for me personally. With the mobility.
So scary though.
It's very scary. And even if they go for an Irithel, you need to bring Purify.
You're right. We'll see in a few seconds. As
Oh
my god!
Let's go.
Oh my god, we're gonna see a Harris pick from EVOS Legends!
Alright, alright.
Oh my god.
I like it.
Bro! Clover back with his Harris. We haven't seen this since.
Oh my god.
What season? Season 7?
7. We've been mentioning this so many times backstage, Arashi.
Right.
With all the analysts together, we've been talking about it. Why have they kept Clover? And every single time we think, sure, mental aspect, helping the team out, but he's so diverse when it comes to the gold lane, not in terms of marksmen, in terms of mages, Barca, Lunox, Harith, but we've never seen it. Now, I don't know if EVOS Legends were trying to save this for the playoffs, but now it's time, right? To show everything you've got. It's make it or break it, and RRQ, they went for a Lancelot. This is a solid pick up against so much engage, so much CC. You want to have that invulnerability. You want to have that mobility as well. Up against the Harith though, we'll see how it plays. Harith is going to bring the Purify, in my opinion, right here. And remember, just as a fact, EVOS Legends on the back of their victories, usually when they win trophies, it's on the back of the Harith. M1, Season 7, Season 4.
Wow. There's some history there, but I really fear for EVOS because they are very, very squishy. They might have the same problem they had in the first game, and now the only real tanky person could most likely be the Paquito, not even the Esmeralda. So we'll see how aggressive can EVOS get in the early game. If they're able to take control, I think it's the same story. Once the Lord is in the picture, RRQ will have more control, but of course anything can happen before that point of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to jump into the land of dawn. The last hope for EVOS Legends on their M1 skin. Harith, will it bring them to glory with the Krite change in the mid lane as well?
I love how poetic this game has just become and how ironic it is as we are gonna see how this all pans out here. It does, you're right, Clover as well as Krite both on the Purifies. They are going to start respecting the outcome that RRQ Hoshi can definitely have with the Atlas once again in the hands of Vin as Skylar uses that emote.
Well, in the side lane though, R7 is going to have a tough time going up against the Dairoth. It's in the hands of Pendragon though, so Sutsujin is the Paquito in the jungle with the killing spree, so he is going for blood. And for Albert, he's going with the Demon Slayer, so still having a lot of potential. This is the same situation. There's always a sandwich when the main caster casts their vote.
Yeah, well, for me, you know, in Game 1, I actually preferred EVOS Legends this draft. I thought they would be able to have a little bit more dynamic to play with, more win conditions. But in Game 2, at this point, it's the last hope for EVOS, right? If they lose with their signature Herod, with Krite stepping in, it's over.
We'll see how this pans out. Dreams already trying to put pressure onto RRQ Hoshi. Unfortunately, for the moment, they still have not been able to get anything on the board. But we see that Vin has forced the flicker earlier on, right before the turtle fight in that bottom side.
For now, I think EVOS Legends still has the control. They have more burst damage potential, and RRQ, they'll be waiting for later on. If Albert doesn't get shut down though, he'll be able to have a lot of targets, but now Vin is the one getting pummeled.
2 games in a row, it's Sutsujin getting the first blood onto Vin. I don't know what Sutsujin has against Vin personally, man, but he always seems to be able to get that first blood. Even back then in the El Clasico, first time around, Sutsujin first onto the turtle. RRQ with no response just yet. It seems like EVOS Legends will be able to pick this up, but look at that. Albert jumping in, goes in for the Retribution, will be able to find it again with the style as Cult Ulcer is going to be placed there. It's going to be R7 picking up the kill. Pendragon taken low, Krite in the midst of it all. Doesn't have the black shoes anymore. Will fall as well to the hands of RRQ Hoshi.
2 members taken down as RRQ Hoshi once again with the upper hand. We do see Skylar going 1v1 against Clover.
Oh, the
but
punish
now
though.
He's gonna get taken down, and that is another pickup on the board for RRQ Hoshi, solidifying their gold lead to 2,000.
They go for burst damage composition against a Faramis. This is exactly what the new cult, well, I call it the new cult altar, but without an abundance of HP, it just nullifies a lot of burst potential, and that is exactly what EVOS Legends need to do for their win condition. So I don't know about this. Lilia is the only real threat, I feel like, for RRQ Hoshi, but they have assassins on their team, so Krite is going to have a very difficult time trying to output that damage without being bursted down.
But honestly, what do you guys think about the Harith and the Beatrix matchup in that gold lane?
I honestly feel like it's a stalemate. Both of these members are going to be able to farm all right. What Harith needs to do is look for all-ins once he gets level 4, but with RRQ's mid lane pressure, I don't see that happening. I don't see the Harith able to go for those all-ins.
He did try to go for all-in earlier, but it was under the turret first of all, and then he got punished by the roam, so it's just a tough spot here as RRQ. They're looking for a dive most likely, but no, they make a play in the mid and side.
Oh, what's going on? Bottom side actually with Pendragon. Dreams is able to find a kill, a good trade on the board as they notice RRQ rotated up top. Pendragon getting a little bit of gold there from the turret. And for Albert, just jumps in, trying to zone him away. We'll be able to pick up the XP as well. As now we're going to slow down the tempo because RRQ, they're not really looking for anything too crazy. Clover, whoa, very aggressive play. Has the Purify, has dished out a lot of damage onto Skylar. That's actually a really good amount of damage placed in by Clover on the M1 skin.
EVOS Legends, they don't have a lot of their resources though coming into this fight, so RRQ Hoshi, they do have the better chance of securing this turtle.
Let's see, RRQ better set up. Albert picking up the Retribution, and look at that. Krite able to get out with the Purify and the black shoes, but it's still going to be Sutsujin taken out.
1,600 gold lead for RRQ Hoshi, really solidifying their control in game number 2. Just like you guys can grab food using the grab discount, 90%, scan the QR code to get your 90% discount. As back in the game here, doesn't seem like Clover is having too much of a good time.
Right, Beatrix is just way too flexible, so depending on what you're trying to do, Beatrix can select a different weapon and try and match what you're doing here. So with the Zaman Force being popped up, all Skylar has to do is back away and poke again at him with the Renner. So it's very difficult, but RRQ Hoshi, be careful about the EXP lane right here. That is where EVOS Legends is putting a lot of their attention at.
They have to shut him down. We all know how much damage he can actually do if he snowballs. Right now, he is behind, and you saw how much damage he was able to do with just one Zaman Force. And I think RRQ are making the right decision. Playing around the Beatrix Dream, though. Going in again, R7 not having a good time at all on that bottom side. EVOS are doing exactly what RRQ are doing towards Clover.
Mirror plays for both teams right now, and right now we can see that R7 already taken down twice in a row, but oh my god!
Krite has the black shoes, can get out. It's very scary because Skylar has a BOD now. I think if he had it just now, Would have been a bit scary, man.
Only if he had the right weapons, or
Wesker.
there was a bit of a miscommunication there, because I didn't quite see the ultimate get popped up, but with a BOD, there's going to be a lot of damage from now on. But of course, Calamity Reaver competed for Clover as well, so he will need to be focused down in these bigger fights. And Albert is still going for the War Axe, getting a bit more stacks, a bit more movement speed. He likes this playstyle a lot more.
Well, Clover already going to go with the Zaman Force onto the turret. Woo! This is what you want to expect for this pick, but the waves were cleared out. Now, top side though, Dreams again with the dive, looking for it. R7 pops the sprint, no Petrify for Dreams, so there's not going to be that kill pressure that they usually have. Vindo, where are they going to go in onto Krite? Maybe trying to force out that Purify. A good snipe, almost taken down Krite. Skylar on point as usual, but it will just be another opening for RRQ to look for the neutral objective.
Wow. Right now the side lanes very much favor EVOS Legends, but as a result, they're really neglecting their mid laner. And Krite, he is still level with Clay, but later on, he needs a lot more resources to be able to output that damage, melt through the front line. So maybe EVOS needs to start giving him some attention as well.
EVOS Legends, though, they're not standing idly by here. They are focusing in that top side, able to get that third tier as well. Looking for the second even, as all three members are grouping up, trying to punish R7 once again. It's interesting, right? They haven't been able to shut down Skylar, and that's quite scary. Leave Skylar alone, you blink a few times, and suddenly he does so much damage. We even saw how much damage the Renner had on the Lilia, even this earlier on in the game.
I guess the idea is with the burst damage, they want to make sure that anyone they jump on can get taken out. If R7 gets the items, it's going to be difficult, but Dreams gets spotted.
Oh my god, a very good read there. Albert just went for the Phantom Execution there. Skylar trying to go for a cheeky poke, but RRQ, they've used up 3 ultimates there. So, my god, Albert does a lot of damage onto Dreams. But yeah, there's not really going to be much they can do right now, and they don't really need to take these fights. Waiting for the neutral objective, next one to spawn.
Top side is still pushing though, and that's quite scary. They might want to try and clear that away first. We did see in game number 1 that the wave manipulation was lacking, but Pendragon here caught in a bad situation.
Yeah, that's going to be a pick-off for RRQ again. Pendragon. There was no pressure on the map, but he still stayed on the bottom side. A little bit of an overcommitment, but so Tsujin, is he going to go for this? He does, goes in for Clay, has the cult alter, goes, and he's able to assassinate Clay. But in the mid lane, Dreams as well, falling to the hands of Albert. So Tsujin trying to run away. Skylar has the snipes! Boom! Headshot, Skylar picks up the kill. Albert jumping onto Krite, who has the Purify and the black shoes, but he's just going to opt for the purple buff. Skylar picking up the turret down below. With R7 now, they can convert on the next neutral objective.
3,000 gold lane, but remember, they have to be careful with the waves. It's still crashing in favor for EVOS Legends in that top side. RRQ Hoshi, though, because of the man advantage, because of the momentum that they receive from those kills, they are going to be able to get this Lord without contest from EVOS Legends.
All the neutral objectives so far have been controlled by RRQ, and EVOS Legends have, well, the ones that they have been able to contest for, it hasn't worked out for them.
I think they're going to be forced to use one of the big, the big pickup potentials to try and take out Vin on that Atlas. They don't have the same kind of tankiness to try and look for info to scout out the area, so they need to try and delete him and get, get equal that way instead, because otherwise, it's all Vin just walking ahead and pushing everyone from EVOS Legends back. In the back line, though, we do see that Dreams, he's waiting for a very specific moment. It might pay off here, but oof.
Oh no, Sutsujin caught out. Oh my god, immobilized, instantly knocked up. Sutsujin, a bit too greedy with that flank. There was no one in position, even if he was able to find a knockout strike. Unfortunate for the jungler for EVOS Legends. RRQ find another free pickoff.
Oof. Look at Skylar scouting away behind him, with knowing that Dreams could be lurking around the corner. Right now, R7 is escorting the Lord towards the bottom side, and RRQ will be predictably there. So Dreams, this is his chance to make something happen, but of course in the back line, it comes with the conceal though.
Skylar gonna be caught, Rough Waves popped in, but the cold altar as well by Clay. And a snipe to add insult to injury. Skylar able to dish out more damage to Dreams than Dreams can onto him. But
Be
top
careful.
side, oh, Pendragon.
Exactly.
He's been busy up top. Now he might actually be able to take a little bit of HP, but no, he's not going to overcommit this time. He's going to back off. RRQ decide to recall as well. At least EVOS this time are able to find a little bit of that trade up top.
They're trying to alleviate a little bit of pressure at least, right, in the top side. But as it stands, RRQ Hoshi still with a 4,400 gold lead.
And the tankiness coming in from Vin is just solid right now. And take Kuras to deal with the Direwolf and the Paquito. And of course, the Radiant Armor to deal with the multiple instances coming in from the Kadita and the Lilia. So it's really very solid. And EVOS, they'll be forced to try and move around Vin, or they have to try and focus Vin down before anything can happen, lest they get caught in a huge Fatal Links. We've seen how that ended in the previous game.
Oh, here though, you know, let's take a look at the items, right? Clover has the Calamity Reaper, Feather as well, and a Holy Crystal. I don't think it's enough damage just right now as Vin jumps in, just to zone the other members away.
Oh no.
Dream's gonna be caught, still has dash right there, but wait, what's going on? Two fights are brewing here, and it's actually Skylar who's winning it out. Another disaster for EVOS Legends. Clover falls, Cry jumps back with the black shoes only to give his life over to Skylar. EVOS Legends, for the first time in history, might not make it to playoffs. So Jin gets a solo kill against Albert, but what is it for here? So RRQ are going to be able to take the base turret down below. They might actually be able to siege down the mid lane as well. So Jin, he needs to make a massive play here. Falling Jamun placed in just to give space over to Skylar to take the base turret down. Just as expected, they're able to siege it down with the Renner.
Ooh, what is that damage? Dreams comes in for the play though.
Oh! Gunned down to the ground by Skylar.
Dreams taken down just like that, and this is going to give RRQ Hoshi a bit more momentum in terms of that Lord. 2 seconds left on the clock for Albert to spawn as Sutsujin already taken very low, being zoned away by the damage coming in from Skylar on the Renner. EVOS Legends forced to flee, forced to fall back, forced to retreat. As RRQ Hoshi once again able to secure this next Lord.
2,700 damage on a single shot. What is this quote-unquote nerfed Beatrix, man?
I told you it wasn't really nerfed.
Even on the Nibiru, Krite, he gets taken out in 2 hits.
Yeah.
Only 2 hits and he's gone.
You know why? Nibiru got buffed.
No way, dude.
They nerfed the Renner. They nerfed the damage from Renner.
Quote-unquote nerf.
Yeah, but they added a little bit more. The hitbox is bigger. For Wesker, they nerfed the hitbox, but they added damage. So again, that's why I was kind of curious. Oh my god, it's another snipe onto Krite. But that was why I was curious. Why? Why is Beatrix not being picked up here? Right now, Skylar's proving that, you know, even after the nerfs, it's still very much viable, especially when you get to those item power spikes.
You can see EVOS Legends trying to alleviate the pressure in that bottom side. They're looking for a flank. They're looking for a miracle run here as EVOS Legends forced to defend.
Let's see. 3 base turrets taken down. That's going to be actually the Zaman Force popped in. Vin goes in, able to find Sutsujin. Pendragon again going in. Dreams trying to go for the miracle play. Clover cannot do anything. It's an absolute disaster. RRQ secure upper brackets. They also knock their bitter rivals down to the ground, pounding them. No mercy. EVOS, a new page in their history books. No playoffs for EVOS Legends.
Is this confirmed? This is confirmed.
0% chance to playoffs.
No, I don't believe you.
No way.
No way. Come on. 10 seasons of MPL ID Season 10 and EVOS Legends don't make it to the playoffs? You've got to be lying to me, right?
How the mighty have fallen. This is a somber day for EVOS Legends, man. RRQ, they're triumphant, but you have to feel for their opponents. EVOS Legends, they tried their best. They made it close, but in the end, it doesn't even matter.
Half-season champions taken down by the Season 9 champions. RRQ Hoshi, they're gonna bow to the crowd as they secure upper brackets.
They say, see you at the playoffs.
Not to EVOS though.
Man.
Oh, this is so hard. This is, I love tournaments, right? But when it gets to those critical moments, when you see both of the sides, when you see the torment, the sadness, the grief from the losing team, sometimes it gets overwhelming and must be bittersweet for RRQ Hoshi as well, knowing that they've knocked out EVOS Legends of all teams out of the playoffs. Look at the fans. They're tearing up. Look at the players. Look at the manager. They're all trying to comfort EVOS Legends right now because this is the first time in history. Need we remind you once again?
You can see the support though still for the EVOS fans. The loyal fans still giving the best support over as EVOS Legends want to say a few words before they step off the stage. The crowd again still amazing support from the EVOS fans who have attended here in the MPL Arena. There's a statement from EVOS that we are gonna hear.
Halo EVOS fans, halo semuanya, halo pegiat esports dari Mobile Legends. Kami dari EVOS Legends ingin say sorry and say thank you untuk semuanya yang udah support kita selama 3 bulan ini. Terima kasih semuanya sudah menonton kami. Terima kasih juga untuk para players, coaching staff kita. Dari mulai mereka trial, dari mulai mereka awal sampai akhir sekarang, aku nggak ada ngelihat mereka nyerah. Aku ngelihat sampai di titik terakhir lawan versus lawan RRQ, mereka tetap keluarin yang terbaik. Kami dari EVOS Legends pamit undur diri di season 10 ini. Semoga di season selanjutnya kita akan bisa memberikan yang lebih baik lagi. Good luck untuk semua tim esports yang lanjut ke playoff. Terima kasih banyak. Ayo bungkuk yuk. Bungkuk yuk. Terima kasih semuanya.
Time in season 10 as they are gonna go. They've been eliminated from playoff contention. EVOS Legends once again getting a whole round of applause from both, not just the EVOS fans, but the RRQ Kingdom.
I mean, they're bitter rivals, but of course there's a huge amount of respect between these two teams. And I guess it's gonna be a very lonely playoffs for RRQ, man. Without their #1 rival in the contention, there will not be an El Clasico in this season's playoff.
Oh
that is
God.
a very, very discouraging thought.
You're right.
Wow. You can see again the tears from the team. EVOS Legends, even though they lost, it's a bitter pill to swallow for an organization who's reached the peak, the all-time highs of highs with the M1 World Championship, but they're gonna have to swallow the lowest of lows as well here today. RRQ made sure 2 kings are at the top, ONIC and RRQ. And EVOS makes the worst placement in history.
Who would have thought, man? Everything was going so well for them. We were talking about the new rookie monsters, the new era, the new roster. And now, before you know it, it really didn't feel like that long at all. Before you know it, they're just all the way down here, and that is just so sad to look at, honestly.
Oh man, this is so tough. It's like on the flip side, RRQ Hoshi, they showed experience, they showed class in that game. So textbook, so disciplined in that second game. And EVOS Legends, unfortunately, weren't able to get even a single victory whatsoever. As now we are moments away of going into the interview with Bude, Clara, Mongstar, with one of the members from RRQ Hoshi. Let's get it.
El Clasico berakhir begitu dramatis untuk kedua tim karena dari EVOS Legends harus terhenti perjalanannya di babak playoff, mereka tidak bisa berpartisipasi. Sedangkan RRQ Hoshi, mereka berhasil men-secure satu tempat terakhir di babak upper bracket. Di sini Bude Clara Mongstar mengucapkan good game well played dengan semua yang sudah diberikan. Dan ada Viel yang akan ngobrol-ngobrol bersama Bude. Halo Coach Viel.
Selamat malam Bude.
Gimana untuk match tadi, match yang sebenarnya benar-benar ngedecide posisi kedua tim ini loh. Berat gak sih? Atau ada emosional sesuatu kah?
Ya sebenarnya kalau diomong berat, udah pasti berat lah. Karena kan kita juga hidup dan mati buat upper bracket nih.
Betul.
Terus ya kita pasti pengen lah upper bracket di situ. Jadi ya kita all in lah.
Kudu all in.
All in banget.
Dan untuk kali pertama kita ngelihat EVOS Legends nggak bisa bergabung di babak playoff.
Iya. Agak ya ada pasti tetap ada ngerasa sesuatu yang hilang lah. Biasanya kan El Clasico itu sampai di playoff juga masih ada kayak gitu kan. Mungkin di season ini ya mungkin saatnya EVOS buat reboot lagi lah di season ini. Kita lihat kan juga pada playernya player new era banget nih, player baru-baru. Jadi ini bukanlah akhir dari EVOS Legends, udah pasti itu.
Jadi mungkin dari awal untuk mereka ya.
Ya.
Dan kalau ngelihat perjalanan dari tim RRQ Hoshi yang akhirnya berhasil untuk mendapatkan posisi di pucuk juga adalah top 2 upper bracket, tentu akan jadi nyaman di babak playoff. Tapi apa sih yang udah dilalui oleh RRQ Hoshi yang mungkin banyak orang nggak ngerti? Menempati posisi ini tentu nggak mudah dong Coach.
Sangat. Kalau yang kita lihat ya sebenarnya di season 10 ini event RRQ sendiri semua pasti tahu lah kita sempat terseok-seok juga. Kita sempat terseok-seok juga dan bahkan kita tuh sampai di titik udahlah kita main buat memperbaiki dan ngasih yang terbaik di setiap match gitu. Sempat di titik itu gitu loh. Bukan hopeless ya, beda sama hopeless tapi lebih ke kayak kita udah fokus untuk memperbaiki performa kita setiap minggu. Dan nggak tahu gimana bersyukurnya tahu-tahu ya masih diizinkan buat menginjak di upper bracket di week ke-8 ini.
Tapi tantangan sebagai coach yang terbesar apa sih selama playoff ini, ngelawan siapakah atau ada di manakah?
Buat playoff apa regular season?
Oh, regular season.
Oh, regular season ya. Tantangan terberatnya adalah menjaga konsistensi sih. Itu yang paling susah, menjaga konsistensinya anak-anak, menjaga konsistensi dari mungkin dari meta yang kita mainkan, gameplay yang kita mainkan. Yang paling susah di season 10 ini begitu. Karena nggak bisa dipungkirin di season 10 ini adalah season yang paling keras dibanding semua season. Kita bisa lihat dari klasemennya dan lain-lain. Gitu tuh nggak ada tuh yang free point tuh udah nggak ada kayak gitu. Sekarang semua udah bersaing dan itu yang menjadikan kita PR yang lebih harus kerja keras lagi di season ini.
Wow, dan begitu beratnya harus menstabilkan. Dan untuk babak playoff, apa yang paling dinantikan oleh Coach Phil ataupun RRQ?
Yang paling dinantikan ya? Ya kalau yang dinantikan udah pasti minimal slot M4 pasti.
Slot M4.
Kalau yang dinantikan udah pasti itu. Cuma ya kalau yang lainnya ya pokoknya pengen ngerasain keseruannya aja di playoff. Karena kan season ini kan playoff-nya wah nih, kita bisa lihat.
Ada yang mau disampaikan gak sih? Ini karena udah match penutupan untuk regular season RRQ ini udah terakhir, udah gak ada lagi. Silahkan kalau ada mau kata-kata untuk siapapun, mungkin buat Pak Riki atau buat siapa?
Oh ya, buat semua lah, semua manajemen RRQ thank you banget buat selama regular season ini kita udah bekerja keras sedemikian rupa, tapi kerja kerasnya nggak sampai di sini, kita masih ada playoff. Dan buat Kingdom terima kasih udah dukung, dan buat tim-tim yang mungkin belum diizinkan untuk lolos ke playoff, tetap semangat dan ini bukan akhir dari segalanya kok. Tetap kerja keras dan pasti semua akan indah pada waktunya, itu aja.
Semua akan indah dan begitu indah untuk RRQ Hoshi, tapi keindahan itu tentu akan langsung di breakdown oleh para caster yang bertugas. Silahkan para caster.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to dive into the item builds. Arashi, game number 2, absolutely dominant by RRQ.
15-minute game, and despite the fact that there's damage on Syzygen, there's damage on Clover as well, they just don't even get the chance to do so. Skylar on the nerfed Beatrix was just doing way too much damage. Even Cried, you wouldn't even get a chance to use your black shoes. He just gets deleted in 2 hits. And the crowd control is just so good from Vin. The tank difference as well. We talked about without someone to actually absorb damage, to go to risky spots, EVOS Legends constantly pushed away from the areas of the objectives, and then they sent you know, their solution is to send Dreams as well as Citizen to try and flank around. But even then, Skylar with the map hacks, and even Albert, they were able to occasionally just find the member of EVOS Legends standing behind them, and they absolutely go for the punish afterwards. And even if they don't, the Cult Altar is always there anyway, so they're just put in a very tough spot. Nothing they do can actually work, and I think the draft, as I mentioned earlier, is just way too squishy. They get absolutely punished for it as well. So there's not much to say here. It's a very tough road for EVOS Legends, and they got few moments of success, but overall, I think this was a very dominant, one-sided performance by RRQ Hoshi.
I agree with you. I think even from the draft, it was very difficult for EVOS Legends in a lot of aspects, right? Because I do agree. I don't think the Beatrix was nerfed. I think she was readjusted. I think that's the better term for it, because the differences in the patch for the Beatrix basically signified the difference in how you play her, but not in the prowess that she can have in the game as a whole. And we saw that being exemplified by Skylar in particular. You see the snipes still, even with the quote-unquote nerf, still dealing that much damage. And it was really unfortunate. I did like that EVOS Legends went out of their comfort zone a little bit with Clover choosing the Harith, but 1v1 against the Beatrix, it didn't seem like it had much of an impact.
I liked the change in draft.
Not
I don't like the change, again, in the roster, right?
Yeah.
Because I feel like this season it has been their main problem. They've been swapping the rosters a bit too much, and in that game, I don't know if it's just me, but it felt like in terms of communication, synergy, it just wasn't really on point again for EVOS. But here, RRQ and EVOS Legends post-match recap, Arashi, Skylar taking 2 of the categories.
The rich guy by Living by Mandiri and the carry. On that Beatrix, man, now you start to wonder, why have other teams not been using it? Because it's just still really, really good. I'm not sure if it's weaker in the early game or stronger in the late game, right? There's a lot of details you kind of want to work out. But overall, it really seems like still an absolutely solid pick. And now we take a look at the MVP for this game by the Samsung Galaxy A series. It's going to be Skylar, 7-0-4, 69% kill participation. Nice. Doing a lot of damage, man. I think he does even more damage than before. I'm not sure.
Yeah, in the late game.
In the
he
late
gets
game.
all those items, yeah, for sure. But it's time to take a look at the MVP highlights. Arashi, break down what he exactly did in the game.
You're gonna see later. Early on, he was focusing on farming as he should in the gold lane, but the rest of the team making the plays happen, especially at those neutral objectives. Pull Evos in, destroy them with the Cult Altar, with the Fatal Links, and of course Pandragon getting caught out when he was overextending. And occasionally, as you can see, there are moments of success, but afterwards, Skylar, look at the damage coming in. Nobody can stand longer than 2 seconds in front of him. He gets absolutely taken out. Look at Cryde here. Black shoes to the back, right?
Just for Skylar.
Right here. 1, 2. What is that, dude? That is...
Well, he was 2 levels ahead, right? And
unreal.
The gold lead was, I think, at this point, 6. Oh my god.
Dreams trying to make the play, just gets gunned down. That will be it, man. With a Cult Altar, RRQ even have the option of just going for the end without even going for the fight with the Cult Altar sustain. But, I mean, it just wasn't enough. It's a dominant show from RRQ, but a nice try, EVOS. Like, I don't know, man. You deserve credit for sure. It was close. And you did make it to the top in the half season. It's just unfortunate how things play out, but it is what it is. This is just how the world works, man. Things go up and down all the time.
You know, it's a wheel, right? It just goes back and forth. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to dive into the highlights by TikTok to hear their comms.
Lihat, depan dulu, depan. Lihat ini Dreams dulu. Nah. Lihat. Gua kabur. Ajar. Gua pukulin Dragonnya. Lord. Oke, nice one. Nice one. Berangkat dan ulti orang. Sini guys. Rata dia. Dapat dia Lord. Enggak apa-apa. Belakang ada Nalisa immortal. Nalisa mati. Desa aman kok. Gua ada stuck. 30. 3. Nih SP gua tarik. Gua dapat. Gas. Awas dia masa ulti Atlas. Oh, mati yang Puyo. Lihat ini bisa immortal tuh. Yang ada aja. Lordnya. Mati. Lihat Kadita di belakang, bisain. Sabar, Kadita. Keluar, dia trip keluar. Aman. Masih lama. Let's go. Cover. Turun salah bro. Bisa menang.
Susujin.
Nice.
Perang.
Tiga lu. Nice one.
Tiga orang bro. Ini.
Nggak ada sepatu. Nice. Boki. Boki. Samsudin. Nice. Tengah dulu. Gue backup lu Hode juga. Tengahnya Pendragonnya. Gue backup kok. Gue ada ulti Hode kalau dia ngegas terus lagi. Den, ajar Den. Nice. Masuk orang di gua. Ada gua. Kejar. Kejar. Ngihanya mana? Itu yang ditunggu. Gua bisa beredet, kawan. Bisa. Gua angkat. Yang ada aja deh.
Gua zona 2.
Oke. Enggak sama. Rata.
Holy moly! My goodness gracious! That was a lot of yells, a lot of screams, man. My God.
No chill at all. Wow, man. I mean, it's a great, satisfying feeling just showing their dominance against a team that was on top at the half season, right?
A team that beat them in the first leg.
Yeah, exactly. So a sweet revenge for RRQ. Well, let's not talking about how sad it is because we already know it's not a very fun time for the fans of EVOS Legends. But yeah, I mean, in the draft even, I really think that RRQ were just a few steps ahead, man.
I agree.
the crowd control advantage, the tankiness, the solution, like they picked all burst damage against Opharamis, right? I kept saying that in prolonged fights, the Cult Altar isn't as good anymore, but against burst damage is really good. And here you see it again with the Paquito, with the Kadita. In that last fight, you see everyone coming from behind, going for the flanks. Doesn't matter. Cult Altar is there to save the day.
I do believe that these players from EVOS Legends, these rookies, definitely have potential, right?
Sure.
They just need to keep pushing, keep trying, get that confidence, that mentality back, just, work through it.
I think right now what they lack is leadership, right? Someone that can actually shot call, someone like a Rect. That voice is very necessary for the team. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, you guys can invest in something that will rise in value every single day. It's UBS Gold. Right now, with this, it's the limited edition X MPL Season 10. Starting from 100,000 IDR, you guys can get free MLBB skins.
I love free stuff.
But how? How do you get this, Eterna?
You don't know how?
No.
Arashi, tell him how.
Well, you get it from UBS.
UBSLifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, and Blibli UBS Lifestyle. Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen.
I thought you didn't know how.
I do, because I read it.
I was about to tell you.
Unfortunate.
So you have to take the advantage when you have it, guys, at home. So don't miss it. Don't wait too long like Eterna. It will slip by past you. Invest in UBS Gold right now. Get maximum value and get all the returns for your investment.
Yeah, but speaking of investments, right, what EVOS Legends did this season was a very risky one. They changed their entire roster, basically,
Why do
except
they
for
keep doing
Clover.
that?
Well, this season, the initial change, I think, was great, right? They found a whole lot of success, but then impulsiveness, I believe, coming in again. They kept on swapping after every loss, and even here in the final match, in the final game, we saw Taz swapped over for Krite. And for me, in that game, it did show the the synergy, the miscommunications did show.
It must have an impact, right? If teams are playing so much with each other in the name of synergy, of course it will have a great impact. But here, the key to success for RRQ, of course, that insane moment created by Vin in game number 1. In game number 2, though, I think is the difference in crowd control, the difference in tools you can use. RRQ, they have a tank, they have crowd control, they have long range, they have close range, they have burst, they have DPS. EVOS Legends, you get burst, and you have burst for the most part, just burst. So I think they lack the tools needed to deal with a lot of the problems RRQ are able to throw at them. So flexibility again becomes a key factor here.
And no frontline, right? That balancing a ban basically. They banned it out so that there's not going to be another Cult Altar from the enemy team.
Yes.
They wanted to go for the Feramis, and they know that EVOS will not go for the Feramis. They will go for the Paquito because from the season, they've always gone for the Paquito first pick, right? So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Again, the keys to success here. The composition with a lot of CC, right, Arashi? It was just a well-crafted draft for RRQ in game number 2. I do believe they were out-drafted, but it was EVOS' last hope. Krite stepping in. Harith didn't work out in the end. 0-3-0 for the Harith. And I think 0-2-0 for Krite. So it's very unfortunate the way things unfolded for EVOS, but it's very fortunate for RRQ. Tomorrow though, we still have a couple matches left. Alter Ego up against ONIC Esports. Rebellion Zion up against GEEK FAM. But I do think that right now we have the answers as to who will make it to the playoffs 100% ready.
Right.
That's the thing about Season 10, right? There are so many things that are unpredictable, but at the end of the day, when the dust settles, it's still RRQ Hoshi and ONIC on top.
Which is crazy.
No way.
It is still ONIC and RRQ, but the changes here is the position. Last season, it was RRQ as #1. Now it's ONIC Esports. But here it is, Rebellion Zion to 5th place and Aura Fire to 6th. EVOS. Oh my god. If GEEK FAM win 2-0 against Rebellion Zion tomorrow, EVOS will be 8th.
Oof. Yikes, no way.
Oh. So Aura Fire already secures the playoff spot, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You can just see the look of relief on Eterna's face.
Okay, I'm just, I'm just making sure, right? This is the standings presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and very different, right, from last season.
It's like a flip. It's almost a flip since the mid-season, and the ones in the middle is where it gets very interesting right now. But of course, I think the stats, the numbers that we really want to know about is the chances, the percentages for the teams to make the top, the upper bracket, or the playoffs. So soon we'll take a look at that as well. And finally, we'll let all our doubts, all our concerns to rest, at least for day #2, until we can see it at the end of tomorrow as well.
But at this point, Alter Ego Esports, they don't have a chance to the upper brackets, Arashi. So I think this means 100% for ONIC and RRQ in that upper bracket slot. What is still a question mark is the playoff position, perhaps.
100% already.
Even for the playoffs, yeah?
Yeah, there's no change at all. Just take a look at the 9 losses.
Tomorrow...
Even if Rebellions lose,
you're right.
they're not going to get 9 losses. Let's see. So, there you go. 100% to upper brackets to the playoffs here. Yeah, for Rebellion Zion and Aura Fire. EVOS Legends and GEEK FAM, 0. Done.
That's it.
It's over.
It's so sad. It's funny how like GEEK FAM was 8th, EVOS was all the way on top, and yet it's still set for both of them being this low at the end of the season right now. That is such a tough pill to swallow, man. I mean, I'm not even that big of a huge fan of EVOS and GEEK FAM, but like, it hurts.
But congratulations to Rebellion Zion, though.
For the first time. Absolutely. They joined in Season 8.
Exactly.
And they are able to make it to playoffs before GEEK FAM.
Exactly. Who's been in this franchise league for way longer.
That's suffering salt on the wound, Mirko. It's already painful as is, but of course, a very impressive performance from Rebellion Zion. The improvement is really fast, and even Aura Fire must be really like confused initially, like what's going on here? These guys are crazy.
I'm smelling plot twists already for the playoffs now.
Oh my god.
It's gonna be an insane 5 days.
I can't wait, man. I can't wait. Every single team have improved, right? The teams that you thought were the weak ones, which one is weak now? As we are going to take a look at the 100% again chance to upper bracket. Alter Ego's chance has diminished. It's gone. There's no way, because even if Alter Ego wins, it's still 6 losses more than RRQ. 100%. Finally, we have the answers. It came down to the final week. Unfortunately, not the final day, but it's still the final week.
You're right, you're right. It was very different to last season where things were very clear because of the disparity in the standings, but because everything was so close, it came down to the last second. Congratulations, Bigatron Alpha, for that top 4 as well. Alter Ego top 3, which is very different to last season. And if patterns speak any weight at all in MPL, right? Last season, these regular season standings reflected the standings in the playoffs as well. So is it going to go the same way here in MPL ID Season 10?
Are you saying that RRQ and ONIC are going to go to M4 again?
I mean,
you'll never know. In Season 10, you never know.
Exactly.
I'm done trying to predict things in Season 10. Maybe
it's Rebellion Zion, right? if Rebellion and Zion make it to M4, we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. But now it's time to take a look at the updated Season 10 MVP rankings. Skylar just got an MVP. So is he now 50 or was he 40 yesterday?
I thought it was 45 yesterday, so...
With the plus there, he should be #1 now with 50 points.
Ooh. So once again, RRQ on top.
RRQ, ONIC, Alter Ego, and Suchujin just saying hi.
Yeah, he got so many MVPs in the first leg of the season when he joined. Oh man, the Akai, the Julians, he just picked it up like it was nothing. He was #1 for the longest time. But since the second leg, he wasn't able to get a single MVP, I believe. Obviously because they lost, yeah?
Yeah.
The one game that they won was against Aura. 2-1.
Still very impressive.
And GEEK FAM, 2-1. That's it.
Still impressive. Evo's still in the MVP rankings.
Very impressive,
For sure, it's a rookie, remember.
And it shows the potential, again, for Sutsu
It's
Jin.
there. It's there for sure,
definitely there. Taz, Sutsu Jin, Dreams as well. This roster, it's not a bad roster in terms of just individual play. The reason they've been, failing is because I believe, again, when it comes down to the MPL, is that team play, right? You can't play alone. Those individual mechanics will disappear when you go up against a team that's all-rounded, that can work together perfectly. But Eterna, tell me about the M4 team slots.
Yep, these are going to be the different representatives for M4. 2 from LATAM, 2 from MPL ID, 2 from MPL MY, 2 from MPL Philippines as well, whereas Mekong, Brazil, Cambodia, MENA, Singapore, Myanmar, North America, as well as Turkey each have 1 representatives to join in M4.
So it's 16, I believe, right? 16 teams showing up, battling it out on an international level. It's
in
over
Jakarta.
here in Jakarta. Yes.
Welcome to Jakarta.
So good.
Well, not yet. All right, we still have the playoffs.
Relax. There's still one more day.
It's
Relax.
in January too.
Chill.
All right, we gotta chill.
Please.
It's October. Chill out. It's an announcement. You can get hyped, but chill out, right? Obviously, if you guys are from overseas, if you're not from Indonesia, go get your tickets, right?
You can start saving.
You can start saving to get your tickets to watch M4 in Jakarta. Stadium ? Stadium,
And you
please.
can get to meet Arashi.
Oh my God, Arashi. Yes. Viva Arashi. Arashi, how are you feeling? I asked her how she was feeling after the Aura loss. Eternal Water did not like it. Arashi, how are you liking RRQ in the upper brackets?
I'll be real with you. All right, I'll be real with you. I'm very happy that they're on top, for sure, of course. Right, RRQ Hoshi doing great. And they weren't, at any point, they weren't really in under threat. So I'm having a much better time. But I do feel like there's a lot of things they can improve on. And as a fan, I just want to see them do better and better. So I really hope that some of the mistakes, some of the problems that can be fixed will be fixed, because I want to see the complete RRQ. We've been talking about it since way back, right? RRQ is lacking a small something.
You're right.
And I want to see the perfect RRQ.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to end the show here. For week 8, day number 2, it's done and dusted. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Mirko, Eterna, and Arashi, MPL ID Season 10. We own this!
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawa